The story opened on a dramatic title card announcing the next chapter in the tyrannical reign of King Yeon-sang. A royal official declared that the day's court session had officially concluded. Two other officials whispered amongst themselves, noting the court's dwindling numbers and warning each other to be careful with their words, lest they upset the volatile king. Meanwhile, the king calmly asked his subordinate, Im Sahong, if a specific task had been completed, and was assured that the targets were tied up in the palace backyard, ready for his viewing. Across the courtyard, a young nobleman's eyes widened in confusion and then recognition as he spotted his own brother. The king questioned what brought his brother to the palace so early, and the young man replied that he had simply come to pay his respects. The king then nonchalantly asked his brother if he had seen their mother, a question that visibly startled the young man. Believing he should help his brother in his desperate search, the king suddenly grabbed the young man's arm, causing him to cry out in alarm. The actor playing the king conveyed the full weight of the character's tyranny in that single, brutal gesture. In the next take, an actor's foot, clad in a traditional white sock, stepped deliberately onto the wooden floorboards. A pained groan escaped the actor playing the brother, who was forced to his knees. His dedicated manager, Kim Jung-suk, sighed from the sidelines, knowing the actor would likely complain about the difficult scene once filming was over. The actor playing the king went off script, ad-libbing a cruel line about his brother's foolishness and weak body, while the other actor internally winced from the genuine pain in his knee. He desperately wondered when the director would finally call a cut, but he was suddenly taken aback by what happened next. The king then commanded the nobleman not to just stand there, but to help him get back on his feet. Another courtier tried to protest the king's behavior but was silenced with a sharp cry of agony. The courtier was left utterly stunned by the actor's sudden shift, his eyes radiating an overwhelming and terrifying presence. The narrative of the show then jumped forward to a later scene, one where the king had inexplicably transformed overnight, proclaiming that he was no longer the ruler they once knew. He decreed that from that moment forward, the name Kim Ch101 was to be erased from the kingdom, ordering a search for anyone named Chio so their names could be changed. Dismissing the royal lectures as useless, the king then called for court dancers and wine, vowing to drink until he collapsed. He followed this with a command to gather all the most beautiful and famous women from across the 8 provinces of Joseon. This order was shocking to those who knew him, as the king had never before shown any interest in female companionship. The subsequent scene depicted the transformed king indulging in a decadent feast, raising a cup in a toast while surrounded by women. He delivered a final, chilling line about the ruthless beauty of the moonlight just as the director's voice finally called, "Cut." As the drama entered its second half, its ratings had soared past 40%, creating an atmosphere of intense pressure and excitement on set as they neared the final shoot. The lead actor, Young-guk, was asked by a colleague if he planned to attend the wrap party, and despite his busy schedule, he confirmed that as the lead, he wouldn't miss it. The colleague expressed relief, acknowledging Young-guk's recent spike in popularity, and then inquired if he would be traveling to France for a film festival. Young-guk explained he probably wouldn't go, as the invitation for his older film felt like a hollow gesture, though he admitted the media hype surrounding it was surprising. The colleague then mentioned that the director was planning to champion him for a year-end award if the ratings stayed high, an idea Young-guk casually dismissed as premature. Reminding him of a past awards controversy, the colleague shifted topics, excitedly asking if he would be joining the cast and crew on their reward vacation. The trip was revealed to be a lavish getaway to Phuket, complete with business-class flights and accommodations at a 5-star hotel. Young-guk recalled a similar trip for a previous drama that he had skipped due to his schedule, and he asked if the entire cast and crew were invited this time. He was told that thanks to the department head's approval, almost all of the main cast and staff would be able to go, pending any scheduling conflicts. However, the colleague added that they had heard one supporting actor, a man named Kwok, would be unable to attend. Just then, PDU was called away from their conversation, promising to pick it up with Young-guk later. As the producer left, the very same actor, Kwok, approached Young-guk and wished him well for the final day of shooting. Young-guk returned the sentiment, confiding that he was feeling nervous about the finale, but Kwok confidently reassured him that he would do great. When asked about the vacation, Kwok confirmed he couldn't go, explaining he had a crucial audition for an action movie. He then began to second-guess his decision, wondering aloud if it was worth it since he wasn't guaranteed to get the part. Kwok considered that skipping the audition to network with the broadcasting staff might be a better career move, but Young-guk abruptly urged him, with unexpected intensity, that he absolutely had to go. Young-guk knew from a life he'd lived before that this very actor was destined to become Korea's most famous action star, and this audition was the catalyst. By pushing his friend to attend, he felt a quiet sense of accomplishment, believing he had just protected the future timeline. The conversation then shifted as Kwok asked Young-guk if the tight top-knot hairstyle they wore for their roles was giving him headaches. Kwok admitted he'd been losing an alarming amount of hair recently, which triggered another memory for Young-guk regarding the physical traits that would define his friend's future stardom. Young-guk simply told his friend he would succeed, while internally offering a silent apology for the one thing he couldn't save, his glorious head of hair. A moment later, the final call for action echoed across the set, signaling the beginning of the end. In the scene, a frantic courtier burst in to warn the king of an active rebellion, exclaiming that the rebels were about to storm the palace. The king, however, remained unfazed, calmly remarking that after his path of tyranny, it would be stranger if a rebellion hadn't occurred. He stared into the distance with an almost bored expression, stating that he had been waiting for this very moment. The scene then transitioned to a quiet riverside at sunset, where the now-deposed king fished peacefully as his loyal guard stood watch. The former king spoke to his guard without turning, telling him there was no longer a need for royal titles and that he should simply call him by his name, Ryo. Startled by this informal request, the guard immediately dropped to his knees before his master. The guard, Kwok-san, passionately swore that His Majesty would be his lord until the day he died, just as the previous king had willed it. The deposed king dismissed this as the stubborn talk of a nobleman, lamenting that titles meant nothing when they were all just crumbling away in the face of death. He gazed at his fishing pole, noting with a heavy sigh that he hadn't managed to catch a single thing all day. Turning to his steadfast guard, the former king asked if he had ever understood the true reason behind his mad and tyrannical reign. He wondered aloud if things would have been different had he and his brother been born as commoners, free from the harsh storms of the royal court. He finally confessed that his entire reign of terror, which shook the very foundations of the kingdom, was nothing more than an act of revenge for his beloved brother. Now, with a new king on the throne, he hoped his guard would be spared from punishment, as that would be the only way he could face his brother in the afterlife. With a tone of finality, the deposed king asked his royal guard if he might grant him one last request. He asked that after he died, the guard cut off a lock of his hair and bury it beside his brother's grave. In a shocking and silent betrayal, the royal guard was shown pressing the cold steel of his sword against the king's throat. The next moment showed the guard embracing his king from behind in a tight, desperate hold. As tears streamed down his face, the guard held his king, who was now bleeding profusely from a mortal wound in his side. Through his sobs, the loyal guard whispered a final, heartbroken apology to the man he had just killed. The success or failure of any drama hinged entirely on its ratings, with low-rated shows often facing swift cancellation, sometimes without even a proper team dinner, let alone a celebratory wrap party. But now, the air buzzed with excitement as photographers called out to the stars, signaling a triumphant conclusion. A photographer specifically requested Ms. Cha Hyejin to strike a pose, embodying her character Jang Young-guk, as she questioned the precise location. She wondered aloud if she should pretend to dance with a traditional jango drum, considering a dynamic pose. Another voice playfully urged Young-guk not to hesitate, revealing the presence of actor Jang Young-guk beside her. Young-guk then apologized in a whisper, sensing her discomfort amidst the flashing lights. She quickly reassured him that it was fine, offering a polite thank you in return. Later, inside the lavish hotel convention hall, someone inquired of PDU why the wrap party was so extravagantly grand, even surpassing their previous success, The Man of August. PDU explained that the entire broadcasting station was in a festive mood, having triumphantly defeated KBC in a head-to-head historical drama battle, prompting even their usually reserved CEO to demand the Yeonsang team's rap party be the best ever. When asked about KBC's reaction, PDU declared it was obvious their rival station was experiencing something akin to a funeral, given the high-stakes, widely publicized head-to-head match. Someone instructed Young-guk that the director would arrive soon, and they would leave to greet him, asking Young-guk to prevent Senior Kim from over-imbibing, as he never listened to them. A moment later, a man approached, addressing him as Mr. Jang Young-guk. Young-guk wondered who the newcomer was, as the man then offered to introduce himself. The man introduced himself as Yang Soo-gap, the CEO of BS Entertainment, confirming his identity to Young-guk. Young-guk's mind immediately flashed back, recalling that this was the very agency Cha Hae-jin had warned him about in a past conversation. He remembered Yang Soo-gap's notoriety as a typical scammer among agency CEOs, constantly surrounded by rumors of corruption and sexual harassment, though these darker allegations were not yet public. Yang Soo-gap claimed that Cha Hae-jin had praised Young-guk endlessly, adding that BS Entertainment invested generously in its actors. Young-guk found this hard to believe, noting Hae-jin always seemed uncomfortable around him, as Yang Soo-gap then stressed the rarity of a CEO attending such an event specifically for Young-guk. Yang Soo-gap then got straight to the point, acknowledging Young-guk's current agency, Ch101, but questioning if his immense potential was being wasted with such a small company. Young-guk quickly dismissed the proposition as nonsense, clearly stating his disinterest. He let out a dismissive sound, then excused himself, citing his busy schedule and indicating his departure. Yang Soo-gap emitted a short, frustrated gasp as Young-guk walked away. Yang Soo-gap fumed inwardly, questioning if Young-guk had just treated him like an annoying nuisance. Meanwhile, Cha Hae-jin faced Yang Soo-gap, asking him what he expected her to do. Yang Soo-gap mockingly addressed Hae-jin, reminding her of her past timidness and accusing her of arrogance now that she was lauded as Korea's most beautiful actress. He scoffed, demanding if he had asked for anything difficult, only to get close to Jang Young-guk and find dirt on him, something she had supposedly done many times before, accusing her of feigning innocence. Yang Soo-gap then threatened to expose her past misdeeds, warning that a few well-placed words to journalists he knew would quickly ruin her reputation in the industry. He callously stated that he would only lose one actress, but she would face crippling penalties for her advertising and exclusive agency contracts. He declared she would never again set foot in the entertainment industry, not even in Uedo, then hypocritically claimed he preferred to avoid this messy path, urging her to keep things simple. He sneered, telling her to do what she did best, implying she had no other viable options. She cursed under her breath, repulsed by the sheer depravity of his demands. Yang Soo-gap clicked his tongue in dismissive annoyance. Elsewhere, a boisterous voice called Young-guk my lucky charm, inviting him to sing a song together like old times, while someone else questioned why the director was singing trot while drinking champagne. The director slurred, telling Young Min to go away, insisting that he and Young-guk shared a special, incomprehensible bond, then affectionately called Young-guk his lucky charm again. A colleague approached PDU, asking how he felt about their recent success. The colleague pointed out that PDU had never before had a drama exceed 40% ratings, to which PDU humbly attributed the success entirely to writer Choi. PDU insisted he merely presented a prepared feast to viewers, crediting the excellent actors and staff, as his colleague urged him to brag a little, noting his excessive modesty. The colleague then noticed Jang Young-guk's absence, asking where Cha Hae-jin had gone, as someone nearby replied she had just stepped out briefly to speak with her agency CEO. The colleague recognized him as the slightly scary-looking man, the CEO of BS Entertainment, mentioning the really bad rumors he had heard about him and questioning why Cha Hae-jin remained with that agency. A short while later, Cha Hae-jin apologized for her lateness, observing that everyone seemed to have already had quite a bit to drink, and was told she could now start enjoying herself. She then approached Young-guk, asking if they could speak for a moment, and he readily agreed. Observing their interaction, someone playfully remarked on a hint of romance in the air. Young-guk asked her what the matter was, noticing her unusual demeanor. She replied haltingly, claiming she was too drunk and needed a moment. She then unexpectedly asked if they could stay like that for a bit, leaving Young-guk puzzled by her sudden, uncharacteristic behavior, especially since he had never seen her drink before. A dawning realization began to form in Young-guk's mind. A man's hand firmly gripped the shoulder of the clearly distressed woman. Young-guk's suspicion solidified as he directly asked if her CEO had instructed her to act this way. She stammered a question about how he knew, confirming his grim deduction. Young-guk reflected that the entertainment world possessed dark sides as profound as its glamorous exterior, noting how former gangsters often established talent agencies as part of their business ventures. He concluded that Yang Soo-gap, the CEO of BS Entertainment, was no better than those unsavory characters. He wondered if she had been blackmailed, knowing such situations rarely concluded favorably. Young-guk then challenged her to stop agonizing, asserting that only two options existed for her. He plainly laid out the choices: either continue to be dragged along by the situation or confront it directly. She questioned him, asking how she could possibly confront such a powerful force. She exclaimed that it was easy for him, given his talent, reputable agency, excellent public image, and the widespread affection he received. Young-guk sharply commanded her to snap out of her self-pity. He challenged her, asking if she intended to live in isolation or passively accept an inevitable, clearly visible downfall, reminding her that life offered no second chances. He urged her not to do something she would regret, revealing he had noticed during filming that she was a far better actress than she believed, with her skills often underrated due to her striking looks. Young-guk emphasized that her success stemmed from her acting skills, not merely her appearance or agency, assuring her that she could always find a way to continue acting. He warned that if she broke as a person, she would be utterly incapable of doing anything at all. Overwhelmed, the woman stood crying, her face buried deeply in her hands. A man in a sharp suit looked down, lost in thoughtful contemplation, his profile etched with concern. Young-guk called out to Hyejin Nuna with urgency. He then offered a cover, suggesting she had simply had too much to drink, and promised to explain to PDU, urging her to go home first. She murmured a broken question, wondering if she was truly falling apart under the pressure. At the bustling market, a customer complimented the fresh wild vegetables, remarking on the vendor's handsome and generous nature while deciding to wait a bit longer. A woman asked the grandmother if the shy girl hiding nearby was her granddaughter, but the grandmother explained she was just a pretty child who was unusually not hiding from customers today. The girl whispered that the handsome man was the one from television, a comment that left the other person utterly confused. A man wearing a cap smiled warmly, gently pressing a finger to his lips in a gesture requesting silence. Later, an appreciative voice thanked someone for a wonderful meal. However, another person felt the gesture was far too extravagant. The shop owner marveled at how clean their establishment looked before regretfully informing a new customer that they had run out of fish and were closing for the night. A woman's voice called for Myung-jin from inside, prompting him to tell his daughter they had a customer and warn her not to touch anything lest she get hurt. Suddenly, chaos erupted from within as a child shouted about a broken faucet, and the mother instructed the father to deal with the customer again. The father stepped outside, asking the visitor to please come back later and even offering to recommend a good shop next door. When the man mentioned Mrs. Yang's shop by name, the father stared in surprise, wondering how he knew about it. A flash of realization hit him as he correctly deduced that the visitor must be there to see Jisoo. Sometime later, 4 people were gathered comfortably around a low table, seated in pairs facing one another. Myung-jin questioned Young-guk about the pile of wild vegetables and his unannounced visit, prompting Young-guk to formally introduce himself before Myung-jin did the same. Myung-jin explained that his mother had spoken highly of Young-guk, then introduced his daughter Jisoo, adding that his mother had been so happy to have a young friend to chat with. Young-guk clarified that with filming now over, he had come down to watch the final episode of his drama with them and brought the vegetables as a gift for their side dishes. Although Myung-jin offered to cook something delicious, Young-guk suggested they order fried chicken instead and cordially invited both him and Jisoo to join for dinner. Jisoo excitedly asked if she could stay and watch the drama too, explaining that her father considered her too young, an arrangement to which Young-guk immediately and happily agreed. The young girl then eagerly requested a picture together so she could show it off to her friends at school, earning a sharp reprimand from her father. As a stomach growled audibly, Young-guk calmly intervened, saying a picture was no trouble, but then proposed an even better idea: he would pick her up from school the next day. Myung-jin insisted Young-guk didn't need to go to such lengths, but the actor kindly asked the older man to speak more comfortably with him, admitting the formality made him feel uneasy. Flustered but appreciative, Myung-jin stammered his agreement. The arrival of a fresh box of chicken brought a wave of excitement to the room. As the delicious aroma filled the air, Young-guk privately reflected on his mother, feeling a bittersweet pang as he realized her attachment to Namhang market was more complex than had thought. Young-guk's mother asked if he also enjoyed a particular side dish, and he readily confirmed that he did. Just before the drama was set to begin, Young-guk announced he was going to take a quick walk to see the dock. A caring voice called after him, urging him to slow down to avoid getting hurt. Under a brilliant starry sky, a man in a blue scarf gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Back at the house, Myung-jin gently told his daughter not to be too upset with her grandmother. He then mused aloud that if it had been his own father, he might have felt more at ease with the situation. Myung-jin sighed, admitting that perhaps he was the one who was still unable to let go of the past. On the television screen, a historical drama played out, with a character giving instructions to have their hair buried beside their deceased brother's tomb. Jisoo turned to Young-guk, gushing about how amazing his acting was, but he modestly deflected her praise. She recounted what her drama club teacher always said, that acting was a skill that required immense hard work for talent to truly bloom. She then explained that despite her teacher's firm belief that no one was a born actor, she felt Young-guk was the sole exception. Young-guk firmly denied this, insisting that everyone had to work hard, but Jisoo countered by pointing out he had been scouted off the street and acting since he was a child. With a playful grin, she asked if he was secretly a robot, prompting Young-guk to gamely play along, much to her delighted surprise. The young girl with neatly braided hair broke into a soft, genuine smile. Changing the subject, Jisoo gently asked Young-guk not to be too angry with her father. She revealed that her dad had once been very quiet but had opened up significantly since moving there, as evidenced by his earlier interaction with the female customer. Jisoo elaborated that her father's cold demeanor with people contrasted with his excellent cooking, and she shared her past worry that his sudden move was a result of her mother's death. With a look of pure relief, she expressed how wonderful it was to finally see her father looking so genuinely happy. She confessed that she would rather see him joyful like this every single day than watch him struggle all alone. Young-guk was touched by her wisdom, telling her she sounded more mature than he was, and warmly reassured her he wasn't mad at all. A call from inside announced that fruit was ready, and Jisoo excitedly urged Young-guk to come with her. The actor readily agreed to follow the cheerful young girl. A door swung open to reveal a cozy backyard adorned with colorful, glowing lanterns. The next morning, a grandmother expressed her surprise at finding that her grandson had prepared breakfast, but he explained he couldn't bear to see her only drinking rice water. The grandmother waved it off, explaining that her stomach had been feeling unwell and the simple meal was all she needed. The young man then earnestly suggested she quit her market work and come live with him in Seoul, worrying that his busy parents couldn't care for her properly. She quickly shut down the idea, questioning how a lifelong merchant like herself could ever adjust to city life before trying to send him off on an errand. He explained he was on vacation and intended to rest, then skillfully changed the topic to something he was curious about. He asked his grandmother for her opinion on the final episode of the drama they had watched together, and she conceded that the young man's acting made it worth watching. The grandson wholeheartedly agreed, describing the actor as tall, handsome, polite, mature, and seemingly destined for great things. His grandmother, however, offered a more esoteric analysis of the actor's facial features, noting a perfect combination for his career but also sensing something more. She confessed that the more she studied his face, the stronger she felt that something was being hidden, though she couldn't discern what it was. She then dismissed it as a minor point, stating the more pressing issue was the actress who had played Jang Young-guk, Ch101. The old woman spoke in metaphor, describing the actress' fate as a swan that believed it was in clear water but was actually trapped in thick mud. She concluded that it was a great misfortune, though she admitted she had only ever seen the actress on television. In the chaotic clamor of the morning fish auction, two merchants were locked in a fierce argument over product quality. A nearby worker tried to mediate, telling the shouting men that their loud dispute was disrupting the auction in the next section. Just then, Young-guk appeared and calmly suggested they settle the matter with a quick game, his sudden presence catching everyone's attention. At the actor's suggestion, the two men immediately ceased their bickering and agreed to his terms, each muttering that the other was lucky. An old acquaintance greeted Young-guk warmly, asking what brought him to the auction so early and offering to make his favorite kind of coffee. Young-guk politely declined the offer, but his eyes were suddenly drawn to a nearby newspaper, and he asked if he could borrow it for a moment. The man graciously handed it over, telling him to take his time since he could read it after the auction was finished. Young-guk's eyes widened in shock as he read the headline, an exclusive report detailing how actress Ch101 had exposed the corruption of BS Entertainment's CEO. A jolt went through him as he processed the news, realizing with astonishment that she had actually gone through with her threat. Young-guk read the breaking news, astonished that actress Ch101 had exposed the corruption of BS Entertainment's CEO, a fact he was completely unaware of despite working with her. The news spread like wildfire among industry staff, who, despite knowing BS Entertainment's poor reputation, were stunned that Ch101 herself had made the revelation. A senior colleague confirmed had already seen the article, adding that multiple allegations had been made and Ch101 was scheduled to hold a press conference that very day to reveal everything. A nervous rumor circulated that their own team might be implicated, but another staffer quickly hushed them, pointing out that the fall of such a large agency inevitably involved powerful figures at the broadcasting stations. The mood throughout the building was somber, like a funeral, as those who had benefited from the agency's bribes grew anxious. To escape the tension, one colleague suggested a coffee break on the roof. Another staff member tried to lighten the mood, sharing the good news that their drama's final episode had achieved an impressive 46.7% viewership rating. The news brought mixed feelings, with one person expressing relief that Ch101 had at least waited until after the show's conclusion, while simultaneously worrying if this scandal meant their reward vacation would be cancelled. However, his colleague chided him for his trivial concerns, admitting his own head was spinning with worry for the actress herself. He reminded everyone that she wasn't just any actress, but a top-tier star known as the nation's most beautiful, and her actions would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the broadcasting, film, and even political worlds. A lingering question hung in the air as they wondered if Ch101 had truly considered the full scope of what she was doing. The grim consensus. Meanwhile, across the city, a steady rain fell upon the weathered stone of a large school building. A familiar voice called out a young girl's name from across the schoolyard. The girl, Jisoo, turned in delight, expressing her surprise that her older brother had actually come to pick her up, admitting she thought his promise from the day before was just a casual remark. After a brief exchange, she eagerly turned to her friends and proudly introduced the young man as her appa. Her friends exchanged confused glances, recalling that Jisoo was an only child, but she simply brushed off their stares and insisted he was just her brother. With a flourish, she finally revealed his identity, proudly announcing that the man her friends had likely seen on TV, the great actor Jang Young-guk, was her brother. Young-guk kindly offered to treat Jisoo and her friends to tteokbokki, an idea which the young girl met with gleeful enthusiasm. The friends engaged in some light-hearted teasing, with one accusing the other of acting overly cute just because her famous brother was present. Jisoo then playfully asked Young-guk if he preferred girls who picked at their food, to which he warmly replied that he liked people who ate well. Noting her hearty appetite, he complimented her and promptly called out to the owner for another order of donkatsu. Unbeknownst to them, a television screen somewhere else showed a live broadcast from the location of Cha Hae-jin's press conference. A reporter on screen announced that, contrary to the schedule, Cha Hae-jin was already taking the stage. Cha Hae-jin stood resolutely at the podium, her face illuminated by the blinding storm of camera flashes. Steeling herself, she acknowledged internally that there was truly no turning back now. A close-up revealed her hand trembling slightly against the solid wood of the lectern, betraying her outward composure. She began her statement, promising to reveal in detail all the bribery, corruption, lobbying, and unfair contracts orchestrated by BS Entertainment's CEO Yang Young-guk. A journalist immediately challenged her, demanding to know if she possessed concrete evidence to support her claims against the CEO. She confidently asserted that she would never have called the press conference without solid proof, though she clarified that she would not be disclosing the recorded files and documents meant for court. Instead, she declared that the clearest example of the CEO's corruption was bribery and sordid entertainment, a statement that prompted a reporter to ask for clarification. Her voice ringing with conviction, she revealed that she herself was the evidence, having been personally forced to attend a scene of entertainment corruption at the CEO's direction. Her bombshell confession sent the press into a frenzy as she went on to detail how CEO Yang Young-guk not only engaged in sexual entertainment but also demanded unfair contracts from his actors. As an example, she cited how she was forced to extend her own contract, had appearance fees repeatedly withheld, and was even ordered to secretly record the private lives of other actors the CEO disliked. A sharp voice suddenly cut through the clamor, calling out her full name. A reporter then posed a pointed question, asking her to confirm or deny rumors that she had worked as a helper in adult entertainment establishments before her debut. Hae-jin instantly recognized the reporter as a man who was notoriously close with BS Entertainment, realizing with a chill that this was CEO Yang's final, desperate counterattack. In that moment, she recalled Young-guk's kind words about her success being due to her acting skills, a bittersweet memory as she reflected on a truth she already knew. She had known all along that after this, she would likely never be able to act again, and with a heavy heart, she confirmed that the reporter's rumor was true. She stood her ground at the podium, a lone figure facing a sea of voracious reporters. Elsewhere, a car sped through the rain-slicked streets, its tires slicing through a deep puddle. Inside, Young-guk instructed his manager to change their destination, deciding they needed to go to their own agency first instead of heading to Director Beck's house. His manager remarked on the immense fallout from the bomb Cha Hae-jin had dropped, noting that the entire entertainment industry, including other agencies, was now in total chaos. Young-guk recognized this as a butterfly effect, a drastic deviation from the timeline he remembered from his past life. A heavy realization dawned on him, this was all happening because of the advice he had given her. The manager predicted that while the CEO would likely be arrested, he was deeply worried for Cha Hae-jin, as the media had already begun mercilessly digging into her past. Just then, his phone rang, and the manager told Young-guk he needed to pull over at a rest area to take an urgent call from their agency's CEO. He answered the phone respectfully, identifying himself as manager Lee Bong-chun. A heavy silence filled the car as the manager listened intently to the news on the other end of the line. As soon as he hung up, Young-guk turned to him, anxiously asking what the call had been about. The manager braced him to not be shocked before revealing it was about actress Cha Hae-jin, prompting Young-guk to press him for details. A sense of dread washed over Young-guk as he desperately demanded to know what had happened to her. The manager stood outside in the pouring rain, his face etched with grave concern. Inside the car, Young-guk's expression twisted in horror as he stared out at the rain-streaked window. A breaking news report flashed across a screen, announcing that Cha Hae-jin had made an extreme choice and was currently being transported to the hospital. In a university lecture hall, a law professor began to explain the legal concept of oblique intent to his students, contrasting it with definite intent. He then connected this legal theory to the very case that was currently shaking the nation, noting that the actress had exposed crimes and pleaded for justice. However, he pointed out, the media's response had been to ignore her plea and instead focus on sensationalizing her past. The professor identified this as a classic argumentative fallacy, attacking the messenger when you can't refute the message, and emphasized that her past had no bearing on the current incident. He recounted that, in the end, the actress had been driven to take her own life, and yet not a single media outlet showed remorse, instead shamelessly reporting on the attempt itself. He then posed a grim hypothetical to his law students, asking them to consider the case as if the actress had not survived. He challenged them to question whether the incident would simply be classified as a suicide. Or, he concluded, could it be argued that it was, in fact, a homicide by oblique intent? The CEO noticed that Young-guk seemed to be lost in a world of heavy thoughts. He gently probed, asking if the actress' situation was weighing on his mind and if he was upset by his inability to help her. Young-guk confessed the advice he had given her, to either endure being dragged along or to confront the situation and end it decisively. He then corrected himself, admitting the guilt wasn't just weighing on him but strangling him, as he had spoken thoughtlessly without understanding the true gravity of his words. A chilling realization shook him as he understood that the experiences from his past life couldn't always provide the right answers in the present. The CEO then began to speak, reminding Young-guk that similar incidents had occurred in the past. He described how the entertainment world of Ch101 was rife with immoral acts beyond ordinary imagination, and back then, no one had dared to step forward. He explained that far from feeling any guilt, people were too entangled in their own interests to act, cowering in fear and allowing a rising star to ultimately take her own life. The CEO confessed his own decades-long regret, admitting he had turned a blind eye to her suffering, afraid of ruining his own hard-won career. When he finally mustered the courage to attend her funeral, he found it completely empty, abandoned even by her co-stars and her own manager. He recalled it as a clear testament to the pettiness of the adults in the industry, who distanced themselves even from the dead, and he vowed never to repeat that regret. With this heavy story concluded, he urged Young-guk not to worry. For now, things were about to change. The scene shifted to the impressive Ch101 Entertainment headquarters, its massive screen glowing under a bright sky. Inside his office, the CEO reassured Young-guk once more, telling him not to be overly concerned because Cha Hyejin was safe. Young-guk anxiously asked if she was truly okay, and the CEO confirmed that although she had overdosed on sleeping pills, she was physically stable after having her stomach pumped. He added that her mental state remained fragile, requiring a few days of hospitalization, which brought a faint sigh of relief from a listening Young-guk. A heavy silence fell as Young-guk processed the fragile good news. The CEO tried to comfort him again, insisting Cha Hyejin would be fine and mentioning that manager Bong-chun had also noticed his gloomy demeanor since his trip. Still consumed by guilt, Young-guk questioned if she would truly recover, feeling powerless and blaming himself for her ordeal. The CEO firmly spoke his name, cutting through his spiral of self-reproach. He then made a powerful offer, promising to help her act again if she wished, knowing she would be blacklisted by other agencies after her fallout with BS Entertainment. He clarified that the ultimate key was her own courage, but if she could find the strength to stand up, he, as the CEO of Ch101 Agency, would give her his full support. He then posed a thoughtful question, affirming that it was only natural for an actress to live her life as an actress. This time, he told Young-guk, it was time to trust the adults to handle things. Just then, a staff member rushed into the office, urgently beckoning the CEO to come with him. The CEO asked what was wrong, fearing more bad news, only to be told that a press conference was being broadcast live at that very moment. He reacted with shock, demanding to know what kind of press conference it was. The employee admitted he wasn't sure of the specifics, only that it was related to the current incident involving Cha Hyejin. The broadcast showed an empty podium in a large hall, with microphones arranged for a major announcement. In a starkly different setting, Cha Hyejin sat up in her hospital bed, her face a mask of sorrow. Her phone screen glowed with the evidence of the media storm, displaying 46 missed calls. A reporter's cruel question from the past echoed in her mind, accusing her of having worked as a hostess in a Gangnam nightclub. The haunting memory culminated in the image of a bare foot stepping onto a high ledge. In her despair, she had questioned what more she could possibly do when she couldn't even succeed in taking her own life. She had wondered if jumping was the only answer left. The thought had consumed her as she asked herself if a final leap would at last bring an end to her pain. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice shattered her dark reverie, sharply questioning what she meant by jumping. Startled, a woman stumbled into view, complaining about her aching back. It was her former stylist, who immediately began chiding Hygiene, accusing her of acting like some tragic heroine. When Hygiene asked why she was there, the stylist retorted that since Hygiene was fired, she had been fired too, leaving her with nowhere else to go. The stylist confessed that she hadn't planned to come but had a bad feeling she couldn't ignore, admitting she couldn't leave Hygiene alone despite how badly she had treated her. She continued her tough love approach, stating her relief at no longer having to care for her, and warned Hygiene that any tantrums wouldn't work this time. Her tone then softened as she reminded Hygiene of a time when she had asked for an advance on her salary. The stylist revealed that while the CEO had refused, Hygiene had personally pushed for it, allowing her to pay her mother's hospital bills. She explained that this past kindness had transformed her feelings, and it was why she had come, insisting there was something Hygiene needed to see. She then pointed to a television, showing a press conference that was directly related to her. Hygiene stared at the screen in utter confusion, barely able to process what was happening. At the event, reporters buzzed with speculation about the sudden conference hosted by the elites of Ch101, noting that major broadcast stations were also present. One journalist cynically commented that any news from this event would be buried anyway, as the public was far more interested in Hygiene's past. Another reporter congratulated his colleague, Yang Young-guk, for getting the scoop on Hygiene's past, to which Yang smugly replied that he was just lucky. Their self-satisfied chatter was cut short by a sudden, shocking development. From nearby, an unseen figure muttered a curse, expressing their disgust at the reporter's callousness. An official announcement then called for the press conference to begin in 5 minutes, instructing all reporters to find their seats. One of the reporters grumbled about the organizer's self-importance, but his complaint died in his throat as he saw who was taking the stage. A wave of shock went through the room as the titans of the industry appeared, directors Baek Jang-hoon, Young Ik-chul, Kim Suk-young, and the legendary actor An Young-hyun. Echoing the CEO's earlier words, a voice of resolve declared that there was no need to worry now. On stage, director Baek announced that it was time for the adults to step up. He began by stating that they had gathered as filmmakers, seniors, and adults to finally address the chronic corruption plaguing entertainment agencies. The director recounted how a young actress had nearly lost her life trying to fight this system alone, and while the courts would judge the agency, he was there to speak on another matter entirely. A reporter immediately jumped in, asking if the press conference was about actress Cha Hygiene. Director Baek confirmed that it was, before turning his gaze and identifying the questioner as reporter Yang Young-guk. He then publicly singled him out as the very journalist who was the first to report on Cha Hygiene's past. Flustered, reporter Yang defended his actions as a professional duty to inform the public, demanding to know what that had to do with the incident. The director fired back, accusing him and the media of forgetting their true duties and chasing sensational scoops while ignoring the core issue of systemic corruption. He then posed a grim and powerful question to the room, asking how many more people had to die before this kind of malicious gossip-mongering would end. In his final, damning statement, Director Baek stared directly at the reporter and demanded to know if he was a journalist or nothing more than low-life scum. He concluded with a final, damning question, demanding to know if the man was a true journalist or merely low-life scum. Meanwhile, in another room, a voice expressed profound relief, lauding director Baek Jang-hoon as an incredible man worthy of his title as Ch101's godfather. Another agreed wholeheartedly, remarking that director Baek was the epitome of a real adult. The first speaker elaborated, noting that while the industry had many prominent figures, none had ever dared to hold such a confrontational press conference. The awe was palpable as someone wondered who else in the entire country could so fiercely criticize journalists on a public stage. Back at the press conference, reporter Young furiously objected to being called scum, insisting that journalists were professionals dedicated solely to the pursuit of truth. He defiantly claimed it was his right to report on Cha Hae-jin's past, but was immediately shut down by actor An Young-hyun, who questioned what gave them the right to expose every detail of an actor's private life. The reporters accused An Young-hyun of being too harsh, but he refused to back down. The actor shot back that their own actions were far harsher, accusing them of ignoring an obvious injustice out of fragile pride and greed. He continued his furious condemnation, comparing them to hyenas for digging up a victim's unrelated vulnerabilities instead of protecting her identity as they should have. Overcome with raw disgust, his tirade was finally cut short when someone urged him to calm down. Director Beck then turned his attention back to the stunned reporter, stating that if he still failed to understand the gravity of the situation, then he should be deeply and utterly ashamed of himself. From afar, a message of solidarity was sent to Hae-jin, urging her to watch closely as events unfolded. A comforting voice assured the unseen Hae-jin that she was not fighting her battle alone. A triumphant, hearty laugh echoed through the room, a sound of pure victory. Later, An Young-hyun vented his lingering anger, declaring he would have taught reporter Young a lesson if he hadn't been stopped, and gloated over the reporter's shocked and reddening face. One of the directors sympathized, admitting he had also wanted to punch the man and recalling that the reporter was just a snot-nosed kid when they were making films. He added that if the broadcast hadn't been live, he would have grabbed the reporter by the collar, before stepping outside for fresh air, exasperated by the journalist's audacity. The scene shifted, focusing on the refined silhouette and traditional garments of an older, dignified man. Young-guk approached him, asking if Young-hyun's loud outburst had driven him outside, but his grandfather clarified that he had never seen his own uncle so agitated before. Young-guk remarked how cool it was to see his normally composed uncle get so fired up at the press conference, before asking how he thought his grandfather had done. He then declared with admiration that his grandfather had been the coolest of all, acknowledging that such a bold move must have been incredibly difficult, even with a lifetime of experience. Reflecting on his grandfather's words, Young-guk agreed that it was truly time for the adults to step in, a task only a true adult could accomplish. He then asked his grandfather if he had been scared, prompting the old director to recall his younger days when he was afraid of public opinion and often rejected help. The director admitted he had been heartless and cowardly, but as he grew older, he realized all those fears were ultimately meaningless. He shared his wisdom, expressing his hope that Young-guk would not experience the same regrets and stressing that what truly matters is how one uses their strength. He imparted a final lesson, instructing his grandson that when he eventually gained power, he must be sure to use it for righteous causes. Lost in thought, Young-guk mused that while he had always been consumed by acting, he was now beginning to see that there was more to life, as if waking up to new possibilities. With newfound resolve, he gave his grandfather a firm promise that he would absolutely do so. In the days that followed, news headlines blared that BS Entertainment had been raided by prosecutors, with reporters swarming the scene like hyenas hunting for a story. Another report detailed the formal police investigation into CEO Yang Soo-gap, poignantly noting that victims were crying while the perpetrators had been laughing. CEO Kim Sung-hwan expressed his disgust at the hypocrisy of the TV networks, who he felt were worse than flip-floppers, siding with whoever benefited them at the moment. He sighed, explaining that this was just how the industry worked, before apologizing to Young-guk for his rambling train of thought. Shifting gears, the CEO asked Young-guk why he wasn't attending the reward vacation for his latest successful drama, calling it a waste not to go. Young-guk calmly replied that it was fine since he had school, prompting the CEO to remember his studies but still worry about two lead actors being absent. Young-guk explained that he had already spoken to the producer, citing his packed school schedule and an honest dislike of flying. The CEO chuckled, playfully teasing him about his fear of flying, since the most he had ever done was take a few domestic flights. After the light-hearted moment, however, the CEO's expression turned serious, revealing the real reason he had summoned Young-guk. He looked at the young actor and told him frankly that he wanted him to take a break from acting for a while. The scene then transitioned to a peaceful exterior shot of a building, with trees swaying and people milling about outside. The CEO explained that he had used a strong tone because he knew Young-guk wouldn't listen otherwise, pointing to the actor's relentless drive. He reminded him that as soon as he joined the agency, he had immediately dived into reviewing scripts for his next project. He pointed out that most actors would have taken time to enjoy their success, but Young-guk seemed almost desperate to be constantly working. The CEO then urged him to rest, warning him that no matter his stamina or spirit, he was at risk of burnout if he kept this pace. He emphasized that he was giving this advice not as a CEO but as a concerned uncle, which caused Young-guk to contemplate the unfamiliar concept of burnout. Young-guk reflected on his career, listing the countless roles he had played since childhood and realizing how hollow the advice to just enjoy his school days now seemed. He questioned if his drive stemmed from a lifelong impatience, remembering the suffocating longing to perform he felt when he was only landing minor parts. He felt a wave of gratitude for the good people in his life, realizing that his CEO was the first person to encourage him to slow down and appreciate the journey. He idly wondered what his life would have been like if he hadn't been discovered, musing that he might have become a public official instead. The CEO reacted with comical alarm, gasping as he asked if Young-guk was seriously thinking about taking the civil service exam. The setting abruptly changed to a university campus, where an energetic senior clapped a hand on Young-guk's shoulder, praising his physique as perfect for the rugby team. Young-guk internally noted how most people kept their distance due to his fame, finding his classmates' normal treatment both refreshing and oddly irritating. The senior's boisterous demeanor suddenly shifted as he asked with genuine concern if Young-guk was all right. He mentioned that everyone had been worried when he missed class for several days during the recent public commotion. To help him catch up, he offered his perfectly written lecture notes, but Young-guk playfully declined, joking that geniuses were known for their bad handwriting. Just then, another classmate approached, reminding Young-guk that the criminal mock trial final was a group project, to which he replied that he had already told him. The classmate assumed he knew, given he placed first in the midterms, just as the professor began to take attendance for the class. The professor called out Jang Young-guk's name and noted that he had been absent when the groups were formed the previous week. He then announced that Young-guk would be completing his final project with a student named Kim Dong-jin. Young-guk's disappointment was visible as he processed the news, prompting Kim Dong-jin to wryly tell him not to look so obviously hurt. Dong-jin then confidently assured his new partner not to worry, promising he was the type to always get the job done when it counted. Now that they were officially partners, Dong-jin mentioned there was someone he wanted to introduce him to. Caught completely by surprise, Young-guk questioned why on earth his new partner would want to introduce him to someone. The scene opened to a bright, sunny day overlooking the quiet rooftops of several apartment buildings. A faint rustling sound subtly broke the peaceful silence. A man's voice called out to someone named Gwangti, acknowledging his recurring presence. Gwangti retorted, questioning if he was unwelcome and defending his visits by mentioning the coffee he always brought, only for the other man to mock him for sourcing it from a vending machine. The first man questioned why Gwangti, who wasn't even a student, constantly lingered near his used bookstore, prompting Gwangti to once again explain that he was there to study people. Elsewhere, a furious argument erupted as one law student accused another of stealing a book on criminal policy that he had only set down for a moment. The accused calmly stated he had paid for the book first, making it his, as a bystander sighed at the childish squabble between future lawyers. In this used bookstore, a hotbed for civil service exam hopefuls, newly arrived books were like treasure, and conflicts over them were common. Just as fists were about to fly, a commanding voice suddenly called for them to wait. Dong-jin intervened, outlining the legal consequences of their fight, including a potential special assault charge, before wisely suggesting that the real winner would be the person who walked away. An onlooker sarcastically commented that Dong-jin was acting like the self-appointed sheriff of the exam village. The bookstore owner then turned his attention to Gwangti, feigning a lapse in memory as he condescendingly asked what his job was, insinuating he was unemployed. Gwangti stood his ground and declared with frustration that he was, as he had explained many times before, a writer. The story then contemplated the nature of genius, noting that some are born with talent while others achieve it through relentless, eye-bleeding effort. It classified Kim Dong-jin as a lazy genius, a fact Young-guk seemed to grasp as he expressed his awe at the extensive materials his senior had prepared. Young-guk wondered how he had managed to create such a high-quality mock trial scenario, to which Dong-jin explained it stemmed from his personal motto to never be a burden on others. He then reminded Young-guk that he had chosen him for the team for a reason, which led Young-guk to skeptically ask if the material had been copied from a cheat sheet. Dong-jin scoffed at the accusation, clarifying that cheat sheets were useless since the professor personally evaluated each group project and would instantly fail any plagiarized work. He added with sincerity that he had noticed Young-guk's recent struggles and absence from school and wanted to help him as a concerned senior. Dong-jin then gave him an out, offering to switch him to a different group if he was unhappy with the arrangement. He then steered the conversation forward, noting that since Young-guk had no other classes, he could meet the other team members later. Seizing the opportunity, Dong-jin invited him to eat, reminding him of the person he wanted to introduce, but quickly warned him not to expect a fan meeting. Young-guk reacted defensively, but Dong-jin brushed it off as a joke, acknowledging that his friend's recent popularity probably attracted a lot of attention. He then awkwardly confessed that the person they were about to meet was a bit unusual, framing the lunch as a good deed to get Young-guk to agree. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Dong-jin spotted the man immediately and pointed him out to a curious Young-guk. He then revealed the mysterious person's identity. It was his uncle. The uncle immediately misidentified Dong-jin as a physical education student because of his rugby background, forcing an exasperated Dong-jin to correct him that he was in law school. Dong-jin had to remind his forgetful uncle that he was the one who had asked for an introduction to an actor, though the uncle dodged the point, insisting they were all just trying to make a living. The uncle declared that they should eat before getting down to business, turning to Young-guk and jovially asking the handsome fellow for his agreement. Dong-jin bluntly urged his uncle to get a real job as his grandmother wished, only for the man to playfully scold his nephew for nagging him after all these years. After heartily finishing his meal, the uncle praised the restaurant's excellent stir-fried pork, as Young-guk silently concluded this man was an even tougher opponent than Dong-jin. Answering Young-guk's unspoken question, Dong-jin explained that his uncle, a university alumnus, had spent years traveling before settling in the exam village to pursue a writing career. The uncle finally addressed Young-guk, confirming he had heard of his fame but admitting his travels left no time for watching TV or films, hence why he didn't recognize him. He then got to the point, revealing he had written a screenplay that no company would take, brushing aside Dong-jin's jab about money and stressing the importance of connections instead. He presented a manuscript titled The Law is Far, but Fists Are Close, asking Young-guk to read it and consider showing it to his agency. Young-guk agreed but was taken aback by the graphite-smudged, entirely handwritten script, carefully warning that even with a synopsis, there was no guarantee of it being filmed. The uncle casually told him not to feel pressured, admitting he also came for the free lunch, which prompted an embarrassed Dong-jin to chastise him for mooching. Ignoring his nephew, the man cheerfully ordered more food as Dong-jin finally revealed his name to be Ko Gwang-ti, a name that echoed with familiarity in Young-guk's mind. A jolt of shock ran through Young-guk as he made the connection. Ko Gwang-ti was the legendary madman of Chungmuro. The man in question looked up in confusion, obliviously asking what this talk of madness in Chungmuro was all about. Young-guk quickly downplayed his reaction and asked for confirmation of his name, to which the man simply nodded. Internally, Young-guk berated himself for not recognizing the famous director from his past life, whose shaggy appearance hid the man who earned the nickname. The Madman of Chungmuro. A soft tapping sound marked a transition to a different time and place. Gwang-ti was stopped by an acquaintance who asked if he was heading off to work again, to which he gave a noncommittal reply. Alone, he pondered his script, a 5-year labor of love that had been met with crushing silence from agencies who often dismissed unknown writers. He recalled Dong-jin mentioning the actor's fame but reasoned that he wouldn't know, as he purposely avoided films to keep his own vision pure. Gwang-ti admitted he had been reluctant to hand over his creation, but something in the young actor's eyes had compelled him. That intense gaze had truly stirred his heart and given him a sliver of hope. He resigned himself to fate, trying to convince himself that he would be fine whether it worked out or not. Yet, a part of him began to consider the grim alternative of starting over with menial jobs in the film industry. Back in the present, Young-guk was completely absorbed in the manuscript for The Law is Far, but Fists Are Close. He knew with absolute certainty that this man would become a wildly successful director, remembering how every one of Ko Gwangti's works had caused a sensation in his past life. The director had been lauded for his raw, minimalist style and unique screenplays that masterfully balanced commercial appeal with artistic value. However, Young-guk realized a critical fact: in this timeline, Ko Gwangti's directorial debut was still at least 5 years away. He recalled the director's meteoric rise, a steep climb that bypassed the decade-long slog most filmmakers endured to reach the top. Then, another crucial memory surfaced: none of Gwangti's famous films had been about the law, meaning this script was something entirely new. He came to a startling conclusion: this was a practice work, a masterpiece that had never been released in his previous life. His intense concentration was broken by his uncle, Baek Jang-hoon, who asked what he was reading so intently. Young-guk explained it was a screenplay from an acquaintance, and his uncle, intrigued, asked to see it. After just a few pages, Jang-hoon was captivated, exclaiming that the script was brilliant and the characters felt incredibly real. He excitedly pointed to a specific scene, praising the script's masterful blend of comedy, action, and sharp, satirical black humor. Completely blown away by the script's genre-bending nature, he eagerly asked for the writer's name. Young-guk told him the writer was Ko Gwangti, a name his uncle had never heard before. Jang-hoon then shifted his focus, asking his nephew why he seemed so preoccupied when he was supposed to be taking a break to recharge. Young-guk confessed his dilemma: the script was so complex and authoritatively written that he feared most directors would refuse to touch it. He mentioned that he had considered one director, Shin Sung-hyun, but knew his style wouldn't be a match, prompting his uncle to ask why that was a problem. Jang-hoon offered a piece of wisdom, reminding Young-guk that he was a born actor, not a machine, and that for him, the very act of working on a project was its own form of recharging. He encouraged him to start a new project when he felt ready, then declared that the perfect director to handle such a demanding screenplay was right there beside him. A bewildered Young-guk looked around, asking who he could possibly mean. With unwavering confidence, his uncle revealed the answer by stating his own name, Senior Baek Jang-hoon. A soft chuckle escaped someone's lips as the conversation began to unfold. One of the guests, expressing delightful surprise at the elaborate feast, heartily thanked Young-guk, acknowledging his significant role as a matchmaker in their burgeoning relationship. She then reminded Young-guk of their first meeting at an art exhibition, mentioning how much she had heard about him from Yun-soo, a statement Young-guk jokingly denied ever hearing. Yun-soo playfully interjected, exposing her relative's previous complaint about Young-guk's lack of contact, which earned an embarrassed gasp from the auntie. The aunt then extended a heartfelt invitation, asking Young-guk if he would consider singing at their upcoming wedding ceremony. Young-guk hesitated, claiming he wasn't a professional singer and questioning the appropriateness, but he was quickly assured that his vocal talents were widely recognized and that he would be compensated for his performance. The offer became even more enticing with the promise of a high-end suit, expensive shoes, and a belt, making it impossible for Young-guk to decline, and he readily agreed. A pragmatic thought crossed Young-guk's mind, considering that gaining wedding performance experience might prove useful for similar events in the future. He promised to do his utmost, then paused, formulating an additional request before he continued. He boldly suggested a duet with Yun-soo, a proposal that was met with palpable astonishment from those present. Young-guk justified his idea by explaining that Yun-soo had provided him with the aunt's phone number to pass to director Shin, arguing that one of the matchmakers shouldn't be excluded from the performance, despite Yun-soo's protest that she couldn't sing. Yun-soo murmured her willingness to perform with Young-guk, and the group collaboratively decided they would select an easy song for their duet. An enthusiastic voice declared that there was no time to lose and eagerly inquired about Yun-su's immediate plans. Yun-su, brimming with excitement, promptly announced her intention to head straight to the agency for singing lessons. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the impressive facade of Baek Jang-hoon Productions. Young-guk arrived, letting out a soft sigh as he confessed to himself that despite his frequent visits, he still felt a pang of nervousness entering the building. A receptionist greeted him, offering assistance, and Young-guk clearly stated his purpose, to see director Baek Jang-hoon. The receptionist inquired about an appointment, but Young-guk explained his impromptu arrival and confidently asserted that his name alone would be sufficient for the director to recognize him. He was asked to wait momentarily, and a poignant thought surfaced in his mind about the stark contrast between his past life, where he struggled immensely to even enter such a place, and his current reality, where he moved freely. Soon after, the receptionist returned with an invitation for him to proceed upstairs, which Young-guk acknowledged with a polite thank you. Upon seeing him, Young-guk addressed director Baek Jang-hoon affectionately as grandfather. Director Baek Jang-hoon offered Young-guk a choice of soft drinks or warm green tea, then decided to serve a special pu'er tea he had recently acquired from China. Young-guk then asked if his grandfather was curious about his sudden visit, reminiscing about the days when he frequently accompanied him to work as a child. His grandfather affirmed his curiosity, noting Young-guk's unusual silence during breakfast that morning, and urged him to drink his tea before it cooled. Young-guk revealed he had discovered a complete script, one that lacked the usual synopsis or treatment and appeared to have been repeatedly rejected by various film companies. His grandfather surmised the writer was unknown, elaborating on how most film companies, due to limited time and personnel, rarely accepted unsolicited full scripts from unfamiliar authors. He concluded that the writer's initial approach was inherently flawed, but then, intrigued, questioned Young-guk's interest in the material. Young-guk unequivocally declared his profound interest in the script. His grandfather acknowledged Young-guk's discerning taste, speculating that the script must indeed be engaging, and then asked if Young-guk wanted him to simply review it, to which Young-guk cryptically replied, "Half right." Puzzled by the ambiguous answer, his grandfather repeated "half right" and prompted Young-guk to elaborate. Young-guk then clarified that he wondered if the script was extraordinary enough to warrant his grandfather personally directing it. A knowing exhalation escaped his grandfather's lips as he processed the weight of Young-guk's suggestion. Later, director Baek Jang-hoon was observed deeply engrossed in reading the script, reflecting on how long it had been since a screenplay had captivated him so completely. An assistant interrupted his concentration, reminding him it was time for the regular meeting, prompting the director to express surprise at the rapid passage of time. He explained that he had become so absorbed in savoring each sentence of the script that he had entirely lost track of the hour, and the assistant, noticing the director's unusual focus, inquired if he was reviewing a different screenplay. Baek Jang-hoon revealed Young-guk had brought it, describing the script as an invigorating wake-up call to his old-fashioned self, an unfamiliar feeling he hadn't experienced in recent memory. He continued to praise the script, likening the more he read it to feeling a live fish vigorously jumping in his palm, then instructed Assistant Cha to find the writer. Assistant Cha swiftly provided the writer's name, Ko Gwangtae, and his location in the exam village in Sillim-dong, while Baek Jang-hoon declared a need to reschedule, prompting the assistant to ask if he meant the afternoon meeting. Baek Jang-hoon clarified that he intended to reschedule his entire planned sabbatical year, underscoring the script's profound impact on his immediate future. A subtle rustle indicated a shift in the environment as preparations were made for a new encounter. Director Baek Jang-hoon confirmed the writer's name with Assistant Cha, who nervously affirmed it was indeed Ko Gwangtae. Director Baek Jang-hoon then cordially invited Ko Gwangtae to make himself comfortable and inquired if the writer recognized him. Ko Gwangtae instantly and enthusiastically recognized him as Director Baek Jang-hoon, prompting the director to apologize for the sudden request for a meeting and express concern about intruding on the writer's time. Baek Jang-hoon offered to reschedule if Ko Gwangtae had other commitments, but the writer emphatically stated he had no particular schedule, humorously noting he would otherwise just be sitting in an old bookstore alley, a self-proclaimed unemployed individual. Director Baek Jang-hoon dismissed Ko Gwangtae's self-deprecating description, then revealed his true reason for the meeting, his admiration for the script and his strong desire to meet its author, which visibly surprised Ko Gwangtae. He clarified that Young-guk, whom he referred to as actor Jang, had shown him the script, and apologized if this had caused any discomfort, but Ko Gwangtae quickly reassured him that it had not. Instead, Ko Gwangtae expressed profound gratitude, feeling as though he should bow down to actor Jang, and considered it an immense honor that the esteemed director had read his script. He then reiterated his curiosity, asking for the specific reason behind the director's desire to meet him in person today. The director shifted the conversation, suggesting that if Ko Gwangtae's next work were to explore legal themes, it would undoubtedly suit him very well. He elaborated, recalling his experience as a professor encountering numerous law students, yet never witnessing a freshman interpret legal perspectives as astutely as Ko Gwangtae had. He continued, describing Ko Gwangtae's striking performance during his oral interview, particularly his candid and bold assessment of the Korean judicial system's problems, ways to overcome them, and the future direction of the legal profession, a revelation that had apparently caused some embarrassment. Director Baek Jang-hoon challenged Ko Gwangtae, asking if he had considered his past statements presumptuous, implying that such conventional thinking would have kept him confined to a judge's robes rather than a professor's role. He admitted that other professors at the oral interview had shared a similar perspective, perhaps viewing Ko Gwangtae's answers as overly hasty and misguided. However, director Baek Jang-hoon personally confessed his admiration for that rebellious spirit. Meanwhile, Young-guk reflected that seeking out Professor Shin Jong-gil to discuss the script had indeed been the correct decision, as he received surprisingly honest and unfiltered answers. Professor Shin Jong-gil then confessed to Young-guk that he had recently been so absorbed in watching his films and dramas that he had lost all track of time, a revelation that caught Young-guk by surprise. He explained that his wife and daughter were already Young-guk's fans, and now, watching Young-guk's projects had become a daily post-work ritual for him too, finding his screen presence utterly fascinating. The professor noted Young-guk's remarkable transformation, observing that on screen, he was a completely different person from the law student in the classroom, breathing life into each character. Young-guk expressed surprise that the professor had seen his entire filmography, and Professor Shin Jong-gil confirmed his deep interest, then immediately pressed Young-guk for details about his next project. Given Young-guk's visit, the professor surmised the new project was likely law-related, speculating on various legal roles Young-guk could inhabit, from a rogue judge to a sharp prosecutor or a clever lawyer in a law firm. He eagerly asked for the specific role, but Young-guk hesitated, admitting the difficulty in describing it and expressing a wish to directly show the script instead. Young-guk attempted to characterize the role as someone who was simultaneously part of and separate from the legal system, embodying the essence of the law is far, the fist is close. He succinctly summarized the character's nature, defining him as a lawless person in a single sentence. The professor then began to formulate a question, a significant request hanging in the air. He completed his thought, asking if he would be permitted to direct Young-guk's upcoming work, titled Lawless One. Ko Gwangtae gasped for air, his breathing heavy and ragged from the overwhelming shock. His companion noticed his distress, calling out his name with alarm as he stumbled. Ko Gwangtae waved off the concern, claiming he was just dazed, but was immediately told that no matter how tough things get, one must always keep a clear head. His mind reeled from the exhilarating, non-stop conversation with his idol, director Baek Jang-hoon, and the profound realization that his unacknowledged script, like his own child, had finally been recognized. He felt an elation greater than winning the lottery, as his work had been validated by none other than the living legend of Chungmuro. His friend cautioned him to watch his step, and with a cheerful affirmation, Ko Gwangtae regained his footing. He mused that while a film adaptation could still fail in pre-production, the fact that director Baek himself would direct was practically a seal of success. The director had also inquired about casting, asking if he had envisioned any specific actors while writing, particularly if he had Jang Young-guk in mind. Ko Gwangtae explained that while he was immensely grateful, he had written the script in media seclusion and didn't even know of the actor's existence at the time. He humbly deferred the casting decisions to the director, admitting his own lack of connections and inability to properly judge acting talent. The director had listened and acknowledged his position with a thoughtful hum. Now, left to his own thoughts, Ko Guangtae wondered with great anticipation who would ultimately be chosen for the lead role. In a quiet, transitional moment, a lone bird gracefully landed upon a traditional rooftop under a vast, cloud-strewn sky. At a dinner table elsewhere, Professor Shin Jong-gil casually mentioned that he had just met with writer Ko. His dining companion, An Jung-hyun, reacted with comical disbelief, urging the professor to chew his food properly before dropping such bombshells. An Jung-hyun then connected the dots, asking if this meant the professor was going to direct the new project, while the professor remarked that the writer was a very polite man, contrary to his reputation. An Jung-hyun internally scoffed at the writer's supposed politeness, recalling his notorious madman reputation and how many actors who worked with him complained about his difficult personality. He remembered the common sentiment in the industry: a project with director Beck was a guaranteed hit, but one that actors never wished to repeat. The professor simply commented that even a mad dog knows its place when confronted by a tiger. He then outlined the path forward, stating the script's core structure was complete and just needed to be pieced together, a blueprint that was entirely doable, with financing sure to follow. However, he conceded there was one significant problem that remained: casting the main actor. An Jung-hyun reminded the professor that he, a renowned actor, had already been given the script for a reason. The professor then revealed that he had been keeping An Jung-hyun in mind for the role, a statement that sent a jolt of shock through the veteran actor. A visible tremor ran through An Jung-hyun as he processed the unexpected proposition. He found the situation hilarious, imagining the blow this news would be to Young-guk and chuckling at the thought of his nephew's predicament. He further elaborated that picturing Young-guk's stunned expression was more entertaining than any sitcom, as the young man's old-soul demeanor often made him feel more like a peer. Changing the subject, An Jung-hyun asked where his opponent had gone and suggested a game, boasting about his lifelong confidence in physical activities. The professor immediately vetoed the idea, warning him not to call Young-guk, as the memory of his last crushing defeat in Go still gave him nightmares. He theorized that Young-guk must have secretly taken lessons to so thoroughly dismantle An Jung-hyun, a representative Go player in Chungnyeoro, before confirming that Young-guk had already left anyway. Returning to the original topic, An Jung-hyun asked if the professor had any specific actors in mind for the script. The professor admitted he had discussed it with the writer but had no clear candidate, as the character's image was too multifaceted, swinging between comical, serious, and brutally violent. An Jung-hyun expressed his surprise, noting the professor's extensive network of actors, but conceded that the complexity of the role made it a difficult puzzle to solve. He then playfully threw his own hat in the ring, suggesting it would be nice to work together again and reminisce about the old days. The professor acknowledged that there was no reason to refuse a legendary and versatile actor like An Jung-hyun, but there was a significant catch. He bluntly pointed out that An Jung-hyun's age would require a complete script rewrite, calling him a shameless rascal, which prompted the actor to insist he was still going strong. Brushing off the age comment, An Jung-hyun pressed on, asking what the plan was if no suitable actor could be found. He then posed a direct question, inquiring if the professor was planning to hold open auditions. Far away, Young-guk grappled with a feeling that resembled the sting of betrayal from someone he trusted deeply. He attempted to rationalize his feelings, reminding himself to separate work and personal life and acknowledging that years of consecutive successes might have unknowingly made him arrogant. His thoughts drifted back to his past as a nameless actor, when he would have clung to a director's legs for even the smallest of roles. His reverie was broken as his agent called out his name. The agent immediately questioned him, asking if the circulating rumors were actually true. Young-guk cut him off before he could ask about director Beck's project, declaring with newfound resolve that he needed to stop hesitating. He then crushed his agent's hopes, clarifying that he had not, in fact, been contacted for the role. The agent's face fell as he understood the reality: Young-guk was merely under consideration like many others. Young-guk reflected that this setback might be for the best, as he felt his career had been a path too good to be true, built more on his unique life experiences than raw acting talent. In a moment of clarity, he told his confused agent that he finally understood what he should pursue as an actor and why he had to cast aside his hesitation. His agent tried to reassure him, insisting that he was an excellent actor and that the entire nation already knew it. Young-guk countered this by stating that without his unique past, he believed he would have been forever relegated to minor roles. He declared his desire to truly make an effort, which his agent found baffling, pointing out that no one his age studied scripts and acting more diligently than he already did. Young-guk clarified that he wanted to go back to the very beginning, to the days when he was completely and utterly obsessed with the craft of acting. He yearned for the time when his talent was a faint, flickering light that he had worked tirelessly to nurture into a flame. He realized that his past obsession was not just about escaping poverty, those very experiences had laid the foundation for the man he had become today. He admitted that his grandfather figure's harsh words had been the wake-up call he needed, grounding him after he had been flying high on the wings of success. With renewed passion, he proclaimed his desire to be crazy about acting again, this time not for survival, but for the pure love of the art itself. On a different set, a director called cut, signaling the successful end of a grueling scene. An assistant checked on actress Ch101, expressing concern for her exhaustion after a long wait and an all-night shoot with last-minute script changes. Ch101, however, was focused on something else, asking her brother if the rumors about director Baek Jang-hoon casting for his next project were true. Her brother confirmed that the news was spreading like wildfire through Chungmuro and that since the director's own team was involved, countless actors were clamoring for a chance. He offered her a piece of advice, comparing an actor's journey to a caterpillar breaking free to become a butterfly and asserting that her true value lay in pushing beyond her self-imposed limits. Recognizing this as the perfect moment to apply that wisdom, Ch101 pressed further, asking if actor Jang Young-guk was also slated to appear in the film. Her brother replied that he hadn't heard anything about Young-guk, only that the lead role was still undecided, which had sent every agency scrambling to get their actors noticed. He dismissed their efforts as futile, citing director Baek's notoriously strict standards, where poor acting couldn't secure a role no matter how much money was offered. Ch101 acknowledged that this uncompromising nature was what made him a master, and then impulsively wondered if she should go and wait for an opportunity herself. Her resolve hardened as she declared with unwavering conviction that she truly, desperately wanted to be a part of that project. Young-guk reflected on acting as an endless journey of learning, demanding painstaking effort to delve into a script's hidden world, recognizing himself as a naturally diligent worker in this regard. He recalled his previous life, where his own faint flicker of talent paled in comparison to the blazing suns of Chungmuro's renowned actors. Through arduous dedication, he had bridged that seemingly insurmountable gap before, resolved to carve out his own space in this life as well, and then posed a question. He requested advice not on legal matters, but on acting, acknowledging Professor Shin Young-gil of SNU Law School as a greater expert in that field, before inquiring if the professor's next project involved law. The professor confirmed his project was indeed law-related and, when asked if he ever felt frustration as a judge, admitted it would be dishonest to deny such feelings. Despite choosing the career after rigorous judicial training, moments of doubt often crept in, making him feel as though he was living behind a facade. Outwardly, it was an admired and envied profession, but internally, he perceived it as rotten, which ultimately led him to resign as a judge and pursue educating future generations instead. Young-guk then asked if he ever regretted his verdicts as a judge, a question the professor found profound, remarking on the enthusiasm of newcomers. He recounted a case involving an 80-year-old man who, driven by hunger, stole groceries. Given it was his first offense and the damage minor, the man received a suspended sentence. Later, it emerged the old man had stolen not for himself but for his grandchild, pleading that he couldn't even afford the fine, a memory of his tearful plea for mercy in court still vivid for the professor. Young-guk then questioned if the verdict was unavoidable, to which the professor agreed the law required fairness, but then described the throbbing headache he felt seeing a corporate chairman, who embezzled billions, receive a suspended sentence after hiring former judge lawyers. He pondered if the elderly man's petty theft held the same moral and legal weight as the chairman's multi-billion-dollar embezzlement. The professor explained that the same paradox would have existed if he had chosen to be a prosecutor or lawyer, as legal professions, more than any other, were tasked with upholding fairness and maintaining the delicate line of common sense in the law. He lamented that sometimes they failed to maintain this balance, as the strong convictions of newcomers often weren't robust enough to ascend the vast organizational hierarchy, finding it deeply ironic that a field so intertwined with the law could also, in certain aspects, be its furthest antithesis. He mused that this irony might be why he now sought to reinforce the convictions of the younger generation, even if only slightly, before reiterating Young-guk's earlier question about regretting judgments. He quoted a saying from the Talmud, stating that a judge should feel their own life at stake before delivering a death sentence. Regarding the old man who stole groceries for his grandchild, the professor, reflecting on his rookie judgment of a fine and suspended sentence, still felt a profound weight. He confessed that, even to this day, he felt as if he had issued a death sentence to that man. Meanwhile, a man walked alone along a quiet street, bathed in the soft glow of a starry night sky. He paused, confirming his location, and then called out for Writer Ko. Receiving no answer, he questioned if anyone was present, expressing surprise at the silence. A voice from within recognized him, calling out to actor Jang. The voice invited him inside. The writer explained that occasional drinks were necessary to combat the loneliness of crafting scripts without guarantee or recognition. He quickly clarified he wasn't an alcoholic, claiming he only consumed one bottle every 2 days, before hiccuping and admitting his habit was actually due to financial constraints. The writer then expressed overdue gratitude, explaining he had planned to visit SNU with Dong-jin the following week, marveling that without actor Jang's intervention, director Baek Jang-hoon would never have personally considered his work. He still found it unbelievable, wondering if it was all a dream, and offered his heartfelt thanks. The writer then asked Young-guk the purpose of his visit and how he found the address, to which Young-guk replied he obtained it from senior Dong-jin, emphasizing his strong desire to meet the writer, who seemed surprised. Young-guk confirmed his desire, stating he wanted to be cast in the writer's project. The writer suggested he should approach director Baek Jang-hoon instead, explaining he only wrote the script and knew nothing about directing, but Young-guk clarified that this was precisely why he sought out the writer. Young-guk honestly admitted he suspected he wasn't what director Baek envisioned, confessing that despite multiple readings and solitary contemplation, he still couldn't fully grasp the script. He asserted that only the creator possessed a thorough understanding of the script's intricate details. Young-guk then asked for the writer's opinion on the synchronization between a role and an actor. The writer conceded that while an actor's star power was a factor in a film's success, it didn't guarantee every movie with a famous actor would thrive. He humbly admitted his own ignorance about films, unsure if his observations were correct, prompting Young-guk to encourage him to continue without reservation. The writer revealed that the day after meeting director Baek, he had rented and watched Young-guk's entire filmography, explaining that Young-guk was, after all, the first actor he had entrusted with his child, the script. The more he watched, the more amazed he became, realizing Young-guk was far more famous than he had initially thought and pondering how someone so young could achieve such powerful performances. Yet, he now believed he understood why director Baek Jang-hoon had not chosen him, explaining that Young-guk was different. Young-guk echoed the word different with confusion, then defensively asked who among his peers had more acting experience than him. The writer affirmed that actor Jang undeniably acted well, confessing that even he, with no acting knowledge, had been filled with admiration, thinking Young-guk was born with such talent. However, he pointed out that Young-guk didn't resemble a rookie actor, questioning if merely starting as a child actor would grant such skills at his age, as that would imply all former child actors should dominate Korean film awards. Young-guk flinched slightly as the writer observed that he seemed to select roles with the discernment of a seasoned veteran who had experienced everything. He speculated that director Baek Jang-hoon likely withheld the role for similar reasons, noting that while young actors should explore diverse roles, actor Jang exclusively pursued difficult, leading parts. Young-guk quietly repeated the phrase lead roles. The writer confirmed his point, adding that despite their brief acquaintance, reviewing Young-guk's filmography evoked a strange sensation. It felt as though Young-guk was continuously testing the limits of his acting abilities. Young-guk inwardly attributed this drive to the influence of his past life, where he had spent an entire lifetime as a supporting actor. Thus, upon his decision to live as an actor once more, he resolved to surpass everyone else in his craft. Understandably, he had disregarded supporting roles entirely, his gaze fixed solely on leading parts. He started to apologize for his stubbornness, acknowledging the writer's busy schedule, but then paused, as if being told to listen to the end. The writer then spoke with a decisive tone. He declared that among his script's characters, the one best suited for actor Jang was not the protagonist, leaving Young-guk in stunned silence. Meanwhile, at Baek Jang-hoon Productions, a different scene unfolded. A man pleaded to meet director Baek Jang-hoon, identifying himself as the CEO of SQ Entertainment, but was met with the assistant's inquiry about an appointment, which she confirmed had not been scheduled. He quickly corrected himself, identifying as Wang Jungfian from SQ Entertainment, and insisted he and director Baek were close, having even played golf together. He confidently stated that if the assistant informed director Baek that Wang Suk-hyun was present, he would be admitted immediately, a claim the assistant found rather strange. Director Baek Jang-hoon himself appeared, questioning if he had ever played golf with the man. As the CEO tried to reintroduce himself, director Baek sternly cut him off, admonishing him not to create a scene and to make a formal appointment if he truly wished to meet. Startled, the CEO stammered, attempting to request the director's personal contact number. Director Baek's voice conveyed his surprise that the man had not yet departed. He then apologized to Ms. Mi-hyun, asking if such incidents were frequent, to which she reassuringly replied they were not. Director Baek inquired about their intended guest, learning that he had arrived an hour prior and had specifically requested not to be announced to avoid inconveniencing the director. The older man with distinguished gray hair offered a slight, knowing smile. He greeted director Baek Jang-hoon enthusiastically upon his entrance. Director Baek confirmed the man's desire to meet him, which the guest affirmed. The guest reiterated his strong desire to finally meet the renowned director. The mournful cry of a seagull echoed over the vast, shimmering expanse of the sea. Young-guk let out a weary sigh, his gaze lost in the horizon. He pondered when the deep-seated belief that he must always secure the lead role had truly taken root in his mind. The writer's recent words, stating that the protagonist was not the best fit for him, resonated with his own observation that he had dismissed any synopsis not featuring a leading part. A wave of self-awareness washed over him, he had indeed become quite arrogant. He thought of The Outlaw, the inaugural work of Ko Gwang-tae, a man once known as Chung Euro-'s madman, a script that had never truly found its moment to shine. Yet, just as the writer himself had transformed, the fate of the script had also shifted, now poised for a huge leap forward with director Baek Jang-hoon, the master of Chung Euro, at the helm. Suddenly, a familiar voice called his name, and his friend, Wawon, approached, expressing surprise at Young-guk's swift arrival. Wawon questioned his sudden journey all the way to the West Sea, admitting he had rushed there, fearing something serious had occurred, to which Young-guk simply replied he needed to clear his head. Wawon then surmised that a sudden trip to Namhang would worry Young-guk's mother, linking his distress to his next acting project. Young-guk silently acknowledged the harsh reality of auditions, where there was no second place, and only one person was chosen for each role. Wawon offered him a drink, dismissing Young-guk's protest about driving by assuring he would take the wheel. He then advised Young-guk that a cold beer was the best remedy for a troubled mind, urging him to drink up and let his worries go. Young-guk, after a moment, declared his strong desire to work on director Baek's project next, prompting Wawon to express surprise, having heard that director Baek was not considering him. Young-guk clarified that he wasn't being considered for the lead role, before beginning to briefly explain the script's content. He recounted how many legal professionals faced hardships at the Judicial Research and Training Institute, and how some occasionally received scholarship offers from large corporations. He explained that the criteria for these scholarships often prioritized individuals disconnected from legal principles, putting academic excellence aside. The protagonist, he described, was a corrupt prosecutor embroiled in misconduct who, one day, awakened to justice and embarked on a life-or-death struggle against a powerful conglomerate. In this battle, the protagonist also came to realize his own inherent weaknesses. Young-guk then detailed a supporting role designed to thoroughly trample this protagonist, a character with an arrogant personality, much like a gang boss. This character, a second-generation chaebol born into wealth, resolved all issues with force or money, engaging in a dramatic showdown with the prosecutor. Ultimately, he summarized, it was a story centered around a prosecutor's fight against a formidable large corporation. The main villain, he confirmed, was none other than the company's only son, the second-generation chaebol. He reflected on how such a character, the villain, offered a stark contrast to the protagonist. This character, far from upholding justice, made breaking the law a routine, constantly cursing, and acting as a literal rich thug. That, Young-guk declared with conviction, was precisely the role he wanted to try. He reiterated his fervent desire to embody that specific role. Ch101 cautioned him about the villainous part, explaining how an actor's image was directly tied to their roles, citing a past example of an actor who took years to shed a Casanova image, and how actors typically feared typecasting. Nevertheless, Ch101 pressed, asking Young-guk if he truly wished to take on such a challenging role. Young-guk observed that Ch101's voice suggested hesitation, to which Ch101 admitted it was because the character seemed excessively arrogant. Young-guk calmly stated that such worry was natural, but reminded his friend that this was not his first significant image transformation. He reflected on his journey from the nation's first love to a priest and then a Casanova, acknowledging that despite his youth, he was praised for his wide spectrum, though publicly, his image remained that of a well-behaved young man. Ch101 added that even their CEO seemed unsure, understanding the CEO's worry after seeing the script, as the role was completely unlike Young-guk's usual image. He described the character as vulgar and rough around the edges, but ultimately trusted Young-guk's judgment, believing he had thoroughly considered it. Young-guk confidently asserted that he thought he would suit the villain role better than expected, adding an internal thought that he had never encountered such concerns in his past life. Meanwhile, at the production studio, a new scene unfolded. A staff member greeted actor Jang Young-guk upon his arrival, confirming he was there for the audition. The staff member directed him to wait in the meeting room, noting that other actors had already arrived, prompting Young-guk to wonder if the auditions were not supposed to be individual. Young-guk entered, his eyes widening in surprise as he recognized Bae Young-woo among the gathered talents. He then spotted Kim Hyuk and Lee Seo-jun, realizing that all the top-tier actors had converged there. A silent gasp escaped him as he took in the formidable competition. He could already feel the tension in the room rising palpably. Suddenly, Ch101's voice cut through the air, calling out his name. Young-guk expressed his surprise and delight at the coincidence of meeting Ch101 there. Ch101 confirmed he was also there for the audition, explaining he had secured permission from his drama's PD since the new production would begin after his current drama concluded, though he admitted there was no guarantee of securing the part. Young-guk gently reminded Ch101 about their previous agreement to speak casually, to which Ch101 quickly assented, promising to do so from then on. Ch101 then asked if director Baek Jang-hoon's auditions were always so crowded, expressing his own surprise at the number of famous actors present and noting the palpable tension that prevented anyone from even greeting each other. He reassured Young-guk that the lack of greetings wasn't personal, he himself had tried to greet them upon arrival, only to find everyone equally tense and on their guard. Ch101 then inquired if Young-guk was also auditioning for the lead role, to which Young-guk clarified that he was aiming for a supporting part. He specified the role he desired, Young Hae-suk, the second-generation chaebol. Young-guk admitted that despite attending all sorts of auditions throughout his career, this was the first time he had ever felt such intense nervousness. The unique setup of gathering all the actors together amplified the pressure. He observed that even the slightest flaw in an actor's performance seemed to invite mocking from their peers. Moreover, there was another noteworthy aspect to this gathering. Actor Kim Hyuk, famed for refusing any role that wasn't a lead or where his co-star's pay exceeded his, was applying for a supporting role, which was a significant surprise. The audition proceeded to scene 34. Kim Hyuk began his performance, his voice cutting through the silence as he asked if they knew his father's biggest mistake. He continued, portraying the character's arrogance by stating the mistake was treating the protagonist like an ordinary person, believing his kindness had allowed the prosecutor to think too highly of himself, asserting that a prosecutor's badge meant nothing in the grand scheme. He finished the line, declaring that the prosecutor was merely a cog needed to keep the massive Haesung group running. Young-guk initially thought Kim Hyuk was performing well, but then a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Kim Hyuk, in a sudden, unscripted outburst, added a vulgar line, vehemently asserting the prosecutor's inferiority. The director politely thanked him, acknowledging the performance as good, while Young-guk pondered if Kim Hyuk had channeled his own anger into the role. A sudden, sharp gasp rippled through the room. Someone let out a pained grunt, a clear sign of distress. The onlookers exchanged stunned glances, silently questioning Kim Hyuk's behavior. An incredulous whisper emerged from the crowd, asking if he was insane. A pained groan escaped him as the tense atmosphere of the audition room pressed down. He inwardly questioned why Kim Hyuk was directing such overt hostility towards him again. The director's voice then cut through the tension, calling for the next actor, Jang Young-guk. Young-guk speculated that Kim Hyuk's petty attitude stemmed from jealousy over the record-breaking appearance fee he had received for his role in Yeonsan, The King's Secret. It was then announced that he would be performing scene 34, the very same scene Kim Hyuk had just finished. Young-guk felt a jolt of surprise at the realization that he would be acting directly against his hostile senior. A derisive scoff echoed from somewhere in the room, adding to the pressure. He acutely felt the mocking gazes of the other actors, a silent challenge that made this audition more stressful than any stage he had ever been on. Yet, he knew that the presence of the established actors from Ch101 was only part of the challenge. The most significant and daunting presence in the room was that of his own grandfather. The elderly man stood stoically in a gray coat, his eyes closed in quiet, imposing judgment. Young-guk cursed under his breath, gathering his resolve before stepping forward. He began his lines, channeling the character's arrogance as he asked if the prosecutor knew the greatest mistake his father had ever made. He continued the monologue, suggesting that if his father hadn't been so old-fashioned, the prosecutor's fate might have been very different. His voice dripped with contempt as he questioned the prosecutor's audacity to defy the very hand that fed him. He delivered a chilling threat, coolly asking if the man needed to be re-educated on his place. Young-guk then belittled his scene partner, declaring that a prosecutor's badge meant nothing and that he was merely a disposable item. He drove the point home, defining the prosecutor as nothing more than a cog needed to keep the massive Haesung group functioning. In a final, powerful assertion, he declared that no matter how much the man struggled, he would forever remain an inferior, empty-headed fool. A wave of murmurs and whispers immediately swept through the previously silent room. The director and his colleagues began their assessment, one noting that Kim Hyuk's acting was solid, proving the old saying that class is permanent. However, the cinematographer expressed his utter surprise at Jang Young-guk's performance, remarking that his acting spectrum was far wider than he had ever imagined. He marveled at Young-guk's sheer nerve, finding it incredible that he would respond so powerfully to Kim Hyuk's provocation during a high-stakes audition. Another member of the panel admitted he had never expected to see such an expression from Young-guk, finally understanding director Baek's unwavering faith in the actor. They observed that this performance was a complete departure from his past roles, the polar opposite of the arrogant character he was auditioning for. It was concluded that while his skill was never in doubt, no one could have predicted he would inhabit the role so perfectly, as if it were a perfectly tailored suit. Someone then turned to ask writer Ko for her thoughts on the performances. The writer confessed that it was still surreal seeing her script brought to life, but she singled out Kim Hyuk and Jang Young-guk as the most memorable actors of the day. She elaborated that both men seemed to have jumped straight from the page, embodying the characters with a startling sense of reality. The director wholeheartedly agreed, adding that their performances were so flawless there was almost nothing to criticize. A palpable sense of anticipation settled over the judges as they contemplated who would ultimately secure the coveted villain role in The Outlaw. Meanwhile, in another corner, a group of actors gossiped, one calling Jang Young-guk crazy and arrogant since his recent rise to fame. He griped about how Young-guk had ignored his seniors in the meeting room, choosing instead to chat with Ch101. At that moment, Kim Hyuk called out to Young-guk, who turned in surprise. Young-guk wondered why the senior actor was approaching him now, especially after pointedly ignoring his apology right after their scene. Kim Hyuk casually brushed off the need for an apology, stating he was the one who initiated the test and wasn't as petty as the others. He then extended an invitation for a drink, offering to impart his senior wisdom about the industry and the pitfalls young actors should avoid. Kim Hyuk patronizingly remarked that while Young-guk had talent, his youth and inexperience were clear, even claiming he was old enough to be his father in terms of career length. Young-guk began to politely decline, starting to suggest a lounge he knew in Cheongdam as a potential alternative. He quickly changed his excuse, claiming his representative had urgently summoned him to the agency right after the audition and promising to contact Kim Hyuk later. He offered a final thank you for the generous offer of guidance before making his escape. Internally, Young-guk felt relieved, knowing his agent's request was casual and that he had successfully avoided a dreadful drinking session filled with a young old-timer's nonsense. Kim Hyuk let out a short, sharp huff of disbelief as he watched the younger actor walk away. He muttered under his breath, astounded by what he perceived as the brat's unbelievable arrogance. Later, at the agency, his representative greeted him warmly and asked if the audition had gone well. Young-guk confidently replied that he believed he did very well, a rare statement that immediately caught the representative's attention. The representative confessed his initial concern about Young-guk taking a supporting role but now expressed his excitement, praising him for branching out. He then revealed the true reason for the meeting, explaining that there was something important he needed to convey. Young-guk listened with surprise as the representative brought up the topic of an advertisement shoot. The representative clarified that it wasn't a lack of offers, but that he had been turning them down, knowing Young-guk's preference to avoid commercials while filming. He explained that advertisers were now in a frenzy after Janssen, which prompted Young-guk to question the commercial appeal of his tyrannical character. His representative logically pointed out that if that were an issue, he wouldn't have received offers after playing a murderer in Priest's Confession, a point Young-guk had to concede. The agent proposed that shooting an ad before his next project would be a good move, especially since it had been a while and Young-guk didn't do variety shows. Young-guk privately reflected that his life was indeed far removed from advertisements, and that he avoided talk shows because he felt he lacked the necessary charm and wit. His representative pressed on, insisting this offer was too exceptional to pass up and lacked the strange concepts of previous proposals, leading Young-guk to ask about the product. The agent proudly announced it was for a suit from a major international brand, not a domestic one. He revealed the brand's name was Desiderio, an Italian word that translated to desire. He further explained that Desiderio was a top-tier luxury brand, renowned for its exquisite clothing and catering exclusively to the world's elite. The scene shifted to a stylish promotion, highlighting the beautiful and elegant aesthetic of the brand. A dramatic voiceover spoke of a character named Johann, the final sin, whose greed and ignorance would ultimately lead to his demise. Back in the present, the representative expressed his eager anticipation to see how the final advertisement would turn out. The moment of decision arrived as someone formally addressed him as Mr. Jang, signaling the start of the new project. The momentous meeting was for none other than the illustrious Italian fashion brand, Desiderio. His representative had explained that the high-end brand had been unusually persistent, contacting them multiple times to request a meeting. Young-guk had questioned the necessity, wondering why a brand so famous it hardly needed advertising would travel all the way from Italy just for him. As he left for the meeting, dressed impeccably, an acquaintance stopped him, curious about where he was going in such formal attire. Young-guk explained that it was a meeting for an advertisement, one that had been arranged by CEO Kim Sung-hwan. The acquaintance playfully teased him, asking if he was nervous and suggesting his sharp suit made it seem like he was going on a date. Internally, Young-guk felt that his stylish appearance made him feel like his former character, Young Hae-suk from the film The Outlaw. He arrived at the luxurious building and approached the woman waiting at the reception counter. The CEO greeted him warmly, noting that he had arrived quite early for their appointment. Young-guk observed the CEO sweating profusely, who then confessed his nerves stemmed from it being his first time meeting with foreigners, especially from a brand as prestigious as Desiderio. The CEO tried to calm them both by reminding Young-guk that Desiderio had been the ones to persistently seek them out and were even providing an interpreter. Despite this, the CEO admitted his deep confusion, stating that the real issue was his inability to understand why the brand was going to such extreme lengths. Before they could speculate further, a heavy wooden door slid open, revealing the meeting room beyond. Inside, a man with dark hair stood beside a taller, mustached gentleman, their attention turning towards the entrance. A woman's voice suddenly rang out with an exclamation of pure, unadulterated surprise. She praised Young-guk, declaring that seeing him in person was even more captivating than she had ever imagined. She finally uttered his name, lost in the moment, prompting a confused Young-guk to ask if something was wrong. The blonde woman then leaned forward, planting a kiss on his thoroughly surprised cheek. An interpreter quickly stepped in, explaining that it was merely a customary Italian expression of joy and that he would be translating for them. The woman then formally introduced herself as Monica Rossellini, conveying her immense pleasure at finally meeting him. Monica confessed the great lengths she had gone to just to secure this meeting, admitting that Young-guk was the first person to have ever moved her so deeply. Still slightly bewildered, Young-guk asked directly why she had wanted to see him so desperately, confessing that he didn't fully understand her reasoning. She revealed that she had seen his film The Priest's Confession at Cannes and had been utterly captivated for months by his portrayal of the character Kim Moo-jin. This profound experience led her to a singular, powerful conclusion: she had finally discovered the perfect muse for Desiderio. Young-guk internally mused over the title, finding it an awkward phrase he had heard a few times before but could never have imagined for himself in his past life. Monica cut through his thoughts with a direct and monumental offer for him to become Desiderio's exclusive model. She guaranteed that they would provide the absolute highest compensation in every single aspect of the proposed contract. The CEO could barely contain his excitement as the interpreter clarified that the precise contract details would be delivered by a woman named Jordana the very next day. Monica further assured Young-guk that he should feel completely free to voice any concerns or suggest any additions to the contract without hesitation. With all the cards on the table, she posed the final, crucial question, asking if he was willing to work with Desiderio. After a moment of heavy silence, Young-guk responded that he needed more time to think about the offer. Later that evening, a bright full moon shone down from a clear, star-dusted sky. Young-guk stood outside, his body slumped against a stone pillar as he wrestled with his thoughts. He let out a long, weary sigh, the immense pressure of the decision weighing heavily upon him. He acknowledged that the exclusive model contract was an overwhelming offer, one that would cement his status as an entertainer with unprecedented fame in Korea. Yet, a deeper question troubled him: would he be able to remain the same person after making such a world-changing choice? His mind drifted to Cha Hae-jin's press conference, a recent event that highlighted how his new life was unfolding with more unknown paths than his previous one ever had. This uncertainty triggered a familiar fear of failure, the worry that he might once again make a choice that would betray his mother's trust. He recalled his CEO's earlier advice to refuse if the pressure was too much, especially with preparations for his role in The Outlaw still to consider. His grandfather found him brooding outside and gently inquired why he wasn't inside resting after a long day. Young-guk mumbled for a moment before changing the subject, asking his grandfather if he had any news about the supporting role audition. The old man cleared his throat, admitting that he had been on the verge of telling him about it just moments before. He then hesitated, realizing he couldn't actually reveal the outcome, and conceded that this was simply the way things had to be. His grandfather finally explained that the decision was still pending, as the casting directors were having a difficult time choosing the supporting actor, which would delay the announcement. He then perceptively asked if Young-guk was feeling anxious, a notion the younger man quickly tried to dismiss. His grandfather saw right through the denial, reminding him that after watching him for so many years, he could easily tell when something was on his mind. The old man advised him to relax and changed the subject back to the foreign advertising meeting. He suggested that perhaps Young-guk should simply go and experience it without overthinking everything so much. His grandfather then shared a piece of wisdom, noting that while Young-guk's dedication to perfecting his roles through constant study was admirable, it wasn't the true pinnacle of acting. In his view, the ultimate goal was to completely and utterly embody the character. Young-guk fell silent, deeply contemplating what the pinnacle of acting truly meant to him. His grandfather continued, explaining that stepping far away from one's own life can often reveal things one couldn't see before, and this trip might be that very opportunity. He concluded that for someone who had been running non-stop for so long, this might be the necessary break he needed. The phrase "the pinnacle of acting" resonated deeply within Young-guk's mind, cementing his decision. Shortly thereafter, an airplane was seen soaring high through a vast, blue sky. The plane eventually descended for its landing, flying over a modern building with a distinct awning, signaling their arrival in Italy. The CEO was ecstatic, thanking Young-guk for the chance to live so lavishly, to which Young-guk drily replied that he had nothing to do with bringing him there. As they walked, Young-guk relished the rare freedom of not having to hide his face, though their presence still drew curious glances from the locals. His CEO leaned in and whispered about the rumored racism, but then surmised that the onlookers were likely just curious about two large Asian men. Their conversation was interrupted when a man's voice called out, formally addressing him as Mr. Jang. A man wearing dark sunglasses approached them, placing a friendly hand on Young-guk's shoulder. He introduced himself as their guide, confirming he was there to escort them to Desiderio. He introduced himself as Alfredo, their official escort from Desiderio. Alfredo then glanced over his shoulder at the silent man standing beside him. The second man, who had his sunglasses perched on his head, maintained a stern and unapproachable expression. Alfredo explained that his older brother, Jordana, was naturally quiet and hoped they wouldn't take it personally, prompting Young-guk to simply ask where they were headed next. Their guide informed them that their first stop would be a place where they could rest and acclimate to the local time. Alfredo then inquired if it was just the two of them who had made the trip, which led Young-guk to ask if their small party presented a problem. The guide quickly assured them it was no issue at all, as Desiderio had already agreed to provide complete support from their side. The CEO, however, felt a sense of burden, internally lamenting that their small team showcased their inexperience, as their hosts were providing everything from food and lodging to stylists. Despite his unease, the CEO managed a polite, albeit strained, smile. A moment later, Jordana quietly asked Alfredo if something was amiss, and Alfredo admitted that all previous models had arrived with their own large teams. He elaborated that even the most modest Hollywood actors' team numbered in the dozens, confessing his own surprise at seeing just the two of them. The CEO mentally kicked himself for the oversight, realizing that as a manager, he should have known better and brought a proper entourage. Putting the thought aside, Alfredo announced that they were nearing the place where they would be staying. The CEO looked out the window in confusion, remarking that they were still in a forest, only for Alfredo to clarify that it was actually a private garden. He silently marveled at the immense wealth of their hosts, where a private garden was indistinguishable from a national park. All the while, Jordana observed them with a cold expression, his thoughts dripping with disdain for their perceived attitude. Young-guk suddenly switched to perfect English, pointedly asking Alfredo if Italians were always so bad at hiding their feelings, which caught the guide completely off guard. He had decided against using his limited Italian, not wanting to make his already uncomfortable CEO feel any more awkward. Young-guk's sharp gaze remained fixed on the source of the tension, Jordana. He then directly asked Jordana if he believed his blatant rudeness wasn't tarnishing Desiderio's esteemed reputation. The palpable tension in the car eventually dissolved as they arrived at a magnificent, sprawling estate. Ignoring Young-guk entirely, Jordana curtly instructed a waiting butler to guide the guests, who then politely asked them to follow him. Once they were out of earshot, Alfredo questioned his brother's hostility, but Jordana merely scoffed, claiming Young-guk himself was the real disgrace and that the contract should never have happened. He stewed in his anger, thinking he should have blocked the deal, remembering the fierce opposition within the company to hiring such an unknown model. Jordana then commanded Alfredo to keep a close watch on the actor, prompting his brother to ask why he was being so paranoid. He warned that the actor might try to use Desiderio's name for his own impudent gains and ordered him to be monitored day and night. Meanwhile, inside the grand building, the butler introduced himself as Anders and began to lead Young-guk toward the main mansion. Young-guk took in his opulent surroundings, learning that the name of the historic estate was Memoria. Anders explained that it was once the 6th-century vacation villa of Count Negroni, with a preserved exterior but a completely remodeled and modern interior. The butler complimented Young-guk's fluent English, to which the actor humbly demurred, privately recalling how he had studied hard in his past life for a trip abroad he never got to take. When they reached the bedroom, the CEO's jaw dropped, astounded that they were staying in a castle chamber instead of the simple hotel he had expected. His curiosity piqued, he finally asked Young-guk what he had said to the secretary in the limousine that had made his expression instantly turn so foul. Young-guk brushed it off, claiming he had only asked if the man was having a bad day and that Jordana had vaguely replied he wasn't feeling well. The CEO accepted this explanation without question, figuring Jordana's sour mood all day was simply because he desperately needed to use the restroom. In another location, a well-dressed man seated at a large desk inquired whether Mr. Jang had arrived. Jordana confirmed that the actor had entered the country ahead of schedule, which prompted the man, the vice president, to ask why he hadn't been immediately informed. Apologizing, Jordana explained that he had assumed model management was his responsibility, before the vice president confirmed that Young-guk was staying at Memoria. Jordana affirmed this, but the vice president decided against visiting right away, preferring to let the actor rest and adjust since they would be meeting in a few days regardless. Taking a chance, Jordana asked what made this particular model so important that the vice president had insisted on hiring him. He reminded his superior of the significant opposition within the company, warning that this unilateral decision could create problems for him when it came time to inherit management rights. The vice president simply replied that he trusted his intuition, a response Jordana considered dangerously risky. With unwavering confidence, the vice president knew it was only a matter of time before his judgment was vindicated. He was prepared to wait and see if this gamble would be a winning royal flush or the worst hand he could have possibly been dealt. Sometime later, at the Desiderio headquarters, Alfredo directed Young-guk upstairs for precise measurements, assuring him that the English-speaking staff would prevent any communication issues. Alfredo then offered to give the CEO a tour of the company building, an invitation the CEO accepted after getting a nod of approval from Young-guk. Young-guk confidently sent him on his way, casually remarking that nothing bad could possibly happen to him inside the company headquarters. Inside the fitting room, a tailor let out an exhausted sigh, worn out from the demanding session. A female colleague curiously asked if they really had to measure his inseam, to which the tailor stressed Desiderio's meticulous attention to detail before admitting he'd like to see for himself. The woman, her curiosity peaked out from behind the tailor to get a glimpse. A soft gasp of surprise escaped her lips. An astonished Mamma Mia was uttered in unison by the surrounding staff. They openly marveled at his impossibly perfect physique, leading the head designer, Rossellini, to ask if they could try another outfit on him right away. One of the assistants, completely flustered by the actor's presence, stammered that he would remove the garment himself. Nearby, Jordana was deep in a technical discussion with a tailor, suggesting that they should loosen the fit of the trousers to better accommodate Young-guk's thigh measurements. Just as they were speaking, someone noted that the very man they were discussing was making his way towards them. The quiet reverence of the room was broken by the arrival of the vice president. The man strode in wearing a sharp black coat, calmly adjusting his sleeve as his gaze swept across the scene. The staff, already impressed by Young-guk, let out another collective gasp of awe. The vice president looked upon the scene with a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing with absolute certainty that Young-guk was the best card he held in his hand. In a sun-drenched southern port city in Italy, a man reflected on the strange twist of fate that had brought him back to his hometown. He imagined his fisherman brothers were likely still laughing at him for choosing the uncertain path of photography over a life at sea. Lost in thought, he admitted to himself that he never believed he would come back to this place. The memory of Desiderio's call echoed in his mind, the formal request for him to shoot a new model. He recalled his own weary response, demanding to know who the model was and warning that he wouldn't even begin if it was another one who would just run away. The revelation that the actor was Asian had caught him off guard, making him question the decision in a country where discrimination, though diminished, still lingered. He had chuckled with disbelief, openly wondering if an Asian model could truly do justice to the brand's profound legacy. Yet, the representative had simply told the photographer, Giovanni Sponza, that he would understand everything once he met the man in person. Sponza pondered just who this enigmatic figure was, this man who had so effortlessly charmed the entire Rossellini family, before instructing his assistant to handle the luggage so he could take a walk along the coast. As he strolled, a familiar feeling of disdain washed over him. He absolutely loathed the sea. The salty air did little to soothe his conflicted feelings about returning to the origin he had fought so hard to escape. But then, his eyes landed on a sight so captivating that a single word escaped his lips: beautiful. A sudden jolt of professional instinct hit him as he realized in a panic that he didn't have his camera. His heart hammered against his ribs with a heavy, resonating thud. A second, more intense beat echoed the first as he stared, utterly transfixed. A short distance away, the CEO called out to Young-guk, warning him that he might get heatstroke under the intense Italian sun. Young-guk assured his friend he was fine, explaining that had grown worried when the CEO suddenly disappeared, especially since had been ordered to stick to him like glue. He mentioned the warnings about gangsters in port towns but noted with a laugh that all the rugged sailors had already gone fishing at dawn, leaving him to play with seagulls on the deserted beach. Just then, a voice called out their names, addressing them as Mr. Jang and Mr. Lee. They turned to see the approaching man, whom the CEO instantly recognized as Giovanni Sponza. The CEO quickly explained that Sponza was a world-renowned photographer who, despite a years-long sabbatical, was still pursued by countless companies and celebrities. He added that Sponza had come all this way specifically for Young-guk, a meeting that would have been impossible without a personal request from Vice President Rossellini himself, leaving Young-guk stunned by the man's stature. The CEO elaborated that photographers of Sponza's level often sought artistic inspiration over commercial work, a thought that made Young-guk's anxiety spike as he worried if he could live up to an opportunity he couldn't even dream of in his past life. He was informed that Sponza, having arrived much earlier than expected, was scheduled for tea with the vice president before dinner. The vice president had suggested they get acquainted before the shoot, which prompted the CEO to lean in and offer a crucial piece of advice. He whispered a warning about Sponza's notoriously eccentric and headstrong personality, a common trait among photographers who often become the subject of the shoot themselves. He recounted a famous incident where a tardy Hollywood actor had his entire photo shoot cancelled on the spot by Sponza, which inevitably sparked a fierce power struggle. Ultimately, Sponza's influence had proven superior, and the actor, unable to secure any decent roles afterward, saw his career plummet to third-rate status. The CEO finished his cautionary tale, expressing faith in Young-guk's polite nature but urging him to be careful just in case. As their arrival was announced, a wave of nervousness washed over Young-guk. A figure confidently strode towards the two men, who were seated at a table in a spacious restaurant. Upon seeing Young-guk, Giovanni Sponza was overcome with a trembling, speechless awe. Finally finding his voice, he passionately declared the sight before him a true fantasy of the sea. In the distance, the faint cry of seagulls seemed to punctuate the profound moment. Sometime later, at the coast, the vice president gestured towards the cliffs, indicating the day's shooting location. He explained that the sea cave was known as a blue grotto, a place of local myth where a legendary blue mermaid was said to live. Young-guk reasoned that if a mermaid lived there, the water must be quite deep, but he was assured that while dangerous at high tide, the water level inside the grotto was low and perfectly safe at that moment. The CEO noted that Sponza's team was already on a yacht preparing for the shoot, then turned to Young-guk with a curious look, asking if he had some prior connection to the photographer. Young-guk, visibly startled by the question, could only tremble and shake his head in denial. The vice president then changed the subject, asking Young-guk if he liked the concept for the shoot. Young-guk humbly admitted that he had no prior experience and had been worried that speaking up might inadvertently change the creative direction. The vice president observed that this considerate humility was a trait common in Asia, remarking on how different it was from the assertive confidence of Desiderios' previous top-tier models. With a knowing smile, he encouraged Young-guk to learn how to be more assertive, even suggesting that it was sometimes okay to be a bad boy. Young-guk worried internally that such a change would only make him revert to his flawed past self, just as they were instructed to begin walking into the cave since the water was too shallow for the yacht. Meanwhile, deep inside the sea cave, the photography crew was making their own way forward. A sudden shriek pierced the silence as one of the assistants, Mario, recoiled in fear from an insect. His colleague teased him for his cowardice before observing that even the most senior crew members had never witnessed a shoot quite like this one. Another added to the sentiment, noting that their boss absolutely hated shooting by the sea, which made the choice of a blue grotto all the more mystifying. Despite the unusual circumstances, a palpable excitement grew among them as they wondered what kind of artistic world their enigmatic leader was about to create. Pushing deeper into the darkness, one of the crew members spotted what looked like an exit ahead. As they drew closer, they were all struck with a profound sense of wonder at the sight. A hand reached out, bracing against a damp, rocky wall as they navigated the treacherous path. One of the men stumbled, prompting an immediate warning from a crewmate to be careful. The group was advised to ignore the bugs and focus on the slippery, uneven ground to avoid falling as they moved cautiously forward. Sensing the rising tension, Young-guk turned to his manager, Bong-chun, and asked him to drop to the back of the line to make sure no one was falling behind. Bong-chun readily agreed, making his way past the team's equipment to take up the rear guard position. Just as they were making progress, their path was blocked by an unexpected complication. A staff member reported that the local guides were refusing to go any further, demanding more money and claiming that this deep entry wasn't part of the original agreement. The guides were adamant, insisting on immediate payment to proceed and threatening to simply wait there until the shoot was over if their demands weren't met, a classic shakedown tactic. Someone suggested that they try to negotiate with the guides one by one to resolve the issue. However, another crew member firmly overruled the idea, stating that giving in once would only lead to them being taken advantage of again, and instructed everyone to simply ignore the guides. He then issued a stern ultimatum through an interpreter: if the guides weren't there waiting when they returned, they would forfeit the remainder of their payment. A wave of relief and gratitude washed over the team for the decisive handling of the situation. As they continued onward into the echoing darkness, one of them wondered aloud just how far ahead the photographer had gone. Finally, the group came to an abrupt halt, having seemingly reached their destination. A crew member's eyes widened in utter disbelief at the breathtaking scene before them. He struggled to find words, stammering in astonishment at the hidden vista. Only one word seemed fitting to describe the otherworldly beauty of the place: paradise. Someone wondered if the white expanse before them was snow. A voice explained that these were the skeletal remains of pipistrelles, bats that had died while clinging to the cave ceiling. Initially, these remains appeared as thin, needle-like bones, but over time, they had crumbled into a fine powder, transforming the area into what was once known as the graveyard of bats. The speaker observed that people were often misled by appearances, noting how the outside world perceived this place as paradise, yet upon learning the white fields were bat remains, visitors reacted with horror. He then expressed his deep affection for the location, believing that bats chose to die in places where they felt most comfortable, leading him to always refer to it as the bat's paradise, not a grave. Someone remarked on the unexpected lack of eccentricity from Sponza, the photographer renowned for his conflicts with models, as he displayed an unusually kind demeanor towards Mr. Jang. Suddenly, a hand drew back a dark curtain, unveiling two men standing together in a dimly lit chamber. A surprised exclamation escaped someone's lips. Another voice uttered an astonished Italian phrase, signaling a flashback to an hour earlier. The photographer had politely requested Mr. Jang to raise his arm. Someone pondered the photographer's unusually kind tone, wondering if it exemplified true professionalism. A crew member expressed collective gratitude towards Mr. Jang for his unexpected resolution of an earlier difficult situation. The speaker admitted surprise at Mr. Jang's intervention in the awkward moment, suggesting that Mr. Lee also deserved thanks, while Mr. Jang humbly stated he merely did what was necessary. Another voice hesitantly addressed Mr. Jang. The question was posed, inquiring about Mr. Lee's romantic status. Someone stated that Mr. Lee did not have a girlfriend, then teasingly suggested that he might not have liked Eliana, prompting confusion about the situation. The speaker recalled Mr. Lee's earlier casual dismissal when asked about a girlfriend, vowing to ask more directly next time, and humorously urged someone else to at least understand the term. Another person decided to inquire later, then shifted focus, asking Mr. Jang to choose from a selection of shoes, which surprised Mr. Jang. Monica was then asked if going barefoot would be acceptable, as the ground clearly wasn't real snow. The unsettling truth was revealed: the ground was composed of bat bones, a fact that surprised someone, while the speaker noted their familiarity with such caves from a childhood spent by the sea. He reassured them that the bat bones, originally soft and crumbly underfoot, had become harmless after years of weathering. Two men stood with serious expressions, their gaze directed off to the side. A close-up framed the side of a man's head and his ear. The phrase "Angel of Paradise" was uttered, carrying a questioning tone. A voice urged everyone to hurry, proclaiming that the moment was right. Someone urgently pointed out the need to quickly set up reflectors, then suddenly exclaimed, drawing attention to something remarkable. The unexpected sight of Sponza actually smiling shocked the observers. The photographer reminisced about escaping to this place during his past as a fisherman, always hoping a blue mermaid would appear to guide him. He declared that the blue mermaid he longed for in his childhood was now present, allowing him, as a photographer, to fulfill his mission. He regarded this presence as a savior. A fork deftly twirled noodles, sausage, and green onions within a pan. Someone noted that 2 weeks had already passed, exceeding the original 1-week plan, acknowledging the difficulty but conceding to Sponza's request. A person passionately offered to buy another week of Mr. Jang's time, even at personal expense, explaining that time spent with him felt profoundly significant, leading an observer to momentarily mistake the intensity for a romantic confession, before attributing it to an artist's nature. Another voice then inquired about Eliana's message to an elder brother, who seemed to ponder the name. The elder brother admitted uncertainty about Eliana's intent, suspecting she was asking about weekend availability, but he had feigned ignorance, confessing his awkwardness with such interactions. He mused about the difficulties of a long-distance relationship, then worried about the implications for his manager job if marriage were to occur, while someone else remarked that he already appeared to be dating. The friend suggested that the parents would likely approve, recalling the mother's previous concerns about her son growing old unmarried during their last visit to Jigalki Market. The conversation then veered towards the possibility of a blonde daughter-in-law, before a third person interrupted, asking Mr. Jang and Mr. Lee about their seemingly interesting discussion. The speaker politely inquired if they had enjoyed their meal, then casually mentioned that Mr. Sponza had departed for Rome early that morning, prompting a surprised question about his destination. It was explained that Sponza had initially intended to bid Mr. Jang farewell but, fearing he couldn't resist the temptation to extend the shoot, had chosen to leave without a goodbye, remarking on his persistent allure. Someone then invited Mr. Jang to take a walk and chat for a while. The speaker acknowledged that it was Mr. Jang's last night in Italy and expressed a desire to host a grand farewell party, while Mr. Jang simply wished to spend his remaining time leisurely. The person observed Mr. Jang's apparent disinterest in socializing, noting that many agencies and corporate officials had sought to meet him, especially after Mr. Sponza had featured Mr. Jang's B-cut photos in a Rome exhibition. They confirmed that Mr. Jang's agency in Korea must be inundated with contact requests. It was explained that models typically sought to elevate their public profile by meeting high-status individuals, believing it would increase their own name recognition. Mr. Jang, however, declared his lack of interest in such matters, stating that he hadn't come to Italy to forge connections, but simply wished for a relaxed final day. The speaker commended Mr. Jang's handling of the situation, mentioning that even Jordana, who initially held a negative view of him, had offered a direct apology. They then suggested that if Mr. Jang desired it, breaking into Hollywood would now be an achievable feat. Hollywood was described as a coveted destination for every film actor, yet despite numerous attempts by Asian actors, only a select few had truly established themselves there. He reflected on the irony that despite the U.S. leading efforts against racial discrimination, Hollywood presented higher racial barriers, making a career there seem impossibly distant in his past life, despite his passion for acting. He acknowledged the notion that everyone's peak differed, expressing his desire to advance purely on his own merits, noting that while current fame might secure him a small role, it wasn't his preferred path. He affirmed that he had not yet exceeded his personal ambitions. His ultimate desire was to achieve recognition purely through his acting prowess, believing this encapsulated the true essence of an actor's life. The other person conceded that their intuition about Mr. Jang had been correct, acknowledging his mysterious nature. The speaker confessed to living a life consumed by work, constantly focused on Desiderio and acting as its successor. They credited Mr. Jang as the first person to truly broaden their perspective, explaining how strong and persistent desires could sometimes be detrimental. They realized such desires could become shackles, compelling them to think only of that singular focus. This meant they had never allowed themselves any leisure time, a realization prompted by Mr. Jang's influence. A question was then posed to Mr. Jang, asking about his ultimate goal. Someone later asked if Mr. Jang had departed for Korea. The speaker expressed disappointment, having hoped Mr. Jang would remain in Desiderio to meet with Hollywood representatives, but he had promptly taken his scheduled flight, which was deemed a shame. They even revealed that they had proposed dating, only to be refused. As a result, a special gift had been prepared for Mr. Jang. They hoped that as he strove to surpass his goals, he might begin to comprehend something from the airport. This understanding concerned the true extent of his own profound influence. Aboard the flight back to Korea, a flight attendant methodically pushed a service cart down the narrow aisle. Seated in first class, Mr. Jang, disguised under a simple baseball cap, gazed ahead as the crew attended to other passengers. His companion leaned in, eagerly inquiring about how things had progressed with Eliana. Mr. Jang admitted that it hadn't gone well, prompting his friend to question why, noting Eliana's apparent interest in him. He explained the futility of her interest when communication was a struggle, describing his frustration at constantly needing a dictionary and how their connection simply faded away. The conversation then shifted to Monica, with his friend asking about the intense atmosphere of their private meeting, to which Mr. Jang replied it was just work and that she was disappointed it ended so quickly. His friend expressed disbelief, but Mr. Jang calmly reaffirmed his statement. Mr. Jang's mind drifted back to Monica's poignant realization that when deep desires grow too strong, they can transform into shackles. Her voice seemed to echo in his memory as she had thoughtfully addressed him. She had then posed a direct question, asking him what his ultimate goal truly was. He had answered with unwavering clarity, stating his ambition was to surpass the person he had been in his past life. He elaborated on this goal, determined to achieve it without leaving behind even a fragment of lingering regret. He finished his thought, emphasizing his desire to live a life with absolutely no regrets. Back in the present, his friend scoffed at the work excuse, pointing out the extravagant number of gifts Monica had given him. He mentioned the cargo hold filled with items and the first-class tickets, before Mr. Jang conceded there had been some talk of a relationship, which he felt she wasn't entirely serious about. Mr. Jang then remembered Monica mentioning one final gift, something he could check upon arriving in Korea, despite feeling they had already received far too much. His friend agreed, and they both began to wonder what kind of spectacular gift she could have possibly prepared for him. Soon after, their plane descended towards Incheon International Airport, bringing their journey to a close. The moment they stepped into the arrivals hall, a deafening roar erupted from an enormous, waiting crowd. Mr. Jang was suddenly bathed in the blinding, sparkling light of countless camera flashes, an unsuspecting star at the center of a media maelstrom. His companion was utterly bewildered by the scene, stammering in shock and questioning if an Olympic gold medalist had arrived. The press corps surged forward, shouting actor Jang Young-guk's name, desperately trying to get his attention while fans screamed his name in adoration. Unbeknownst to them, the aftershocks of his visit were still being felt far away, at the Desiderio headquarters in Italy. International news outlets were ablaze with headlines celebrating Jang Young-guk's film, highlighting praise from CNN and the famous photographer Giovanni Sponza. In a bustling Korean newsroom, an editor demanded to know the status of the press conference with Ch101 Entertainment, only to be told nothing was scheduled. The editor furiously insisted they create an opportunity if none existed, stressing the need to capitalize on the international stir and secure an exclusive story. He then pressed for an update on their interview request sent to Desiderio, determined to release news about Jang Young-guk faster than any other media outlet. The media frenzy had been sparked by rave reviews from legendary figures, including the photographer Giovanni Sponza and the influential heir of the Rossellini family. This wave of foreign press created a storm, leading to his past films and dramas being exported to Europe in what was described as an unbelievable turn of events. An employee reported back that Desiderio would only decide on an interview after consulting with Mr. Jang's agency. This news drove the editor mad, as it became clear that despite the national chaos, actor Jang Young-guk was refusing all interviews after returning. The editor-in-chief slammed his desk in frustration, demanding to know what on earth Young-guk was possibly doing. Unaware of the media's desperation, Young-guk was being gently woken up at home by his uncle. His uncle playfully greeted him, joking that the great and legendary actor had finally decided to grace them with his presence. He continued the teasing by mentioning the CNN feature calling him Desiderio's angel, but a tired Young-guk simply asked him to stop. His uncle marveled at the unprecedented attention for a Korean actor, jokingly asking if he had wings, to which Young-guk wryly replied that it felt more like a ghost on his back. His friend chimed in, theatrically suggesting they had been living with an angel all along and should now pray for Young-guk's success. Overwhelmed by the good-natured teasing, Young-guk let out an exasperated sigh. His eyes then fell upon a newspaper filled with speculative headlines, questioning a potential Hollywood debut or a call from the French film industry. He quietly dismissed the articles, finding the rampant rumors to be completely ridiculous. He felt a sense of relief that his agency was blocking interviews, saving him from the pressure of potentially having to fabricate stories to meet expectations. Suddenly, his uncle burst out with another exclamation, holding up a different article and demanding an explanation from a very confused Young-guk. He accused Young-guk of having an international romance while he was away, a claim that Young-guk immediately and nervously denied. His uncle excitedly pointed to a photo of him and Monica, insisting the rosy atmosphere was undeniable and declaring that the woman was completely captivated by him. He playfully chided his nephew for becoming so sly after his trip to Italy and not telling his uncle about his supposed new girlfriend. Fed up with the interrogation, Young-guk announced he was going back to sleep, prompting his uncle to laugh and admit he was only kidding. Before he could escape, his uncle told him to check the mail that had arrived for him, which had been left on the shoe rack by the entrance. His curiosity piqued by the unexpected mail, Young-guk made his way towards the entrance hall. He spotted a large envelope resting on the shoe rack, just as his uncle had mentioned. As he tore open the envelope and began to read, a look of profound disbelief washed over his face, as if he were staring into a blinding light. He suddenly clutched his forehead, completely overwhelmed by the shocking revelation contained within the document. Just then, his grandfather's gentle voice cut through his shock, warning him to be careful not to fall. Young-guk looked up, his voice trembling with emotion as he asked his grandfather if what he was reading was actually true. His grandfather smiled and confirmed it, explaining he had kept it a secret because revealing it earlier would have ruined the surprise. He then handed the official document to his grandson, advising him to take good care of it. The papers officially confirmed his casting. Jang Young-guk would play the supporting role of Young Hae-suk in the film The Outlaw. Some time later, at a script reading, a fellow actor expressed his surprise upon learning that Young-guk had indeed secured the role of Young Hae-suk. Young-guk admitted he had only recently found out and was still in shock, while the other actor shared his genuine excitement about working with him. The two men shared a laugh, mutually agreeing that they would both have to work even harder on this highly anticipated project. The other actor, Hwa-nan, bid him farewell until they met again on set, and Young-guk cordially replied in kind. As he watched his colleague depart, a profound sense of accomplishment settled over Young-guk. He knew this was it, he had finally arrived. This new project, helmed by the renowned director Baek Jang-hoon, represented the true start of his journey. His career as an actor in this new life was about to officially begin with the film titled The Outlaw. The first day of filming for the highly anticipated movie The Outlaw commenced, with a full crew and their equipment poised for action on the bustling set. But the director's sharp voice cut through the air, signaling yet another unsuccessful take. A staff member sighed in frustration, quietly asking her colleague how many retakes this was, worried that the lead actor, Hwa-won, was being worn out. Her colleague noted the silver lining was Hwa-won's simple tracksuit, as an expensive costume would have been ruined, and she began to wonder if they would finish for the day. Overhearing their concerns, Hwa-won turned and offered a sincere apology, urging them not to worry about him. A moment later, a crewmate offered Hwa-won a refreshing drink, which the tired actor accepted with a nod of thanks. Hwa-won then spotted Young-guk and expressed his surprise, but Young-guk explained with a laugh that as a supporting actor, he couldn't possibly miss the lead's first day. Hwa-won humbly dismissed the title of lead actor, but Young-guk chided him for his self-deprecation, reminding him of the fierce competition he had overcome for the role. Young-guk recalled the many prominent figures of the Korean film industry he had seen at the production company, all of whom Hwa-won had bested to secure the part. Visibly flustered, Hwa-won urged his friend to lower his voice, uncomfortable with such strong praise. Young-guk observed his friend's unchanged humility, reflecting that while Hwa-won's acting talent was among the best for his age, his confidence hadn't grown since his child actor days. Hwa-won then confessed his frustration after the seventh take, not for himself, but for the hard-working cinematographer who had to endure it all. Young-guk reassured him, explaining that the director, Baek Jang-hoon, was famously meticulous and known for multiple retakes to find the perfect shot, not due to poor acting. His spirits lifted, Hwa-won declared he would work even harder for the director who believed in him, proclaiming he was ready for 100 more takes if needed. Young-guk, however, knew his grandfather, the director, almost always used the first take in the final cut but decided to keep this motivational secret to himself. On another part of the set, a crew member looked on in awe, remarking how it felt like the entire world of the film was changing in a single day. Director Baek Jang-hoon meticulously laid out his vision for a family dinner scene, instructing a pan down to the dining table to establish power dynamics through seating arrangements. He stressed to his cinematographer that the tension had to be just as high when the character Jang Hae-suk appeared as it was with the chairman. The director demanded specific shots, including a big close-up on Hae-suk's face and one-shots of others' reactions, highlighting that capturing the subtle trembling of his fingertips was the key. Meanwhile, in the waiting room designated for actor Jang Young-guk, the man himself was preparing for this pivotal scene. Dressed impeccably in a vest and tie, he sat with his hands clasped, quietly focusing his mind and getting into character. A nervous staff member then approached him, hesitantly trying to bring up a concern regarding his costume. Young-guk instantly understood their anxiety, knowing full well that costumes for major films were often sponsored luxury items. He reasoned that because this expensive suit was one of a kind with no spares, the costume department was understandably worried about it getting damaged during the intense scene. Young-guk also recalled instances of actors taking sponsored clothes, surmising the staff was cautiously checking on him, afraid he might react with anger. Sensing their deep concern, he broke his concentration to offer a calm reassurance, promising he would be extremely careful not to damage the suit. He then told the staff member to inform him immediately if any part of the costume got damaged, offering to personally compensate for it, which earned him a relieved and grateful response. With the matter settled, Young-guk fully slipped into his role, adjusting his tie with a faint, confident smile playing on his lips. Moments later, the slate clapped, and the director called action for scene number 11, tension at the dinner. The scene began with Jang Hae-suk's uncle, a CEO named Kim Min-cheol, complaining loudly about his nephew's tardiness on such a critical day. A piece of narration established the family patriarch, Chairman Jong Man-soo, as a ruthless man who had seized control of the group from his siblings, his only soft spot being for his youngest sister. Another executive added fuel to the fire, mentioning worrisome rumors about Hae-suk's recent behavior and its potential to tarnish the company's image. The executive's wife quickly admonished her husband for speaking so carelessly in front of the chairman. The uncle then addressed the chairman directly, promising to handle his nephew and teach him that the future leader of the company could not afford to be so reckless. A pregnant pause filled the room as the executives waited. The air hung heavy with an unspoken, anxious question. Just then, a servant announced Hae-suk's arrival, and the chairman coolly instructed his grandson to take a seat, lightly chiding him for his tardiness. The sharp, deliberate sound of Hae-suk's shoes echoed as he strode toward the dining table. He stopped and openly questioned why his uncle, CEO Kim, was occupying his rightful seat, his disrespectful tone earning him an immediate scolding. Ignoring the rebuke, he continued his purposeful walk toward the head of the table. He acknowledged the gathering of executives but firmly stated that this specific seat was always his, pointedly asking his uncle why he was sitting there. His uncle stammered, flustered, trying to explain that it was only because Hae-suk had arrived late. Hae-suk cut him off with cold appreciation for his efforts, reminding him that some matters were best left to the true head of the family. A close-up on his uncle's face showed his eye squinting in a painful display of public humiliation. Across the table, the old chairman observed the power play with a faint, inscrutable smile. The chairman then broke the silence with a simple command, ordering his brother-in-law to get up. The uncle's hands trembled with suppressed fury as he was forced to vacate the chair. Watching him rise, Hae-suk let out a short, contemptuous scoff. This escalated into a burst of derisive laughter as he openly mocked his uncle for actually obeying the command. Having asserted his dominance, Hae-suk then casually excused himself, claiming a prior meeting with a client, and departed with a curt nod. The director's voice finally boomed, calling cut. And breaking the incredibly intense atmosphere on set. An explanation followed about the powerful aura an actor can possess, noting how great performers have long been known to completely merge their identities with their characters. The narrative provided historical examples, such as actors playing murderers who adopted the persona in daily life, and the legendary tale of real mobsters being intimidated by the cast of The Godfather. This very phenomenon unfolded on set, as a crew member accidentally bumped into Young-guk and immediately offered a panicked, fearful apology. The poor staffer physically recoiled, still intimidated by the lingering, arrogant presence of Jang Hae-suk. Instantly dropping the act, Young-guk's demeanor softened as he kindly checked if the crew member was all right and unhurt. Noticing a drink had spilled on his costume, he quickly brushed it off, insisting it was fine since he had to change anyway and the coolness was actually welcome. The staffer continued to apologize profusely, but Young-guk earnestly assured them he was genuinely okay and wasn't being sarcastic. As the staffer hurried off to find a towel, Young-guk felt a wave of awkwardness, realizing his convincing portrayal was making the crew genuinely wary of him. While one approached him, playfully accusing him of intimidating the staff, a notion Young-guk quickly denied. His co-star continued the joke, asking if Young-guk was really unaware that the on-set staff feared him even more than the director these days. While one attributed this fear to Young-guk's phenomenal acting, admitting that even he sometimes felt genuinely startled or scared during their scenes together. He explained that anyone unfamiliar with Young-guk might watch his performance and naturally assume he must have a similarly terrible personality in real life. Young-guk fired back a playful retort, pointing out that Won had become just as sly and cunning as his own character, Lee Ho-won. Won laughed, claiming he only behaved that way because he was so comfortable around his friend. Their light-hearted banter was interrupted by an assistant director's call to prepare for the next scene. The slate was prepared for scene number 31, a confrontation between Jang Hae-suk and Lee Ho-won, marking not only the end of the day's shoot but also the climactic finale of the season, promising an incredible return. The scene was set at the prestigious Judicial Research and Training Institute, a hallowed ground where the nation's most formidable legal minds converged. This institution was a melting pot of talent, from lifelong elites who aced their exams in a single go to persistent exam wanderers who finally achieved their goal after years of struggle, all destined to become judges, prosecutors, and lawyers on their own distinct paths. Yet, among these brilliant individuals was one who craved power far beyond the courtroom, a man named Lee Ho-won. An offer was presented to him, a chance to become a scholarship student under the formidable wing of the Jeonjul Group. The meeting took place within an opulent chamber, where ornate wooden architecture was illuminated by a soft, imposing light. Inside, two men in sharp suits stood with their heads bowed low, their posture betraying a deep-seated nervousness. A voice cut through the silence, expressing disdain for the refreshments being served. The speaker addressed the two men as fledglings, contemptuously acknowledging them as the new scholarship students. He aggressively questioned their silence, deriding them for becoming scholarship students by desperately clinging to the coattails of the Jeonjul Group just for a taste of success. He then issued a final, menacing ultimatum, demanding they confirm whether or not they were the Jeonjul Group's scholarship students. One of the men began to stammer out a confirmation. Both men then hastily affirmed their status, their voices laced with fear. Jang Hae-suk offered a glass to one of them, demanding to know his name, and Lee Ho-won identified himself as a newly appointed prosecutor for the Western District. Hae-suk found it amusing that the top graduate had chosen the path of a prosecutor over the power of a judge's gavel. Lee Ho-won stated with conviction that he had come here with the sole purpose of achieving success. At Hae-suk's command, Ho-won accepted the drink with a nervous thanks and swallowed it down. Suddenly, the director's voice broke the tension, calling for a retake starting from Jang Hae-suk's previous line. After a moment to reset, the cameras rolled again, and Hae-suk began his tirade, once more calling the men fledglings. He delivered his scathing line about their desperate grab for success, but the take was abruptly cut short yet again. The crew was instructed that they would attempt the same part of the scene once more. The slate clapped, and for the third time, Hae-suk delivered his mocking speech about their ambition and their parasitic attachment to his family's corporation. This time, Young-guk's frustration boiled over as he questioned why no one was reacting, wondering aloud if his grandfather believed there was an issue with his acting. He repeated the final question to the scholarship students while internally wrestling with what his otherwise perfect performance could possibly be lacking. The director called another cut, urging Young-guk to truly remember the kind of man Jang Hae-suk was. Young-guk's mind raced, focusing on the person he was supposed to become. He recalled a mentor's words, explaining that while he studied a role to perfection, a flawless performance was not the true pinnacle of acting. The mentor had acknowledged that Young-guk's current acting was impeccable. However, he had also pointed out that, just like during the audition, the role felt like ill-fitting clothes. He was merely performing the character, not embodying him. The mentor's challenge echoed in his memory, questioning if this was truly the extent of his abilities as an actor. Back on set, the assistant director called for everyone to stand by. The command to begin the scene was given. Young-guk unleashed a torrent of authentic rage, demanding to know why the men stood silent and accusing them of wasting his precious time. He gave them one last chance to answer, and this time, the other actors responded with genuine, terrified affirmations. The scene flowed perfectly as he offered a glass to Lee Ho-won and asked for his name, which was promptly given along with his new title. Hae-suk sneered at the irony, finding the top graduate's choice to be a mere prosecutor to be a peculiar one. Ho-won stood his ground, declaring that his only motivation was success. A close shot captured a drink being poured into the small, waiting cup held in Ho-won's hand. Hae-suk repeated the word success as if it were a foreign and insignificant concept. With a dismissive air, he then commanded the aspiring prosecutor to drink. Ho-won stammered a word of thanks before quickly downing the contents of the cup. Hae-suk then launched into a chilling speech, promising everyone present a level of wealth they could never imagine, a new world where their definition of success would seem like a joke. He abruptly shifted his interrogation, asking Ho-won for his personal definition of the law, to which Ho-won replied that it was a set of common-sense rules applied equally to all. Hae-suk twisted this noble idea, explaining that their role was not to uphold the law but to protect those who stood above it. He cruelly informed them that by accepting the scholarship, they had put on their own leashes, ceasing to be legal professionals and becoming guard dogs for the Jeonjul group, expected to wag their tails and faithfully serve their master for expensive food. He ominously alluded to the consequences they would face should they fail to grasp who their masters were and what was now expected of them. He concluded his terrifying welcome by promising to slowly and painfully engrave his identity into their minds from that day forward. After the scene finally wrapped, Won rushed over to Young-guk, asking with concern if he was all right. Young-guk lightly admonished his co-star, reminding him of his advice during rehearsal to turn his face slightly to soften the blow from the scripted slap. Won defended his choice, arguing it wouldn't have looked realistic, prompting Young-guk to express concern about him getting a real bruise. Won brushed it off, happy that the shot turned out so well, and admitted he now understood the director's repeated cuts. The final take was so real he was afraid his own acting might ruin it. He then confessed to Young-guk that he had truly been enjoying coming to the set recently. Won opened up, admitting that despite starting as a child actor, he had grown up without any real friends. He revealed his envy for Young-guk, who was his age yet always seemed to be surrounded by people who cared for him. Young-guk quietly replied that his life hadn't always been that way. Won playfully called him a liar, relaying what another actor had told him about Young-guk's amazing reputation even as a child. He confessed that he had secretly been both envious and jealous, wondering how Young-guk had managed to be so mature and skilled at such a young age. Young-guk could only offer a quiet denial, looking away from his friend. Won then quoted some profound advice he had received about acting being like a pupa shedding its skin to become a butterfly, urging one not to be confined by self-imposed limits. He recalled how the words telling him not to push people away because he was an actor of immense worth had pierced his heart. Won credited that very advice for his current success, admitting that his life now felt like a wonderful dream. Young-guk suddenly snapped, shouting that none of what Won said was true. His co-star was taken aback by the sudden and intense outburst. Young-guk quickly apologized, making the excuse that he wasn't feeling well before abruptly turning to leave as Won called out to him in confusion. As he walked away, a painful truth echoed in Young-guk's mind: the inspiring advice he had given Won was nothing more than recycled words from his previous, dark life. He was consumed by self-doubt, wondering if he was truly a good person or just a fraud, and questioning if he had failed to escape the ghost of his past. His thoughts drifted back to the intense scene he had just filmed, embodying the cruel Jang Hae-suk. In that moment, a horrifying realization struck him: the one who had truly hit Won was not the actor Young-guk, but the vicious monster from his past life. An interviewer expressed gratitude to the actor for his time amidst a demanding schedule. The interviewer remarked on the widespread anticipation surrounding the movie The Outlaw, acknowledging its status as a major topic of discussion. They highlighted actor Jang Young-guk, noting the significant public interest generated by his surprising decision to take on a villainous role. The interviewer then elaborated on an unwritten rule in the acting world, suggesting that maintaining a consistent image was key to sustained success. Young-guk explained that this unwritten rule was precisely why his choice of a villainous role, particularly that of an arrogant, unruly chaebol heir, sparked so much discussion. The interviewer pressed on, asking Young-guk for his thoughts on the widespread acclaim that his bold transformation positioned him as a future leader of Korean cinema. Young-guk mused aloud, admitting that some might perceive his actions as mere arrogance, believing actors should not carelessly alter their established images. He likened it to building a structure, emphasizing that solid groundwork was crucial, and too erratic a change could lead to an undefined, chaotic state. The interviewer then inquired about working with director Baek Jang-hoon for the first time since a childhood cameo, to which Young-guk responded that perhaps this familiarity made the role feel incredibly natural. He further clarified, feeling as though he was embodying a version of his own past self within the character. Young-guk recounted that when director Baek Jang-hoon called cut, he felt an undeniable thrill. This thrill was complex, encompassing both the peak of his acting prowess and a wave of disgust, as if confronting a spectral version of himself from a past life. The interviewer hesitated, sensing a shift in the atmosphere around Young-guk. Young-guk abruptly stated his desire to go inside and read the script, indicating a wish to conclude the interview. The interviewer was taken aback by his sudden, uncharacteristic response. She voiced her concern, asking if she had said anything inappropriate given his sudden silence. Young-guk quickly apologized and suggested restarting the interview, prompting the interviewer to politely consider his possible fatigue from filming. Later, the interviewer sighed, reflecting on the intensity of the experience. She addressed her colleague, Mi-jin, asking if Young-guk was typically so intense, having felt a chilling sensation throughout the interview. She described his remarkably cold eyes and recalled Mi-jin having interviewed him years prior, hinting at a stark difference in his demeanor. The interviewer remembered him being far from cold-blooded during the drama Youth, where he was celebrated as the nation's first love and perfectly embodied the vibrancy of youth. She confessed that today it had been genuinely difficult to even pose simple questions, yet noted that his answers hadn't seemed insincere. Mi-jin acknowledged that some actors, particularly top stars, genuinely disliked or found interviews bothersome. However, Mi-jin clarified that with Young-guk, it wasn't mere annoyance, rather, the man himself exuded a profound coldness. Despite the strange encounter, Mi-jin recognized the formidable pairing of Jang Young-guk and Ch101, both currently among Korea's most sought-after young actors. She added that with the legendary Baek Jang-hoon directing, the film was widely expected to be an enormous hit, though she couldn't say for certain. The interviewer remembered their permission for a quick shoot on set the following day, which Mi-jin confirmed. The interviewer asked Mi-jin about her plans, noting that the interview portion was complete and the shoot only required herself and the camera director. Mi-jin declared her intention to go, emphasizing the rare opportunity it was for a broadcasting reporter to gain access to director Baek Jang-hoon's set. She admitted that Young-guk's perplexing transformation continued to trouble her. A male voice, possibly another industry veteran, mused that actors came in various types, some displaying innate talent from their very first day. He contrasted this with others who, like diligent farmers, only achieved recognition after years of painstaking effort. He categorized these as late bloomers but noted that in the notoriously low-paying broadcasting industry, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Mi-jin, or another present, incredulously questioned if he was implying Young-guk was a late bloomer. Director Do, a veteran, scoffed at the idea, recounting how he initially dismissed Young-guk as a dark-skinned country bumpkin but was utterly stunned the moment he saw him act. He marveled at Young-guk's composure as a child on set, noting that he never sought out his parents or displayed any nervousness. His acting was effortless, like a fish in water, completely dominating the scene with his presence, even surpassing many adult actors. The director reiterated that labeling such an actor a late bloomer was simply ludicrous. He observed that while those who had known Young-guk since childhood approached him with ease, newer crew members visibly flinched at his mere glance. His acting was so exceptional that it blurred the lines of reality, making people wonder if that intense persona was his true personality. Another person questioned the statement that Young-guk had set his own limits, seeking clarification. The director explained that he considered him a late bloomer because he acted like someone who already fully understood his own boundaries. This perception of him knowing his limits was perhaps why, even as a child, his performances had always seemed extraordinary. The other person admitted a lack of understanding, respectfully acknowledging the director's keen insight but questioning how such a young child could possibly grasp his own capacity and impose limits. They recalled hearing about it back then, when Young-guk had only been acting seriously for a few months. The director clarified that this was a feeling he developed after spending significant time with Young-guk, admitting that how such a young child knew his limits remained a mystery. The other person then asked if, by the director's definition of a late bloomer, Young-guk had not already achieved his peak performance. The director pondered that perhaps Young-guk's starting point was simply unique, prompting a request for further explanation. He suggested that Young-guk's true artistic journey might only begin after he fully broke free from his self-imposed constraints. Meanwhile, on the set, the atmosphere was charged with electricity, as director Baek Jang-hoon helmed The Outlaw, a tale of urban power struggle centered on the courts. Jang Young-guk, fresh from his acclaimed dual role as Yeon Sang-in, continued to generate immense buzz by embracing this new villainous character. On set, the cameramen or reporters enthusiastically called out the names of actors Sun Hwa-won and Jang Young-guk. A woman greeted them, observing that Young-guk appeared to be an entirely different person in character. Another person agreed, wondering aloud if that intense figure was truly their familiar Young-guk. The voiceover began to introduce the various characters featured in The Outlaw. One of the onlookers quietly wondered if something had transpired. A person excitedly told an older woman that the movie was destined for massive success, to which she eagerly agreed, expressing her own excitement. A brown-haired man cast a nervous glance toward the woman standing beside him. He proposed that they consider visiting Seoul together sometime. The woman gently dismissed the idea, citing Young-guk's busy filming schedule, before trailing off in confusion. She gasped, feeling a sudden pain in her side, asking what was wrong. The man cried out in alarm, uttering a name as her distress escalated. The set buzzed with the cheerful sounds of conversation and the clatter of utensils during the lunch break. A staff member excitedly announced that to celebrate Chobok, the first of summer's hottest days, she had prepared a special meal of samjitang for everyone. The cast and crew immediately dug into the hearty and aromatic ginseng chicken soup. Amidst the lively meal, actor Sun Hwa-won looked over at Jang Young-guk with a curious expression. He asked Young-guk why he had come to the set on his day off, confessing that the delicious on-set meals were something he craved even when he wasn't filming. Young-guk answered that his main reason for visiting was to see Hwa-won, prompting the older actor to laugh and tease him for being a smooth talker. Hwa-won's demeanor then turned serious as he clarified he wasn't joking, admitting that he truly saw Young-guk as a goal and a role model he aspired to emulate. Young-guk humbly dismissed the high praise, but Hwa-won countered with a quote about learning being ageless, insisting that their age difference didn't matter. Hwa-won explained that meeting Young-guk had opened up a previously blocked path for him as an actor, which was why he chose to spend his day off watching him work. Young-guk listened in contemplative silence, absorbing the depth and sincerity of his colleague's admiration. Feeling motivated, Young-guk then asked Hwa-won if he would help him practice his lines after lunch, a request that took the older actor by surprise. He specified that he wanted to rehearse the intense scene they were scheduled to shoot later that afternoon. Hwa-won immediately and enthusiastically agreed to the request. Later, the director's voice echoed across the set, officially commencing the filming of Scene 41, titled Jong Hae-seok's Rampage. In character as the villainous Jong Hae-seok, Young-guk began a monologue, sneering about the insignificant consequences of financial crimes like manipulating stocks. He continued his venomous speech, describing the Korean legal system as a paradise for the rich, making it a country he could never bear to leave. Hwa-won's character then cut in, coolly dismissing Hae-seok's schemes as nothing more than petty cash grabs. An expression of pure rage momentarily flashed across Young-guk's face as his character ceded at the condescending remark. He leaned forward, his voice a low and menacing growl as he challenged the man to repeat what he had just said. As another actor tried to defuse the situation by reminding them they were friends, the word only seemed to stoke Hae-seok's fury. Young-guk, fully embodying his role, loomed over the seated couple, his imposing figure casting a shadow of intimidation. A crew member watching from the sidelines whispered in awe, realizing Young-guk had been holding back his true intensity during rehearsal. Director Baek Jang-hoon observed keenly, thinking that the actor's condition looked fine and questioning his own earlier worries about Young-guk's anxiety. However, an undefinable something in the performance felt different, planting a small seed of concern in the director's mind. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing sound broke the on-screen tension. Young-guk's character latched onto the word friend, repeating it with a chillingly sweet tone that dripped with sarcasm. He leaned in closer, his eyes burning as he asked if he still looked like a friend to them in that moment. Pushed past his breaking point, Wawon's character finally exploded, shouting that he had had enough. A raw, agonized scream filled the set as the confrontation escalated into violence. Young-guk's character lunged, his hand sinking into the other man's wet hair with brutal force. At that moment, a strange, floating sensation washed over Young-guk, as if his own senses were becoming detached. He felt his own hand moving with a chilling naturalness, realizing he was no longer consciously acting as Jang Young-guk. A profound thought crystallized in his mind: he had become the character, and by finally acknowledging this truth, he had shattered the limits of his acting. He accepted this raw, violent persona, believing this was who he had truly been all along. With terrifying conviction, he delivered his next line, sneering that merely sitting in the same room did not make them equals. A sudden, sharp impact sent a jolt of shock through the scene. The camera focused on a close-up of Young-guk's hand, where crimson blood began to well up and drip from a fresh wound. Ignoring the pain, he thought to himself that this very moment was the absolute pinnacle of his performance. His scene partner let out a choked gasp of genuine terror, their fear bleeding through the performance. Young-guk's character then presented a horrific ultimatum, asking if the man preferred to die on the spot or crawl between his legs in humiliation. The terrified actor began to stammer, desperately pleading for a moment to think. With cold finality, Jang Young-guk decided for him, declaring that he would just have to die there. A more frantic, choked plea for him to wait escaped the other actor's lips. Just as the tension became unbearable, Young-guk's expression shifted from murderous intent to one of slight confusion. The suffocating atmosphere on set was instantly broken by the sound of Young-guk's booming laughter. He cheerfully called his scene partner a friend, asking why he looked so surprised by what was just a little joke. The crew immediately recognized that everything after an on-set glass had broken was a complete, unscripted ad-lib. They were stunned that he had not only avoided stopping the take but had also seamlessly woven the accident into a masterful performance. From the side, Sun Hwa-won watched the aftermath, a look of deep concern clouding his features. Director Beck looked down in thought, his expression unreadable as he processed the brilliant yet unsettling scene. The moment the director yelled cut, crew members rushed over to Young-guk, urgently calling for the standby paramedics. The paramedic quickly assessed the injury, explaining that a sugar glass shard had caused a deep cut and that he needed to go to the hospital. A staff member anxiously debated calling an ambulance and suggested halting the day's schedule entirely. His co-star hurried over, his voice laced with genuine worry as he asked if Young-guk was all right. Young-guk apologized for startling him, but the actor gratefully shook his head, insisting that the quick-witted ad-lib had saved him from ruining the shot. Their conversation was cut short when a crew member called out Young-guk's name. The staffer praised the incredible scene, remarking that he'd never seen an actor perform through an injury like that before asking about his hand. Young-guk brushed off the concern, insisting it wasn't a bad wound, but the crewman informed him that Director Beck wanted to see him right after his first aid was complete. With his hand now bandaged, Young-guk approached the director and addressed him quietly. Director Beck didn't waste a moment, issuing a firm, non-negotiable command for him to go to the hospital. He explained that they were already rescheduling the shoot and that Young-guk's only priority should be getting his hand checked. Young-guk protested that he could still move his hand and continue filming, but the director simply ignored him and instructed a manager to take him. He pleaded desperately, arguing that the director had to have seen that he had just surpassed his own acting limits. Director Beck spoke Young-guk's full name, his sharp, serious tone cutting through the young actor's impassioned protests. He then delivered a devastatingly harsh critique, telling Young-guk that whatever breakthrough he thought had achieved still looked like a pale imitation to him. The director dismissed him with finality, stating that his presence on set was no longer needed for the day. The manager gently touched Young-guk's shoulder, softly urging him to come along to the hospital first. Utterly crushed by the director's cold assessment, Young-guk turned and began to walk away without another word. As he made his way off the set, he pulled out his phone, his mind still reeling from the unexpected confrontation. The screen illuminated to show 6 missed calls from someone named Ms. Yang, adding yet another layer of anxiety to his turbulent state of mind. The doctor confirmed that the treatment on his hand was now complete. He explained that the cut had fortunately missed the tendon, but sternly advised Young-guk to avoid using his right hand as much as possible during his recovery. Before leaving, the doctor instructed him to come back in 2 days for a routine follow-up. As he stepped out, his manager called his name, his voice thick with relief. The manager expressed how fortunate it was that the tendon wasn't damaged, believing something far worse could have happened if he had kept filming. For a moment, the man in the suit looked away, lost in a moment of quiet contemplation. Breaking the silence, Young-guk turned to his manager and earnestly asked for his honest opinion on his acting performance from earlier. His manager's response was immediate and effusive, describing the performance as so amazing that it gave him goosebumps and left everyone on set watching with their jaws dropped. He clarified that while Young-guk's previous roles had been excellent, this one felt profoundly different somehow. Leaning in, Young-guk pressed the point, asking if it seemed like he had truly embodied the character he was playing. His manager didn't quite catch the question, prompting Young-guk to quickly retract it, dismissing it as nothing. The 2 men then proceeded down the quiet hospital corridor, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Suddenly, an unsettling thought pierced through Young-guk's mind, the series of missed calls from Mrs. Yang, the owner of the shop next to his mother's. He immediately tried to call her back, but the line rang unanswered before connecting to a cold, automated voicemail message. A knot of dread formed in his stomach as he wondered aloud if something was terribly wrong. Just then, his eyes shot wide with shock as his phone screen illuminated with a new notification. A chilling text message from Busan Yangdo Hospital appeared, containing the name of his mother, Lee Hae-suk. The weight of the message struck him with the force of a physical blow. His gaze fell to his heavily bandaged hand, a stark and frustrating symbol of his own helplessness. In an instant, he bolted from the hallway, causing his manager to call out in surprise, asking where he was rushing off to. Young-guk desperately pleaded to borrow the car, his sudden panic making his manager ask what could have possibly happened. He insisted on getting the keys, but his manager refused, pointing out his injury and declaring that he would drive instead. With his voice strained by fear, Young-guk finally choked out the reason for his urgency, revealing that his mother was at that very hospital. The manager's face instantly contorted with shock and worry as the gravity of the situation sank in. Soon after, their car was one of 2 vehicles racing down the darkened highway with a desperate urgency. Gripping the steering wheel, the manager navigated the road with a nervous focus, his own expression reflecting the tension of the moment. Beside him, Young-guk sat slumped in the passenger seat, his arm in a sling, looking utterly broken as the world blurred past his window. A disembodied voice from a past phone call echoed in his memory, calmly asking to confirm if they had reached Mr. Jang Young-guk. The caller had then identified themselves as being from Yangdo Hospital. That memory was followed by the faint, haunting sound of his mother's voice calling out for her son. A flood of painful memories he had fought so hard to suppress began to overwhelm him. He was transported back to another time, his own voice screaming for his mother as he was torn away. The memory was a chaotic whirlwind of desperate cries, his name being called out in alarm amidst the pandemonium. He could almost feel a hand on his shoulder, a voice trying to calm him down in the midst of the crisis. An old, familiar guilt washed over him as he was consumed by the terrifying thought that he had left his mother behind once more. His dark spiral was suddenly interrupted by a gentle voice cutting through the noise in his head. He looked up to see Mrs. Yang, who softly confirmed his identity as Lee Hae-suk's son. A doctor then approached, calmly informing him that his mother had suffered from acute appendicitis but that the surgery had been completed successfully. The doctor offered a final piece of reassurance, stating that her life was not in danger and that she would be fine after a couple of days of recovery. Mrs. Yang elaborated, explaining that she had brought his mother to the hospital right away when she started complaining about a stomach ache. She confessed that she hadn't thought it was anything serious given his mother's usual good health, before turning her attention to him and asking with concern if he was all right. The question hung in the air for a moment, drawing the attention of Young-guk's ever-watchful manager. Mrs. Yang's eyes then landed on the manager, and she finally recognized him from his work with Young-guk. A shadow of regret crossed her face as she worried that she had unnecessarily disrupted his filming schedule by contacting him. The manager was quick to dispel her guilt, insisting that it was far better for Young-guk to know immediately than to find out later and be consumed by even greater worry. He then mentioned that he had already advised Young-guk to stay at the hospital and offered to go pack the necessary items for his mother's stay himself. The manager's thoughts then drifted, and he remarked on how fiercely Young-guk had taken care of his mother ever since he was just a little boy. Mrs. Yang's expression softened as she recalled a vivid image of a small Young-guk running back from school, setting out a basin at the market to sell fish, his voice echoing loudly as he tried to help his mother. She spoke with admiration about how he had lived with such resolve, carrying the weight of his family on his small shoulders after losing his father. It was because of that incredible resilience, she mused, that she always wished he would allow others to help lighten his heavy burden. She believed that no matter how mature someone appeared, trying to carry everything alone would eventually become too much for anyone to bear. With a sigh, she expressed her hope that Young-guk would realize he had people to lean on, yet she feared he was still trapped in a state of anxious solitude. Mrs. Yang then shook her head, pulling herself out of her reverie and deciding it wasn't the right time for such thoughts. With renewed purpose, she announced that she would go and gather some fresh clothes for his mother to wear. After she left, Young-guk's manager stood in thoughtful silence, his expression serious as he processed her words. A short while later, as dusk settled over the city, the manager stood outside the massive hospital, his gaze fixed on the building's imposing silhouette. Deep inside, in a vast and empty waiting room, Young-guk sat hunched over in near total darkness, a solitary figure swallowed by the space around him. At that moment, his manager was at the front desk, asking with rising panic what the staff meant when they said Young-guk was no longer there. Elsewhere, Young-guk's stare was fixed with an unnerving intensity, his entire world narrowed to a tiny, insignificant bug crawling on the floor. A cold and unshakable resolve settled over him as he made a silent vow not to let this happen. The deep anguish and turmoil in his heart were starkly visible on his shadowed face. In the crushing silence, he asked himself the one question that terrified him most: was he once again repeating the failures of his past? His manager's voice cut through the oppressive silence, calling out Young-guk's name. Rushing to his side, the manager expressed his profound worry, admitting he should have at least sent a message. He offered what comfort he could, reassuring Young-guk that his mother would be fine and would recover quickly due to her strong health. The manager then asked Young-guk to remain at the hospital while he went to gather all the necessary items for his mother's stay. Young-guk felt a sliver of relief that this wasn't a repeat of the dire illness from his past life, but that relief was fleeting. A chilling thought gripped him as he questioned what he would have done if the situation had been life-threatening. He realized that in his previous life, it wasn't that such things never happened, it was that he had deliberately chosen to ignore them. This agonizing reality was all because he had failed to even make a simple phone call that would have taken mere seconds. A wave of guilt washed over him as he wondered just how many times his mother had endured such hardships all by herself. He knew she likely hadn't contacted him because she never wanted to burden him with her worries. The crushing weight of the truth settled upon him, it was all because of his own neglect. A heart-wrenching sob escaped him as he questioned if, despite this second chance, he had ultimately failed to change at all. Tears streamed down his face as he asked himself if he was simply doomed to repeat the same miserable life he had lived before. He choked on another sob, believing that if he couldn't make his own mother truly happy, his life was meaningless. Consumed by despair, he wondered aloud what purpose there was in living this life again, his cries echoing in the empty room. Unseen by him, a lone butterfly fluttered past the window, a silent witness to his grief against the dusky sky. A gentle voice suddenly called out to him as Appa. The young woman, seeing his state, urgently told him to wait right there while she went to get someone. Young-guk's head snapped up, his eyes wide with surprise. A soft gasp escaped his lips as he recognized the person before him. He tried to stifle his cries, covering his mouth with his hand as silent tears continued to fall. The woman knelt down in front of him, tenderly holding his face between her hands. She softly coaxed him to breathe slowly and deeply. She whispered that it was okay, her voice a soothing balm on his frayed nerves. She promised him that he wasn't alone, for she was right there beside him. With unwavering conviction, she assured him that everything was going to be okay. Looking over her shoulder, she let out a small, relieved exclamation. She called out to the others that she had finally found Young-guk. The sharp click of a door opening marked a shift in time and place. Young-guk now sat vigil at his mother's bedside inside the quiet hospital room. He softly spoke her name, his voice filled with a mixture of relief and lingering worry. His profile was cast in the dim light, his expression somber as he watched her sleep. His mother's voice, though weak, gently called out to her son. She looked at him with loving concern, remarking on how thin his face had become. She promised that as soon as they returned home, she would grill lots of pork belly to feed him well. A small, sad smile touched his lips as he quietly agreed. Outside the monolithic hospital, birds soared against a vast, cloudy sky. Young-guk had eventually fallen asleep in the chair, his head resting on his arms while a thoughtful someone had draped a blanket over him. A faint sound whispered through the otherwise silent room. The gentle shuffle of quiet footsteps approached the bedside. Two men, Director Beck and a senior actor, had arrived to visit. The director softly called out his name, addressing him as both Grandpa and Uncle had. Young-guk, startled awake, quickly apologized for coming to them so suddenly without a word. The director simply expressed his immense relief that things were all right. The senior actor echoed the sentiment, thankful that a greater tragedy had been averted. His gaze then fell on Young-guk's bandaged hand as he asked if it was okay. Young-guk explained that the doctor had advised him not to overexert it, but that it wasn't a serious problem and only required a follow-up in 2 days. He turned to Director Beck, admitting that his advice to go to the hospital immediately had been right and apologized for being so stubborn. He confessed that his own ambition had clouded his judgment, preventing him from stopping the filming when he should have. Director Beck countered that he knew Young-guk's passion was so great that he would likely make the same choice 100 times over, and that was precisely why he worried. He grew reflective, admitting that a director's nature is to value the image, and that even he, who had watched over Young-guk for so long, had pushed the filming too far. He confessed that over the years, he realized his once-held values had hardened into stubbornness, horrified that he didn't even recognize he was pushing his actor to the point of injury. The director then made a firm declaration that an actor should never have to be injured on set, because they were artists, not props. He paused, gathering his thoughts for his final, important words. He then formally apologized to actor Jang Young-guk, while also thanking him for his truly passionate performance. The director ended with a sincere hope that Young-guk would continue to share his incredible acting for a very, very long time. Young-guk stared back at him, his expression filled with a profound sense of awe and gratitude. A brilliant, heartfelt smile finally broke through his weary facade, sparkling with newfound hope. He, in turn, thanked Director Baek Jang-hun for everything he had taught him. Sometime later, the men stood on a waterfront promenade, watching as the manager ran happily towards them. Mrs. Yang's earlier words came to mind, her wish for her son to feel free and to know he had a place to return to, even as she feared he was still lost in his solitude. But looking at Young-guk now, his profile was calm and content, a peaceful smile on his face. It became clear that he would come to understand he wasn't alone, not through words, but because he was finally surrounded by so many truly good people. The emotional meeting at the hospital concluded with heartfelt thanks for everyone's concern and support. Yeonsu immediately approached Young-guk, her voice filled with worry as she asked for an update on his injured hand. He reassured her that while the wound had reopened and would need more time, the doctor confirmed it was nothing serious. His curiosity piqued, Young-guk then asked how she knew to find him in Yongdo, and she explained she had been filming at a location nearby. She recounted how senior actor and Jung-hyun had called her, unable to reach either of them, which prompted her to try calling their manager, who thankfully answered. As soon as she got his location, she had rushed over without a second thought, driven by her deep concern for his well-being. When asked about her own schedule, she waved it off, confirming her shoot was done and mentioning she was free from school as it was the weekend. Yeonsu also informed him that both director Baek and the senior actor had already returned to Seoul to avoid burdening his mother. A wave of guilt washed over Young-guk as he apologized for the trouble he caused, but she immediately questioned why he felt the need to be sorry. She insisted that everyone rushed to his side because they trusted him and were worried for the person they had come to know. Yeonsu firmly stated that he had nothing to apologize for, expressing her immense relief that his injury wasn't severe and he was okay. Suddenly shifting her tone, she corrected herself with a scolding, reminding him to be careful and strictly forbidding him from using his right hand until it fully healed. His mind drifted back to a stark memory of a doctor gesturing earnestly while speaking to his parents in a hospital corridor. That image was followed by a poignant scene of worried family and friends gathered around a patient's bed. A softer, more recent memory surfaced of his parents gazing at each other, their faces lit with gentle, understanding smiles. He recalled a moment of pure, shared joy between them, their eyes closed as they savored their reunion. Later, the black car carrying him and his manager smoothly navigated a road lined with traffic cones, marking their journey back to Seoul. During the drive, his manager offered to rearrange his schedule so he could return for his mother's discharge, a proposal Young-guk readily accepted. Young-guk tried to thank him, but the manager simply reminded him that handling such matters was his job. The manager then gently made sure that Young-guk had said a proper farewell to his mother before they departed. Young-guk's thoughts returned to his mother's words, her quiet confession that she was the one who perhaps hadn't trusted him enough. She had admitted to fearing he was struggling alone, but now saw that he was surrounded by so many good people, making her worries feel needless. He remembered her telling him that she had heard everything about the previous day's incident on set. His mother explained that while their friend Myeongjin tried to hide the news, a mother always knows when something has happened to her son. She had come to realize that from Myeongjin to Mrs. Yang and the people of Namhang, he had a strong network of kind people around him. It was because of this that her deepest wish was for her son to finally let go of his solitary anxiety. She had urged him to trust in her unwavering presence, to go and soar freely with the knowledge he always had a home to return to. In that moment, he had quietly affirmed his understanding of her heartfelt words. Back in the present, Young-guk told his manager with newfound conviction that he finally understood something vital. He declared that he now knew his true path, recognizing he was neither a self-destructive moth nor a completely carefree bird. He had arrived at the simple, profound realization that he was, and only needed to be, himself. Young-guk mused on the futility of turning his back to the sun, as looking at the ground would only ever reveal his own shadow. He accepted that both his past and present lives were inescapable shadows, but he was the one walking forward. He resolved then that his true role was to stand proudly and purposefully under the sunlight. Arriving on set, Young-guk was greeted by a fellow actor who kindly asked if his hand was feeling any better. Young-guk cheerfully assured him it was fine, explaining the doctor had cleared him as long as he didn't strain it, and that the director had approved his return. The veteran actor, Roh Man-hyuk, advised him to be careful before generously offering to run lines together, an offer Young-guk gratefully accepted. Roh Man-hyuk was an industry legend, a respected figure who had dominated the film scene for decades, yet he was always the first on set and the last to complain. His unwavering professionalism set a powerful precedent, silencing potential complaints from others and maintaining a positive atmosphere on set. After their rehearsal, the veteran actor expressed his sincere admiration, admitting there was nothing he could possibly advise him on. Young-guk humbly tried to dismiss the compliment, but Roh Man-hyuk insisted he wasn't being polite, there was genuinely nothing to teach. The senior actor's expression then turned contemplative as he correctly guessed that the day's rushed shooting schedule was for his sake. He confessed that his unease about his character's impending exit from the script had likely been evident in his demeanor. For any supporting actor, being written out of the script was a constant possibility, a professional reality that felt akin to a character's death. The weight of this was heavier for him, as he had already announced his retirement, making this role's end feel all the more final and bittersweet. He then began to reminisce, sharing that he had started his own acting journey at about Young-guk's age, a completely naive kid at the time. The veteran described his younger self as a clueless wannabe who kept trying until a sympathetic assistant director gave him a minor role out of pity. Miraculously, that small part was enough to get him noticed by directors, catapulting him toward unexpected success. But as his fame grew, so did his arrogance, and he now looked back with deep regret at the lazy and conceited actor he had become. He lamented how the humble boy from the countryside had vanished, replaced by a big shot who would berate junior actors and staff over the smallest delays. The senior actor saw a parallel in their paths but acknowledged a key difference. Looking back, he knew his own past struggles were entirely his own fault. He admitted that when he first met Young-guk, he had wondered if he was seeing a younger version of himself. However, seeing him again that day, Manhwa understood with certainty that Young-guk was a completely different and superior kind of artist. He saw not just an actor shining with talent, but one whose tireless effort was etched into his very being, a truth only a fellow veteran could fully recognize. Manhwa confidently told Young-guk that he was destined for greatness, and that his current success was merely a prelude to an even brighter future. Humbled by the profound praise, Young-guk closed his eyes, a soft and deeply grateful smile spreading across his face. He modestly deflected the praise and urged the senior actor not to worry, encouraging him instead to pour every last bit of his passion into their scene. With a renewed sense of purpose, Young-guk signaled his readiness to begin filming. The veteran actor expressed what an honor it was to share his final scene with him, just as the director's voice called for action on the set. Rain lashed down as a man's shoe plunged into a glistening puddle. An urgent voice demanded to know what had transpired with Haesuk. They reported that their father had suddenly collapsed, signaling an impending moment. The speaker anticipated that upon hearing the will, the Jung-gil group's assets would finally be within their grasp. An individual was barred from entering, reacting with surprise and indignation. A doctor's directive was relayed, stating the patient required maximum rest and requesting everyone's immediate departure. One person insisted on seeing Appa regardless of others, then sharply told Haesuk to stop. The barrier keeper reiterated the instruction to leave, emphasizing that the message had been unequivocally clear. A small, subtle sound of rustling or fluttering faintly disturbed the tense silence. A soft gasp or sigh escaped, barely audible in the strained atmosphere. A voice, steeped in scorn, accused their father of weakness, claiming it allowed vermin to emerge. The speaker then bitterly reflected on lessons learned from their father, who had always pushed them to overcome their own perceived weakness. They recalled being told they were too weak as a child to inherit a massive corporation like the Jung-gil Group. The speaker then challenged their father, questioning why he hadn't been honest about his desire to cling to management rights after his arduous struggle to the top. A note of genuine curiosity laced the speaker's voice, despite their harsh tone. They then delivered a cutting question, asking if their father had truly been unaware he would lose everything to the weak child, before the scene abruptly cut. A sudden, loud bang resounded, punctuating the silence of the scene. A narrator explained that commercial film shoots typically span 3 to 4 months, with post-production often exceeding the principal photography duration. The project, titled The Outlaw, was now entering its latter half, seemingly around the halfway point. Confirmation was given, noting how quickly time had passed during the production. Someone observed an unusual atmosphere on the film set, expressing bewilderment. Young-guk was unexpectedly thanked by someone, and he responded with confused surprise, asking why. Another crew member questioned Young-guk about the expensive gifts, estimating the total cost was well over 100 units, and playfully pointing out Jang Young-guk's delight. Someone recognized a Desiderio wallet, reacting with disbelief at its presence. It became clear that Monica had not given up on her efforts, and her stream of gifts continued. A suggestion arose to hold a company dinner that day, crediting Young-guk with the improved set mood, with a humorous aside about who might be perceived as paying. Someone expressed concern about the expensive nature of the gifts, asking Young-guk to inform them in advance next time, and resolving to contact her about the matter. The scene shifted to a dramatic moment, scene 61, the chairman's dignity, where a character urged a collective protest against rumors of management restructuring. Another character warned that they risked losing their positions to a young punk and being completely ousted, agreeing with Executive Director Park that even a recovered chairman might replace them all. Someone directly addressed President Kim Min-chul, suggesting the chairman must have left separate instructions, punctuated by a clearing of the throat. An outraged voice interjected, condemning the suggestion of changing the chairman's will as nonsense, demanding Executive Director Kim think before speaking, as the chairman had not even passed. Executive Director Kim defended their statement, asserting the succession plan was already clear, and expressing confusion as to why everyone was prematurely scared, as it was only a matter of time. Another character furiously denied being scared, challenging the others to acknowledge the chairman's unwavering dedication to the company above all else. They argued that even if the chairman had completed the inheritance of management rights, arbitrarily replacing the current management was unacceptable. A man in a sharp suit deliberately opened the door to the tense meeting room. He then directly addressed Executive Director Park, posing a question about their preference for used or new items. Park responded with a surprised "what?" As the speaker continued, taking measured steps and musing about the unpleasantness of long-used, hand-stained items, referencing the new wineskins adage. The speaker affirmed their shared sentiment, elaborating on their dislike for things that had lost their elasticity, resembling stretched-out wrinkles or festering mold. The speaker's gaze sharpened as they specifically addressed Executive Director Park once more. They delivered a final, pointed question, asking if Park was truly unafraid, before the scene was again abruptly cut. A vibrant red dragonfly gracefully winged its way across a soft, pastel-colored sunset sky. A figure, clad in a black jacket and pants, ran purposefully through a tranquil park dotted with benches and trees. A visible sigh of exertion escaped the running figure. An older man, noticing the younger one, inquired about the contents of a news article. The younger man read aloud the headline, detailing the collaboration between Desiderio's muse, Monica Rossellini, and Jang Young-guk, highlighting how the actor had succeeded where even Desiderio's own famous actor had failed. He explained that the article reported an actor signing a modeling contract with a fashion company, expressing surprise at such news being printed and wondering which entity, the store, or the actor, was more renowned. The older man then asked for the actor's name, which was identified as Jang Young-guk. The elder admitted he had never heard of Jang Young-guk, concluding that the clothing store must therefore be more famous, a sentiment the younger man seemed to agree with. A quiet resolve settled upon Young-guk. He knew it was not the time for retrospection, as a long path stretched before him. He affirmed his determination to continue moving forward with unwavering consistency. A soft, distinct sound of a distant, ringing bell or chime echoed. Suddenly, Young-guk's name was called out with an exclamation. The caller immediately demanded a present, wondering why they hadn't received one. They exaggerated their claim, recounting how they had supposedly raised Young-guk from childhood, carrying him on their back, and expressing disbelief at not receiving a gift. Young-guk dismissed the familiar story, playfully questioning when his uncle had ever carried him on his back, pointing out it was merely an expression, and mentioning his older brother's bragging about a Desiderio wallet. He then revealed that he had anticipated this and had indeed prepared a gift for his uncle as well, much to his surprise. The uncle affectionately called Young-guk closer for a kiss, then revealed that his gift was not from Desiderio but personally purchased, warning him not to lose it. Young-guk seemed confused, having thought Desiderio had sent gifts under the uncle's name, explaining that he had tried to pay for all the gifts himself but they had refused, prompting him to buy more Desiderio wallets instead. The uncle chuckled knowingly, recognizing Young-guk's intention to immediately show off his new gift. He then boasted to Hyungnim about receiving a gift Young-guk bought with his own money, teasing them about jealousy, while internally musing about Young-guk's immaturity. Someone then reminded Young-guk about his plans to attend action school that day, to which he confirmed. Expressing surprise, a person inquired about his action school attendance, and Young-guk explained his intention to practice for a forthcoming action scene at the end of filming. Hyungnim then suggested that he should teach Young-guk a few things, jokingly referring to himself as the great actor Jung, and starting to reminisce about his own past as an action actor. Mid-sentence, the speaker abruptly noticed Young-guk's absence and asked where he had gone. It was revealed that Young-guk had suddenly bolted away just moments before. A violent red fist shot forward through the air. Someone questioned Young-guk's past workout regimen, expressing astonishment at his sharp motor skills, which surpassed even those of their action school trainees, despite his claim of only daily runs. The instructor then suggested that adding flexibility would perfectly complement his abilities, and praised Young-guk's immediate, impressive attempt to demonstrate it. A new challenge was proposed, inviting Young-guk to try kicking a target. The instructor urged him to kick with even greater height. Young-guk responded with a surprised sound. A guttural sound of effort escaped him. An impressed wow rippled through the air as the instructor questioned if Young-guk had truly never performed an action scene before, marveling at his skill and relieving Young-guk's prior concerns about his body stiffness. A new arrival greeted the group, acknowledging Young-guk's presence with a friendly exclamation. Noting the calluses on Hwawan's hands, someone commented on her rigorous workouts, to which she explained her dedication at the gym, aiming not to be a burden and expressing her readiness to be guided. The instructor then proposed a simple test, receiving a confirming nod in response. He instructed them to perform the action with increased speed. Someone exclaimed, reassuring the group that ample time remained before the action scene shoot, indicating that everything was proceeding smoothly. Instructions were given for Hwawan to begin with basic flexibility exercises, while Young-guk would be tested on his synchronization skills, suggesting that demonstrating the desired visual outcome first would be the most effective approach. The roles for the demonstration were assigned, with Myung-duk portraying Young-guk's character and stuntman Lee Ji-sung taking on Hwawan's role, while stuntman Kim Myung-duk was also introduced. The team confirmed that the scene had been meticulously aligned with director Baek's script, inviting everyone to observe the demonstration. During the demonstration, one boxer delivered a precise kick to the other's shin. A collective gasp of "wow" escaped the onlookers. Someone inquired if that was the first version, confirming it was, and explained that typically around 3 action sequences were prepared for each scene. The speaker elaborated that while stand-ins were often used for complex terrains or numerous supporting actors, the current scene, as specifically requested by director Baek, involved only the 2 main actors in a full-cut action sequence, making the use of doubles impractical. Young-guk was invited to practice the recently demonstrated moves, agreeing enthusiastically as he was instructed to don protective gear, with Ji-sung set to guide him step by step, emphasizing that it was merely a rehearsal to gain familiarity. Ji-sung was then directed to take charge of the rehearsal. A man, distinguished by blue headgear and red boxing gloves, skillfully blocked an incoming high kick. A powerful surge of intensity or surprise emanated from the scene. "Encouragement to keep going," was shouted, followed by an impressed wow. An observer remarked on Young-guk's exceptional grace and agility, noting he seemed to be flying around even more gracefully today. A car tire left a dramatic, elongated skid mark across the asphalt. The director's voice boomed, calling for a cut. Someone exclaimed that the scene was blockbuster level before inquiring about Myung-duk's well-being, who confirmed he was fine. Young-guk was asked if he was ready and he affirmed his preparedness. The command "stand-by dash" action echoed through the set. From an overhead perspective, one car violently crashed and burst into flames as another vehicle sped away from the scene. A disdainful "tsk" sound was uttered. A voice instructed someone to properly manage the accident, specifically ordering the removal of CCTV footage, followed by sounds of struggle or discomfort. A question about survivors was met with a desperate, weak plea for help. The chilling response was that there were no survivors. The side mirror of a car reflected the horrifying image of an overturned vehicle engulfed in fire. Moments later, the same car mirror captured the blinding reflection of a massive explosion. The director encouraged Ch101 to try the scene once more. Ch101 received praise for her excellent performance, acknowledging her hard work over the past few weeks, to which she expressed her gratitude. Someone called out to Hyung. He declared that even if he were genuinely struck during filming, the other person should not stop but continue, eliciting a shocked what? In response, he clarified that stopping would only result in him getting hit again, urging Hyung to complete the scene in one take, and promised to keep going even if he made a mistake during the action sequence, asking for confirmation. A breath escaped someone's lips, admitting a slight fear but then paradoxically finding something about it nice, prompting a curious inquiry about what was nice. The speaker revealed that working together in this manner was what felt nice, observing that the other person, who had recently seemed burdened, now appeared relieved. Inspired by the sentiment, the other declared their intention to pour their entire effort into the action scene, vowing not to lag behind. A simple but firm affirmation was given. Scene number 111 introduced Lee Howen, a deputy chief prosecutor at the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office, who had experienced remarkably rapid promotions compared to his peers from the Judicial Research and Training Institute, sparking widespread speculation about his unusually swift advancement despite 5 years at the Seoul Western District. His career progression was even more extraordinary as he had ascended directly to the central office, bypassing the provincial transfers that most ordinary prosecutors underwent at least once in their careers. His steep promotions, luxurious riverside residence, and association with Jang Group all stemmed from the powerful backing of the Jang Group, a life of servitude that Lee Howen had always embraced until a seemingly simple traffic accident began to unravel his deeply held beliefs. The accident ultimately shook his core beliefs to their foundation, a crisis addressed to him directly as Prosecutor Lee. An expert pointed out that the victim's esophagi were burned internally and their wrinkles curled inward, irrefutable evidence that both individuals had been alive even after the initial car accident. Trapped in their driver's and passenger's seats, the elderly couple, who had been on their way to visit their son, met a tragic end, engulfed by the flames. Someone questioned if the person's presence was due to President Yoon Hae-sik's orders, quickly adding with a dismissive TSK that their statements held no hidden agenda. They insisted that, regardless, the person should at least be aware of the precise manner in which the victims perished. A solitary man sat by himself at a table within an otherwise empty room. His hand tentatively extended towards a desk before him. President Yoon Hae-sik was confronted with his previous assertion of no survivors, challenged to confirm whether he truly hadn't known the victims were still alive. Yoon Hae-sik dismissed the accusation with a cold "so what?" Then launched into an analogy about a dog he raised that suddenly turned aggressive, despite having been well fed. He questioned if the metaphorical dog had contracted rabies, implying betrayal. The accuser revealed that they possessed the car parts from the accident and even the supposedly incinerated CCTV footage, then scornfully asked if Yoon Hae-sik believed that mere evidence could bring him down. The list of accusations dramatically expanded to include embezzlement, drug offenses, multiple attempted murders, assault, and blackmail. Yoon Hae-sik, exasperated, declared he was finished playing games with the individual, lamenting the wasted time with a curse. A man in a sharp suit gazed intently at a phone that was presented to him. He was then reprimanded for rudely looking at his phone while someone was speaking to him. Suddenly, the man in the suit was violently hurled downwards by an unseen assailant. The attacker declared that while they had not wished to punch him in the face, the man's actions had provoked it. A close-up revealed the man's face, now marked by a bloody nose and a wince of acute pain. He was then aggressively pinned and choked against a wall by his assailant. The attacker menacingly informed President Yoon Hae-sik that all audio and video recording had ceased, giving him free rein but asserting that they would no longer simply observe. Yoon Hae-sik gasped, attempting to utter an insult before being cut off. A sharp cry of pain escaped him. A concerned voice frantically demanded to know what was happening with the prosecutor. Another voice inquired about the president's well-being, followed by a mocking cook and chuckles from the attacker. The aggressor taunted, "See you next time, doggy," before departing. The day's aggressive provocation was merely a calculated prelude, a strategic opening move in the larger plan to apprehend the elusive figure known as Jung Hae-sok. The narrative revealed that there was only one way to halt a man who continued his aggressions even within the prosecutor's office. Lee Howen himself had to willingly become the bait. As the filming of The Outlaw progressed into its latter half, a significant incident abruptly struck Baek Jang-hoon Productions, prompting a frantic cry for the director. A voice stammered out the name of the film, The Outlaw. The shocking news broke that footage from The Outlaw had been devastatingly leaked to the public. The true essence of commercial films, it was widely acknowledged, lay in the editing, with some meticulous directors dedicating over a year solely to this critical period. Mr. Kim was then asked to rewatch a specific lift scene one more time. A question was posed to the director, suggesting that despite superficial similarities, a particular part of the scene needed to be lifted or refined. While acknowledging the ad-lib scene maximizing impact, concern was raised about the realism of the blood and its potential to attract censor scrutiny. The speaker then elaborated on the commercial realities, explaining how film ratings, from general audience to R-rated, significantly influenced potential profits. An insistence was made to keep the scene as it was, prompting a cautionary remark addressed to the director. The director resolutely declared his intention to manage any censorship issues, asserting he would not compromise, even if the film received an R rating. He justified this, reflecting on the actor's passionate performance and how it had masterfully absorbed the role, making it impossible for a director to discard such a precarious yet perfect moment. A voice expressed astonishment at the actor's remarkable ability to broaden his range so extensively in such a short time frame. They mused that even Jung-hyun had taken years to shed his womanizer image, truly making this actor's progress exceptional. A sudden, frustrated exclamation broke the concentration, indicating an unwanted interruption. The director, clearly annoyed, demanded to know who had dared to enter the editing room without permission. The devastating news was then revealed: the footage from The Outlaw had been leaked. A shocked inquiry confirmed the incredible fact that the film's footage had indeed been compromised. The earlier tense atmosphere on set finally made sense, yet confusion lingered about how a video leak was even possible in an era predating mobile phones with built-in cameras. A voice addressed Young, asking what had happened, and then acknowledged Young-guk's presence. A newspaper had contacted them, claiming to possess movie footage, and an apology was specifically offered to Young-guk, whose intense, self-injuring ad-lib scene was the one that had been leaked. Urgent questions arose about the footage's origin, with a hushed insistence that it couldn't have been from the editing room, as that would make the culprit easily identifiable. It was discovered that someone had deliberately recorded the scene from a hidden corner of the set using a camcorder, prompting a further inquiry about their demands. The culprits were threatening to either receive a substantial sum of money or release the footage to a public broadcaster, leading to an indignant protest about their complete lack of professional ethics and copyright awareness. The speaker then cynically conceded that a third-rate newspaper company would likely disregard such principles, noting the significantly low awareness of copyright for creative works in South Korea at the time. Frustration mounted over the failure to identify the culprit, explaining the current heavy mood within the production team, as even reviewing the making of footage had yielded no suspicious individuals. Externally, everyone believed the filming crew staff were innocent, given that Baek Jang-hoon's team consisted of highly respected, seasoned professionals from Chungmoro. Even the junior staff members had accumulated over 5 years of experience in Chungmoro, further solidifying the crew's professional reputation. However, the corrupting power of money was acknowledged, capable of tempting anyone regardless of their bonds within a film crew. As a precaution, inspections of personal belongings, encompassing everyone from the director down to the youngest staff, and even all actors, had commenced that day, with a specific query about camcorders. The reply confirmed no camcorders were found, accompanied by an apology for causing worry and an assurance that the culprit would be swiftly apprehended. Shigen Hyung was called out to with urgency. He was asked if he had a moment to rehearse lines for an upcoming scene, to which he hesitantly assented. A thought suddenly struck the observer: this actor, Yang Shigen, consistently appeared on set even on days he wasn't scheduled to shoot. Initially, the observer had simply attributed it to his passion for acting, understanding that filming with director Baek Jang-hoon was a cherished dream for many Ch101 actors. Yet, despite such dedication, he never achieved fame, and even recalling memories from a past life, the observer found no recollection of an actor named Yang Shigen, though reasons for quitting acting were many. The timing of his persistent presence, however, felt distinctly odd, particularly in relation to scene number 121, titled Young Hae-suk's Fury. A sharp, surprised exclamation escaped the observer's lips. Young Hae-suk indignantly demanded to know why he had to return to such a dismal place, instructing his attorney to speak with proper respect. He then accused his company-affiliated lawyers of treating him like a dog and scornfully dismissed their collective efforts as producing only paltry results. The attorney reported that the police had collected solid evidence, and despite efforts to pressure higher-ups to close the internal investigation, it was proving difficult to resolve. Already, within the Central Prosecutor's office, Prosecutor Lee Howen was being described as an unbridled and uncontrollable madman. The chief prosecutor had personally intervened, yet Lee Howen remained resolute, seemingly determined to sacrifice his career if necessary, which prompted a scoff. Young Hae-suk then sarcastically inquired if he was expected to return not as a witness, but as a suspect in the case. A stammered apology was followed by a frustrated grunt of discomfort. Young Hae-suk bitterly regretted his father's decision to ever release that bastard from his control, questioning whether it was paternal softness or a premonition of brewing trouble. He furiously wondered how the bastard had managed to gather such extensive evidence, convinced it was beyond a solo effort, remembering his precise instructions for proper handling. Attorney Kim was then questioned about a leaked footage, specifically the newspaper's claim of having obtained film set footage. A direct accusation was then leveled, asking if the attorney had been the one to hand over the footage. The attorney appeared startled, confirming the inquiry was about the outlaw leak incident. The question about the outlaw leak incident was then repeated for clarity. This particular leak, the narration explained, was a scandal that had once shaken the entire industry, leaving an indelible mark on Korean film history as no one had ever imagined raw filming footage would be compromised. While such legal frameworks existed in the United States for a long time, the Korean film industry back then lacked such measures and had minimal copyright awareness. In fact, people were even known to film with camcorders inside theaters, a practice now widely recognized as a crime, unlike 10 years prior. Citing Hollywood as a precedent, the narration recalled how even world-renowned director Meryl, upon learning of imitations, responded to the challenges. Meryl would sometimes publicize fake projects when embarking on something new. This deceptive strategy involved media reports on Project A, while he was, in fact, secretly working on Project B. Therefore, film shoots were always conducted with the utmost secrecy, highlighting how through such difficulties, the United States had also developed a strong sense of copyright protection. The outlaw leak incident had caused an enormous stir, reaching beyond Ch101 to the broadcasting industry, yet the culprit was never apprehended, prompting a question to Editor-in-Chief Kwak Myung-hwan. Kwak Myung-hwan dismissively wondered why he would know the culprit's identity if the media couldn't, but the speaker challenged him, recalling his prominent status and the numerous suspicious aspects of the incident. Not only had the newspaper blackmailed director Baek Jang-hoon suddenly announced the deletion of the video, but the police investigation into the culprit had also been internally concluded and quietly faded away. Some had even speculated director Baek Jang-hoon might have engaged in noise marketing, prompting the speaker to question if the outlaw was truly so flawed it needed such tactics. The film was far from flawed. As an R-rated film, it became a mega-hit, much like The Priest's Confession, and might have even been the first Korean film to reach 10 million viewers if its rating had been eased. Indeed, the film industry buzzed with talk as Baek Jang-hoon Productions, initially bent on catching the culprit, had suddenly silenced all discussion of the incident. The speaker then began to disclose the real story. It was rumored that they had, in fact, found the culprit, a revelation met with surprise. The speaker then prepared to share the full narrative of the events. A request was then made to ensure the forthcoming information remained strictly off the record. On a bustling film set, two figures stood, their gaze fixed on the cameras and the diligent crew. He had directly challenged attorney Kim, asking if he was the one who had handed over the footage, then commented on the quality of the ad-libbed line. A concerned voice inquired about Ch101's well-being, noting his excessive sweating. He mentioned noticing Ch101's poor condition during earlier script rehearsals, prompting a strained explanation about recent sleepless nights. The speaker acknowledged the tense atmosphere on set, promising it would return to normal once the culprit was apprehended, lamenting that such an incident occurred so late in filming. Someone suggested investigating the subcontracted staff, but another quickly dismissed the idea, questioning their numbers and noting their brief presence on set. It was revealed that the assistant director confirmed multiple leaked footages, leading to the grave suggestion that even the actors might be under suspicion. A startled exclamation of "Ugh!" was followed by an urgent question about Hyung's condition. Ch101 declared an urgent need to use the bathroom, just as another voice announced that the director was calling for Young-guk. The director specifically addressed actor Jang. A question about his ad-lib was met with immediate self-reproach, as he realized he had forgotten the director's dislike for improvisation and regretted not considering the specific circumstances. The speaker explained that, given the scene's context, Young Hae-sok might perceive betrayal from attorney Kim, even though actor Jang knew the actual script showed no such betrayal. He asserted that the Young Hae-sok he knew would meticulously verify every angle of the situation. He illustrated this caution with the proverb, "Tap even a stone bridge before crossing," and cited Lee Howen, who despite being a Jeonjul Group scholar and deputy chief prosecutor, had still shown his true, aggressive colors. He concluded that there was no guarantee attorney Kim would not similarly turn, suggesting anyone could become treacherous. A sudden realization struck the speaker, who then accused the other person of suspecting actor Yang Shigen, followed by an exclamation of surprise. He advised against pressuring actor Yang, suggesting he likely had his reasons, then asked the director if he knew something. He imparted the wisdom that a director was always the first to sense when an actor deviated from their usual demeanor. A delicate butterfly settled gracefully upon a blade of grass, its vibrant colors contrasting with the blurred, distant outline of buildings. One person adamantly protested, questioning why Hyungnim would simply let the culprits get away with their actions. He expressed frustration, lamenting that if they had finished the investigation, they would have known the culprit's identity, followed by a derisive laugh. The speaker insisted that Hyungnim's excessive kindness was detrimental, urging him to eliminate such problems decisively, then hushed him, reminding him of the uproar the incident caused across Chungnyeoro and the broadcasting industry. He elaborated on the severity of the situation, describing how belongings were now searched before entering sets, making him feel as if he were at an airport. The director offered a reason for the actor's actions, stating that his elderly mother was unwell, which was immediately met with a dismissive question about its relevance. He explained that the mother was bedridden and hospital bills were unaffordable, then turned to Jung-hyun, asserting that everyone in the acting field, apart from lead and supporting roles, faced financial hardship. He added that the actor's minor role meant uncertain future employment, with jobs not always available, but then immediately countered, asking if lack of money justified such a criminal act. He pressed the point, questioning whether everyone facing difficulties should then be permitted to commit crimes. A sudden interruption prompted a surprised inquiry about who would be visiting at such a late hour. The speaker began to identify himself, his voice trailing off. A surprised voice recognized the visitor as Ch101. Ch101 addressed the director, who in turn sharply demanded to know the identity of the person. Ch101 expressed profound apology to the director, vowing to accept any punishment for his crime, return all illicit gains, and even abandon his acting career if desired. He added that someone of his standing likely wouldn't receive roles anyway, then pleaded for forgiveness just this once, promising to accept his punishment willingly after his mother's surgery was complete, reiterating his deep remorse. The director posed a penetrating question, asking if he truly intended to quit acting. After a pause, he firmly affirmed his intention to quit. The director pressed him further, questioning the implications for the ongoing film The Outlaw, pointing out that his departure would necessitate changing existing footage and the character, then demanded to know how he would compensate for the resulting damages. The director scornfully noted that he couldn't even manage the current situation, yet spoke of quitting acting, revealing that he had known about the mistake all along but had chosen to overlook it, believing it natural for people to err occasionally. He quickly clarified that his error was far from trivial and had angered him greatly, yet upon seeing the actor's elderly mother, he had decided to bury the incident, a revelation met with surprise. He then revealed that only one form of repayment was acceptable. The director demanded that the actor perform with every ounce of his ability for the remainder of the filming period. Young-suk mused internally, finding the ethical premise of human equality to be utterly nonsensical. He recalled how the common people had cheered at the end of the seemingly eternal military dictatorship and the arrival of democracy, believing their time had finally come. He dismissed such beliefs as bullshit, asserting that class and status were fundamental societal elements, scoffing at the notion of a dragon rising from a stream and declaring the position makes the man to be the most false saying. He scoffed at the ideals of a humble, equitable, and fair legal professional, dismissing them as bullshit, arguing that immense wealth inevitably led to temptation and that a lack of material desires prevented long-term survival in the legal field anyway. This was why scholarship students eventually prided themselves on their leashes and, with time, tightened them voluntarily, understanding that luxuries like a Han River apartment and an expensive sports car were unattainable on a government salary. He considered this normal, yet expressed shock, believing someone must have lost their mind, as allegations now surfaced that Ch101 Group President Young-suk administered illegal drugs, with suspicions of prostitution also being raised. Anonymously reported data included a video allegedly showing Ch101 Group President Young-suk taking illegal drugs, alongside footage of him assaulting his employees. Reports of embezzlement and arson after hiring followed, causing a significant commotion outside Ch101 Group headquarters, while the company's stock price continued its sharp plummet, eliciting an angry curse. He seethed, wondering why those who usually deferred to his name were now reporting this as breaking news, and if the executives of the affiliated companies had conspired against him. A chilling thought then occurred to him: were they attempting to oust him from the Ch101 Group? With a defiant resolve, he challenged Lee Howen to confront him directly. A voice called out urgently for Young-guk. He was told to go outside because his mother had come to visit him, a revelation that surprised him. Young-guk exclaimed his mother's name with heartfelt surprise. He immediately questioned her sudden presence and health, to which she replied she had simply missed him but worried about intruding, intending only a brief visit. Another person explained that she had come because her health had improved after the hospital, insisting on seeing how he was doing, while Young-guk seemingly became distressed, realizing everything had been revealed and wishing she could stay on set. Young-guk quickly offered to find her a nearby hotel, concerned about the cold, but she resisted, reiterating her intention for a quick visit, though another voice encouraged her to stay longer, noting Young-guk's disappointment. Young-guk arranged for Bong Chun-hyung to arrive soon to escort her, imploring him to take good care of his mother, who then fretted about her son's health while filming. He promised to join her at the hotel immediately after filming, mentioning the swimming pool, knowing her fondness for it, which she playfully dismissed as silly. She urged him to stay warm and call her when he finished, to which Young-guk cheerfully responded, promising to see her soon. Someone observed that Young-guk had intentionally prevented his mother from seeing the day's filming. Young-guk admitted he only wanted to present his best side to her, just as the call for standby, Q, echoed across the set. Organizations function strictly under hierarchical command, a principle particularly enforced in settings like the military and police where rigid order was paramount. The prosecution, too, was no exception, for even the most capable prosecutor was compelled to close internal investigations when pressure descended from higher up. Someone expressed frustration, realizing the fishing rod had already been cast, with not only the media bait set but also the hook painstakingly prepared. All that remained was to reel in the big fish that had taken the bait, yet immense pressure from superiors bore down, a clear sign of their intent to strip him of his prosecutorial robes. He refused to simply obey, understanding that if he let this chance slip, Young-hae-suk would ascend to an unchallengeable position. An additional report surfaced concerning Jeonjul Group President Young-hae-suk, revealing that charges against his sports car related to a Gyeongbu Expressway traffic accident from a month prior had been proven. Initially, an elderly couple in a compact car were believed to have died instantly after crashing into a guardrail due to driver error, but autopsy results now showed they had been consumed by flames. Footage was about to be shown, signifying that even within the ruling class, some would not tolerate Jeonjul Group's arrogant conduct. The media served as one such pillar, and at that very moment, someone deeply desired Young-hae-suk's complete downfall. A glass bottle suddenly shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. A voice fiercely proclaimed their identity as Young-hae-suk. Someone angrily addressed others, declaring that the black box footage from the Gyeongju Expressway incident was now being presented. A report implicated President Young-hae-suk as the perpetrator of the fire, with Jeonjul Group executive Kim Min-chul having made a statement. Kim Min-chul's statement alleged that Young-hae-suk, the current president of Jeonjul Group, regularly subjected employees to verbal and physical abuse, while also exerting pressure on the prosecution. Someone muttered a furious expletive in disbelief. Two figures sat inside a car, observing the blurred city lights that passed by in the night. One of them began to speak, expressing profound astonishment. They wondered with intense suspicion how Lee Howen had managed to persuade Kim Min-chul to join his cause. A dark, cloud-streaked, starry night sky loomed ominously above a sleek, modern building. Someone cursed loudly, questioning why no one was emerging from the building. They then pondered where everyone could have disappeared to. Heavy footsteps echoed with a distinct thud. A voice hesitantly questioned if the approaching figure was their father. Astonishment turned to a frantic inquiry about his father's presence and impossible survival. He recalled his father was supposed to have died in the hospital, desperate for an explanation for his current appearance. A wave of panic washed over him, contemplating the implications for his own position and authority if his father truly lived. The terrifying prospect of returning to a life under his father's oppressive control loomed large. He vehemently declared his refusal to ever return to that difficult period. A loud, impactful bang resounded sharply. A dark-haired man violently choked a white-haired man, forcing him backward over a chair. The attacker menacingly repeated a demand for the other man to die. He continued his desperate, fatal command. A woman's voice cried out urgently to her beloved. She repeated the desperate plea, her voice filled with alarm. A man with a serious expression stared straight ahead, his eyes widening in profound surprise. A dark-haired man with wide, pale eyes stared blankly, utterly stunned. Someone called out in shock, identifying President Kim Min-chul, and immediately urged someone to dial emergency services. Another person desperately pleaded for Min-chul to wake up. A woman wept uncontrollably as she tended to someone lying on the floor, while a man stood nearby, observing the scene. A director's sharp command signaled the end of the scene. An observer let out an expression of utter amazement. A kind offer to carry the woman's bags was met with a surprised and grateful thank you. Hotel staff welcomed the guests, inviting them to enjoy a comfortable rest, which prompted one guest to question if the place was truly just a simple lodging. The guest, Hae-suk, acknowledged she knew it was an expensive hotel from hearing about it, but was still astonished by its luxury, asking Myung-jin if it was indeed very costly. Myung-jin hesitated, suggesting they should request a change of accommodation immediately. A voice reminded Hae-suk that Young-guk had gone to great lengths for his mother's visit and offered to cover the accommodation fee upon departure if she was truly concerned. She considered that suddenly switching rooms would undoubtedly worry Young-guk, yet the sheer luxury of the place still overwhelmed her. Another person encouraged her to simply look around, noting it was also their first time in such a place and expressing curiosity. Hae-suk excitedly pointed out items to Myung-jin, discovering chocolate and something unfamiliar which she assumed was apple juice. Myung-jin informed Hae-suk that the chocolate was from a famous brand and thus very delicious, while Hae-suk questioned if all chocolates weren't essentially similar. A sound of delighted enjoyment escaped her lips. A man in a crisp suit smiled warmly, his eyes gently closed in contentment. A voice politely directed actor Jang Young-guk to follow them. Young-guk replied with a grateful, slightly breathless thank you. He reflected that, despite his familiarity with motion sickness from extensive time on boats, the current journey felt entirely different. Filming had run late, causing them to rush, and Bong Chun-hyung's driving had been akin to a Viking ship ride. He thought he should have simply requested a room, while also pondering if the person he saw was Jang Young-guk, adding that he had chosen the hotel hoping his mother would appreciate the view. A sudden realization struck him, marked by an exclamation of surprise. Young-guk greeted his mother and the adjusi, asking if they had rested well and inquiring about the room, to which his mother confirmed it was great but immediately questioned if it wasn't excessively expensive. Young-guk quickly reassured her that it wasn't expensive, claiming he knew someone who offered a discounted room, a fabricated excuse, and urged them to simply enjoy their stay. He suggested both his mother and the adjusi must be hungry, praising the incredibly delicious food available there with an audible gasp of admiration. Someone offered Hae-suk a pre-sliced portion, encouraging her to try it. Hae-suk exclaimed in delight, confirming the dish was indeed incredibly delicious. Staff then promised to prepare dessert for them. A staff member explained that their chef, a great admirer of actor Jang Young-guk, wished to prepare a special, trimmed premium cut of meat for him to cook at home, the same quality as the day's steak. Young-guk expressed hesitation about accepting such a gift, and the staff member clarified that a single photo with the chef after his meal would suffice, adding that the chef would have personally greeted him if not for the numerous orders. Someone lamented Jisoo's absence, but then reconsidered, suggesting it might be for the best as Jisoo's presence would have left both Young-guk and Hae-suk utterly exhausted. A dark-haired man with light-colored eyes offered a subtle, knowing smile. Young-guk playfully questioned the adjusi about his true feelings for his mother, letting out a small laugh. The man in question blushed, appearing slightly embarrassed by the direct inquiry. He then smiled warmly, his eyes closed, still with a faint blush coloring his cheeks. A contented sigh escaped someone, expressing how happy being together like this made them. Another person wholeheartedly agreed, echoing the same sentiment of happiness. The soft rustle of fabric filled the quiet room as clothes were being adjusted. Another slight rustling sound was heard as the garments were pulled into place. Young-guk was inwardly surprised to discover he had been given brand new socks and thermal innerwear. A man dressed in a sharp suit offered a subtle smile that was both confident and cunning. His mother finished helping him, telling her son Guk-ah that he needed to be dressed warmly before he went outside. Young-guk looked at his mother with a heavy heart and quietly asked if they were going to be moving yet again. She apologized to her son, admitting that the new thermal clothes were likely uncomfortable for him. His mother repeated her apology, her voice filled with remorse for their situation. In a memory, a pair of hands stretched out a piece of cloth while snow gently fell from the sky. A younger Young-guk told his father that everything was okay now, as long as he was happy. He then confessed how deeply he missed his father that day, his voice trailing off in thought. The memory continued as a pair of hands was shown carefully folding a small strip of white paper. Back in the present, a man sat with his back to the audience, his gaze fixed on the gate of a traditional building. He sniffled quietly, overwhelmed by a wave of emotion as he looked on. He silently agreed with his mother's sentiment from long ago, thinking about how he loved his own son more than anything. The sound of fabric rustling signaled a shift as a man adjusted his suit. The scene changed to show a dark-haired man in profile, his expression deep in thought. A title card announced that the final shoot for the film The Outlaw had officially begun. In character, the actor delivered a line claiming he had killed a man, only to immediately recant with a nervous stutter. His confession continued to waver as he alternated between admitting his guilt and frantically denying it. The panicked denial suddenly twisted into a peal of unhinged, maniacal laughter. He callously explained that he had to eliminate his target because others were desperate to drag him down, declaring it the signature method of the Jeonjul group. The sharply dressed man stood before an information desk, preparing to give an order. He sternly instructed the receptionist not to let anyone in, prompting a flustered agreement. He then pushed open a set of large double doors, revealing a vast and modern office space within. Deep inside the darkened room, a solitary figure could be seen sitting behind a large executive desk. The man in the suit settled into a plush armchair, leaning back to finally relax. A soft sigh of either relief or exhaustion escaped his lips in the quiet office. A close-up revealed his hand, which was held open and trembled ever so slightly. From an outside perspective, his lonely silhouette was visible through the large office window. Suddenly, someone off-screen shouted the name Jung Hae-suk, breaking the silence. The camera cut to a man with light brown hair, holding a file and speaking with great animation. He was in the middle of declaring an arrest on behalf of a company president when the director's voice suddenly yelled for them to cut the scene. After the take, one of the actors turned to his scene partner, Young-guk, and asked if he was okay. The other actor expressed his relief that the director had approved the scene in one take, remarking that Young-guk's staged blow had felt as powerful as a hammer. He clarified he wasn't being sarcastic, but was genuinely curious how Young-guk managed to hit so convincingly, though his tone hinted at mild disbelief. Young-guk explained that this was his first action scene in the movie and that, despite a month of training, he still felt hesitant when it came to striking another person. He elaborated on his concerns, noting that even with choreography, a small mistake from either actor could easily result in an accident. His fellow actor speculated that perhaps it was raw experience rather than teachable skill, praising Young-guk's talent as something far beyond their work on a previous project. He then joked that at this rate, Young-guk might actually stab someone for real with a fountain pen during the final scene, prompting a playful threat in return. Young-guk quickly assured him it was a joke, explaining the prop pen's nib was retractable and promised he would make the fake stabbing look beautiful on camera. The other actor insisted that Young-guk was simply fearless, revealing that the action school's martial arts director had taken a special interest in his obvious potential. Young-guk mused on his acting future, feeling determined to persevere and one day deliver a performance worthy of a major blockbuster. His colleague offered his support, promising that he would be watching and that Young-guk just needed to hold on until that day came. The clapperboard snapped, signaling the start of Scene 160, ominously titled "The Law is Far, but the Fist is Near." On a rooftop set, the villainous character screamed at unseen pursuers to back off, threatening that his hostage would die if they took another step. He declared that this was all the hostage's fault, accusing him of daring to challenge an untouchable throne of power. The villain reasoned that once the hostage was gone, concepts like law, crime, and prison would become completely meaningless. In a cynical monologue, he compared the country to Seoul's beautiful but dirty night view, a place where only power and money held any real sway. A voice pierced through the tense atmosphere, shouting out the name Jung Hae-suk. The character paused, his gaze fixed on two police officers standing in the distance under the dark night sky. He turned back to his opponent, sneering that people like him made his skin crawl. He likened the hero to a disgusting bug that should die when stepped on but just kept crawling back, before threatening to rip open his carotid artery. He continued his taunts, mocking the hero's proud parents and questioning if he really thought a boy from the slums could win. The villain boasted that he would never rot in prison, claiming money could make anything disappear in this country and that the public would quickly forget any atrocity. With absolute certainty, he looked his opponent in the eye and declared that Jang Hae-suk had already lost the fight. The hero, Jang Hae-suk, defiantly challenged him, daring him to go ahead and do whatever he wanted. He acknowledged that the villain's cynical view might not be wrong, but countered that he had already lost the moment he began worrying about the common people he dismissed as ants. Jang Hae-suk delivered a final blow, stating that the villain was never truly a part of the Jeonjul group and had been an outcast from the very beginning. The verbal confrontation exploded into physical violence as the two men began to fight fiercely on the rooftop, one brandishing a knife. Their desperate struggle sent them both tumbling over the edge, causing them to land with a hard impact on a surface below. A sharp, pained grunt was forced from one of the men as he hit the ground. The chaos settled to reveal one man dangling precariously off a ledge, his life held in the other's hand. The man hanging for his life pleaded with the prosecutor, promising to stand trial and obey any command if he would just save him. A close-up showed the light-haired man sweating profusely, his face a mask of terror as he looked up at his captor. The camera zoomed in for an extreme close-up on the prosecutor's intense, narrowed eye, revealing a cold and calculating resolve. The prosecutor's heavy panting suddenly erupted into a bout of wild, triumphant laughter. The villain, defeated and dangling, remarked that his opponent was just as crazy as he was. The prosecutor leaned in and delivered a cold warning, telling the man to watch himself. He finished with a chilling promise to become the man's worst nightmare for the rest of his life, a line immediately followed by the director's shouting cut, bringing the intense scene to a close. Hae-suk advised Myunjin SSI that his help wasn't required for the day. Myunjin SSI insisted, questioning how she could manage all the heavy fish alone, but then grunted as he strained under the weight. He suddenly lost his footing with a heavy stumble. A quiet chuckle escaped someone watching his clumsy effort. Hae-suk asked if he was alright, and he brushed it off, remarking how he would be endlessly teased if Young-guk and Jisoo had witnessed it. Hae-suk recalled that Young-guk had finished his shoot and might visit later, expressing hope that he'd at least see Jisoo this time. Upon hearing this, Myunjin SSI felt a rush of urgency to prepare a delicious meal to repay the actor for his generosity in Seoul. Hae-suk pointed out she'd also treated him well, but he insisted it wasn't the same, seeing this as a key opportunity to impress Young-guk. In a sudden flashback, a young girl clicked her tongue with intense irritation. She stewed in her own thoughts, wishing she had found a way to completely shut the boy up during their argument. The memory of a boy's taunt echoed in her mind, as he had asked if she really believed Jang Young-guk was a total phony. The boy had continued his mockery, scornfully imitating the actor's dramatic face and lines. He had cruelly declared that he had almost died from laughing at the performance. In response, she had fiercely defended the actor, questioning the boy's right to judge someone he didn't even know. He had then called her a liar for claiming to be close with Jang Young-guk, challenging her to call the actor right then and there. Fed up with his childish provocations, she had dismissed him with a contemptuous scoff. She remembered that he had started the argument but began to worry what would happen if her father found out about the fight. The boy had simply goaded her further, labeling her a liar. Pushed to her limit, she had finally threatened him with a thorough beating, just as her name, Jisoo, was called. The vivid memory caused the older Jisoo to gasp, startling her back to the present. For a brief moment, she remained silent, lost in the lingering echoes of her past. Her younger sister noticed her quiet state and asked what her brother was thinking about so deeply. He admitted he was concerned about her fight, adding that he heard she had even gotten a nosebleed, a detail she instantly denied. He revealed that her friend Jang had told him everything, prompting Jisoo to complain about her friend while proudly stating her opponent walked away with a black eye. She then playfully offered to show him her fighting moves, mimicking the sounds of powerful punches. Her brother asked about the reason for the fight and offered to intervene, but she assured him it was nothing to worry about. He privately wondered if she was downplaying the incident to protect him, concluding that she was a good kid despite her wild streak. Their conversation was interrupted when a voice called their names, and Jisoo excitedly told her brother the grilled meat was finally ready. She then called out to Young-guk, enthusiastically praising how perfectly the meat had been cooked. Myunjin SSI explained he'd chosen to grill at home to give Young-guk a peaceful rest away from crowds, then invited him to sit and eat. Jisoo's sister kindly offered a piece of meat to her brother, who accepted it with a smile. Young-guk then turned to Myunjin SSI, insisting the man eat as well since he'd been busy grilling, which the older man accepted with some hesitation. A moment later, Young-guk called out to the man, getting his full attention. He then reached out his hand, initiating a firm, respectful handshake. Young-guk looked the man in the eye and sincerely thanked him for everything. The older man, clearly moved, insisted that he was the one who should be thanking Young-guk. In a different setting, a reporter began an interview by telling actor Jang Young-guk that it was a true honor to meet him. She introduced herself as Kim Sung-ah, prompting Young-guk to recognize her name and compliment her excellent articles. She humorously dismissed rumors of being paid by his agency, attributing her glowing reviews to her pure, passionate dedication as a fan. The reporter then formally began, confirming that his film The Outlaw was in post-production and slated for release in the first half of the next year. She mentioned the significant buzz in the industry, with many speculating that The Outlaw could break the box office record for R-rated films. Given that he starred in both the new film and the current record holder, she asked for his personal thoughts on the matter. Young-guk privately reflected on films from a past life before stating aloud that he was simply grateful for the opportunity to have been a part of both great projects. The reporter praised his impressive acting range, noting that he had taken on unique and challenging roles that his peers had avoided. When she asked about what type of role he wanted next, he explained that he avoids pre-selecting character types as it could cloud his judgment. He concluded that his method was to simply embody the character in whatever script he chose and to always do his best. Satisfied with his answers, the reporter prepared to ask her final question. She leaned forward and directly questioned if he thought he would win the Best Actor award at the upcoming MBS Drama Awards. The scene transitioned to a wedding venue, where a woman asserted with absolute certainty that Young-guk would win the award. Her companion wholeheartedly agreed, adding it would be a scandal if anyone else won, before gently telling the bride not to get upset and ruin her makeup. An attendant then informed an older man that the groom was ready backstage, prompting him to excuse himself for a moment. This man then approached Young-guk, noting it had been some time since they'd last met and acknowledging the rumor that Young-guk had helped his son find his bride. A surprised Young-guk greeted the man respectfully, whose kind demeanor helped ease his sudden nervousness. The groom's father thanked him once more and extended a heartfelt invitation for a feast, which Young-guk humbly accepted, promising to visit soon. The man reminisced fondly, telling Young-guk that he had seemed as wise as a little old man during the filming of Confession of a Priest. He looked at the actor with sincere admiration and told him that he had grown up incredibly well. The wedding ceremony commenced, heralded by a single, sharp clap from the audience. That first clap was immediately followed by a warm and sustained round of applause from all the guests. Watching the bride and groom, Young-guk thought they looked wonderful together and let out a quiet, contented sigh. He leaned over to the woman beside him, actress Yun-soo, and softly asked if she was feeling nervous. Just then, the MC announced the next part of the celebration would be a special performance by two very distinguished guests. He introduced actress Yun-soo, the bride's niece, and Jang Young-guk, dramatically referring to him as the groom's personal inspiration. Responding to their cue, Young-guk and Yun-soo made their way up a small set of stairs to the main stage. They took their positions in front of a decorated table holding the wedding cake, holding hands in solidarity. The pair stood facing the wedding guests, presenting a united front as they prepared for their performance. Several days later, the flashing lights and buzzing anticipation signified that the MBS Drama Awards ceremony had finally begun. A gentle padding sound was heard at the office door. The CEO looked up as actress Park entered, asking why she had come when the rest of the team was already watching the ceremony in the conference room. After he denied her accusation of brooding, she pointed to his pale, tense face and insisted the recent SBC Awards incident was not his fault. She urged him to lift his chin and cheer for Young-guk, her encouragement interrupted by actress Cha announcing her own arrival. The CEO voiced his surprise, questioning if actress Cha was well enough to attend, to which she insisted she was now fine. She explained that it was incredibly important for her to be there in person to cheer him on. They all resolved to support Young-guk together, understanding he would need their combined strength. Meanwhile, in a bustling restaurant, the air was thick with excited chatter. A man announced the start of the awards show, reflecting that their journey to this moment had begun at the Busan International Film Festival. He contemplated his extensive career, concluding that among countless actors, Young-guk was truly without equal. He described an inner fire in Young-guk, an undeniable truth in his acting that naturally drew people in. The man stated with conviction that Young-guk would leave a permanent mark on Korean cinema, professing his eternal belief in him. With the ceremony underway, someone enthusiastically called for the celebratory chicken to be brought out. A sudden cheer went up as Young-guk appeared on the television screen, with everyone proudly identifying him as their own. The room filled with a powerful, collective roar of support for the actor. His friends praised his incredible appearance, declaring that his sharp suit made him stand out from everyone else. One woman vowed that the award belonged to him, threatening to drive a truck of fish to the broadcast network if he lost. Amid the excitement, one of the patrons suddenly noticed that the passionate woman was no longer in her seat. Another person pointed out with confusion that Young-guk's own mother was mysteriously absent from the gathering. Back on the broadcast, a narrator pondered the qualities of great acting, questioning the balance between talent and hard work while noting the arrogance that fame can bring. The voiceover continued, weaving a narrative of laughter, outspokenness, failure, and triumph. It emphasized the critical importance of those who offer a hand to help when one stumbles on their path. The presenter solemnly declared that those moments would never be forgotten as they moved to the main event of the MBS Drama Awards. On stage, the host held a dramatic pause before preparing to announce the winner of the grand prize. In the agency office, the CEO and the two actresses watched the screen, their faces tight with nervous anticipation. The announcer drew out the reveal, heightening the suspense for the anxious viewers. At last, he declared the winner to be none other than actor Jang Young-guk. The award was for his powerful performance as Prince Yeonsan in the drama Yeonsan, Secrets of the King. The on-screen graphics flashed, confirming his win at the prestigious Entertainment Awards. As a highlight reel praised his dual role in the series, his team burst into cheers, reminding him to have his acceptance speech ready. His colleagues excitedly urged him toward the stage while the announcer credited his immersive acting for starting a new wave of interest in fusion historical dramas. They celebrated his well-deserved victory, noting how he had captivated audiences with the deep emotional range hidden behind his gentle smile. On stage, the presenter officially extended her congratulations to the young actor. The sentiment was reinforced with a message of sincere admiration for his achievement. The logo for the Entertainment Awards shone brightly, marking the monumental moment in his career. Upon reaching the microphone, Young-guk began his speech by confessing that it still felt unreal to be standing on that stage. He expressed that while he had many things to say, he would not use the moment for himself alone. Acknowledging that his words might seem arrogant for his age, he humbly credited his good fortune for having received so much love and so many roles. He shared his belief that one person's ability to shine depends on the efforts of many others, and that this award was no different. Young-guk firmly stated that this was not a solo achievement, but a result of the tireless work of the crew and his fellow actors. He credited them for his success and the love he received, while his thoughts privately turned to the mistakes and regrets of his previous life. In his mind, he revisited his past self, who was driven by ego and a desperate obsession with acting to escape poverty. He now understood a truth he hadn't known back then, that true success is never achieved alone, and he promised to keep working hard to be worthy of their support. As cameras flashed, he began his acknowledgments, thanking his family in Yongdo, his agency, and the entire production team of his drama. He then offered his heartfelt gratitude to the fans who had always believed in him, before pausing for his final remarks. Taking a steadying breath, Young-guk prepared to deliver the most meaningful dedication of his speech. At that very instant, a woman watching the broadcast gasped, clutching her chest in overwhelming distress. It was Young-guk's mother, now on her feet with her hand pressed to her heart, her expression one of pure shock. On stage, Young-guk's eyes held a look of profound and quiet determination. An image of a man in a white suit, holding a bouquet of flowers as he lay in peaceful repose, surfaced in his memory. He then recalled his mother playfully asking him if he planned to just jump straight down from a stage to celebrate a win. He remembered how he had addressed her directly, taking her by surprise. In that cherished memory, he had simply thanked his mother for being happy alongside him. The narrative jumped forward 3 years, into a future where a director discussed the passage of time and the actor Jang Young-guk. The director lamented that his own sense of nostalgia was tinged with the helplessness of an aging artist struggling to recapture his initial creative fire. He explained that Young-guk was different from other actors, as he had reignited the director's passion, making his heart race like it did on his very first film shoot. For that reason, the blockbuster success of their movie The Outlaw symbolized more than just audience numbers, it was a major turning point in his cinematic direction. Inspired by the young actor, he had stopped settling for mediocrity and began pursuing new artistic challenges, feeling young and energized once more. In an interview, a reporter noted that 3 years had passed since Young-guk's historic grand prize win, a victory many predicted would lead to a career slump. The director confirmed that Young-guk had proven everyone wrong, not just maintaining but greatly surpassing his earlier success, demonstrating only growth. The interviewer then leaned in, asking the director how far he believed Young-guk could truly go. The director replied by quoting a new saying popular in the film industry, that even divine talent means nothing without hard work. He then revealed that the saying itself had originated with Jang Young-guk, as his collaborators felt his immense effort was unfairly overshadowed by talk of his talent. Pushing for a bolder prediction, the reporter asked if he thought Young-guk was destined for Hollywood. The director smiled, calling it an interesting question but politely refraining from giving a direct answer. He concluded with a mysterious remark, implying that the answer was already obvious to everyone, just as a stagehand called for the cameras to begin rolling. The quiet hum of a small restaurant provided the backdrop for a deeply personal conversation. A man confessed to his former love that, in his eyes, she hadn't changed at all over the last decade. He recounted the story of how he had been the one to leave, fleeing to America for a marriage that turned out to be nothing more than a loveless contract. The man admitted that when he discovered his wife's infidelity, he had remained silent, believing it was a predictable outcome since he could offer her no love himself. Overcome with remorse, he apologized for his past cowardice, confessing that he was the one who ultimately betrayed their promise of forever. He lamented that even with his profound regret, there was no way to undo the mistakes of the past. He then asked if she remembered this very place, the setting of their first date and their final goodbye, revealing his long-held dream of sharing one more meal with her there. With a desperate plea, he asked her to stay by his side for just one night, unwilling to bear leaving her again. In response, the woman's hand slowly reached out across the table toward the man. Her delicate hand came to rest upon the cool green surface of the table. Between them sat 2 steaming bowls of soup, a silent testament to the meal he had longed for. The man, clutching his coat, stared down at her outstretched hand, a moment of decision hanging in the air. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a close-up of a different man, his expression serious and focused behind a pair of glasses. A gentle smile then graced the man's face as a brilliant flare of light washed over the lens. A voice off-screen decisively called for the take to be cut. The film crew erupted in praise, congratulating everyone on a successful wrap and commending both the director and Young-guk for an incredible final performance. Young-guk then turned to the director, asking why the esteemed filmmaker had put his faith in him back when he was just an obscure actor in Hong Kong. The director dismissed his own past struggles, insisting that his decision was simple: he had followed Young-guk because he was a true admirer of his work. He lamented that even actors he had mentored had abandoned him, crediting Young-guk with his revival, but the actor explained he had to return to Korea for a wedding in a week. After a moment of confusion, the director learned that it was not Young-guk who was getting married, but his mother. The story then transitioned to the bright, sun-drenched landscape of a Korean coastal city. Inside a tranquil room, warm sunlight filtered through sheer curtains, illuminating a peaceful, domestic scene. Young-guk's mother let out a faint sigh, confiding her wish for a much simpler wedding ceremony. She recalled how her son had passionately argued against it, insisting that this once-in-a-lifetime blessing deserved a grand celebration and had rushed all the arrangements himself. Just then, Young-guk's voice called out to her, breaking her reverie. He gently teased her, asking if she was nervous, prompting her to playfully deny it despite her obvious fluster. He then mentioned that his new stepfather was outside, pale and shaking with nerves, and lovingly reassured his mother that he would be right beside her. She insisted once more that she was perfectly calm, affectionately scolding her son for his fussing. A group of friends then bustled in, showering her with compliments about how beautiful she looked in her dress and joking that makeup made her a whole new person. The flattery continued as they compared her to a famous television actress, and one rushed off to find the photographer to capture her stunning appearance. Amid the excitement, a woman turned to Jisoo, asking about Young-guk's whereabouts. Jisoo began to explain that her brother was on his way. Her sentence was cut short by a gasp of surprise as someone spotted Young-guk arriving. He sheepishly explained that while he was busy filming, he had asked his manager Bong-chin to arrange the wedding car, which resulted in a conspicuous sports car. Another person expressed doubt about driving such a vehicle, but someone else confidently assured everyone that he and the groom had already completed a test drive. He recounted how the groom was initially terrified but had grown comfortable after a few practice runs, though Young-guk imagined a far more chaotic drive as they rationalized the short trip. Bong-chin then urged Young-guk to get ready, pointing out his flattened hair and reminding him that his styling and clothes were waiting on the first floor. Young-guk expressed mild disappointment upon learning Mi-jeong was already at the venue, joking that she must have avoided him so she wouldn't have to ride in his car. A brief aside explained that over the past 3 years, Bong-chun had been promoted from a simple road manager to a full-fledged manager. This promotion meant he now handled both external affairs and internal meetings, as Young-guk's career demanded a full staff for his frequent overseas projects. It was through this expansion that the stylist Mi-young had joined the team, though a flashback showed Young-guk pleading with his manager to drive more slowly. The manager had defended himself, claiming Young-guk simply got nervous in sports cars despite his action hero roles, but the actor insisted it was only with him at the wheel. Bong-chin started to argue further but quickly shifted gears, hurrying Young-guk inside to get styled before the CEO and other important guests arrived. A palpable sense of gloom briefly emanated from one of the men. Moments later, Young-guk emerged, fully transformed, and sheepishly asked if his polished new look was perhaps a bit too much. He was immediately reassured that the goal was to lift his mother's spirits, a reason he readily accepted as his stylist put on the finishing touches. His soon-to-be stepfather warmly called out his name, Gukka. The older man noticed Young-guk's sweat and asked if he was nervous, but the actor brushed it off, insisting it was pure happiness from seeing his new father's face. His stepfather confirmed that Young-guk had just arrived from the airport and expressed his concern about him driving the incredibly fast sports car. The groom, however, explained that he had practiced extensively and was now used to the vehicle's speed, even though beads of sweat betrayed his lingering unease. With a serious tone, the older man began to address Young-guk directly. He made a heartfelt promise that from that day forward, he would take excellent care of Young-guk's mother. Young-guk looked at him and quietly affirmed that he understood. In a gesture of profound acceptance, he solidified his trust in the man by calling him father. The groom was visibly moved to tears, prompting a gentle reminder that he shouldn't cry before the ceremony even began. He choked back his emotion, claiming they were tears of joy before urging Young-guk to go see his mother, who was waiting for him in the bridal room. He added that Jisoo was also there, while another person frantically warned Young-guk not to smudge his makeup by rubbing his teary eyes. As a stylist rushed in for a touch-up, Young-guk reflected on the fact that had never actually seen the wedding dress his mother had chosen. He silently hoped that she had picked one she truly adored, but his thought was interrupted as he looked down and noticed something amiss. He realized that in his rush to change clothes earlier, he hadn't tied his shoelaces properly. A woman standing nearby playfully commented that his clumsiness meant someone was thinking of him. His gaze drifted downward, his eye captured in a moment of focused concentration. Bending down, his hands moved deftly to tie the laces of his polished black Oxford shoe. Another guest watched him, fondly remarking on his endearingly clumsy nature. Just as he stood up, a familiar voice greeted him, happy to see him after such a long time. The host declared that overly formal speeches would ruin the mood and called for the groom to express his love before the bride's entrance. He instructed the groom to project his voice with power, warning that a low tone might deter the bride, then demonstrated with a loud declaration of love. The host chastised the groom, stating his voice was still too low and urged him to be significantly louder for the bride to appear. The groom once again shouted his love for Hae-suk, attempting to increase his volume. A silent thought expressed the profound awkwardness of the moment. A man in the audience offered a faint, gentle smile. Inside, a man in a tuxedo focused on a card, unaware of the bride in her wedding dress who gazed intently at him. Meanwhile, a group of men and women sang cheerfully into microphones, their faces beaming with smiles. An elderly woman wept softly, dabbing her eyes with a handkerchief, while a man and another woman clapped behind her in support. The newly wedded couple stood side by side, radiating shared joy with bright smiles. Yeon-soo then revealed her plan to travel to America. A man in a suit paused mid-chew, his mouth slightly agape, reacting to her words. He echoed her destination with surprise, as she confirmed her intention to study screenwriting and directing there. She inquired if he was still attending school, explaining her own situation of being overwhelmed by filming in Hong Kong and domestic projects, forcing her to take an extended leave and delaying her graduation. She lamented her slow progress, mentioning friends who had achieved significant milestones like entering the Judicial Training Institute or passing the bar exam, feeling her own graduation would be endlessly delayed. Her laughter trailed off into a sense of discomfort, as she suddenly questioned why everything felt so awkward that day. He reassured her that he would be perfectly fine if she pursued her dream, strongly encouraging her to go, believing it would greatly benefit her future in film and television. He then expressed his profound pride in her, noting how uncommon it was for an actor to pursue directing studies. Yeon-soo then asked if he had any free time available that day. Later, a woman waved goodbye to an unseen occupant of a red car, while the man stood quietly beside her. A gathering of elegantly dressed individuals exchanged smiles and waves in the outdoor setting. A voice called out, wishing them a safe journey home. As the sun began to set, the dark-haired man in a suit offered a soft, gentle smile. He then suggested they take advantage of their location and continue their conversation by the ocean. Under the warm hues of the sunset, the man and woman strolled together along the sandy beach. Yeon-soo brought up his upcoming trip to Hong Kong, noting that as the lead actor, he should certainly attend the theatrical release happening there first. He chuckled, remarking that she hadn't changed at all, which prompted her to ask what he meant. She reminded him of his past advice about the pine tree thing, recalling how he told her not to be trapped by the script, but to let her performance unfold naturally like a sturdy pine, eventually making the role her own. She confessed that his advice had likely been the primary reason she managed to continue her career as an actress. She revealed that when she was cast in Man of August, she had actually approached her mother about quitting acting altogether. She remembered asking her mother if she could simply give up her acting career. Her mother had reacted with surprise, recalling her previous strong desire for acting and asking for her reasons for wanting to quit. Her mother then inquired if she no longer found it enjoyable. The questions continued, wondering if the work had become too challenging for her. At the time, she struggled to articulate a specific reason for her feelings. She explained that she had no friends, as her life as a child actor had isolated her from a normal school experience and opportunities to form bonds with peers. Even on set, connecting with other child actors proved difficult, as they viewed her as competition and maintained their distance. Furthermore, her acting felt stagnant, creating a frustrating disconnect between her fierce desire for improvement and her perceived lack of talent. This accumulation of pressure made acting feel like a suffocating trap, slowly closing in on her. The day she finally confided in her mother about her struggles was also the first time she witnessed her mother crying in secret. Despite her inner turmoil, she couldn't bring herself to definitively quit, so she returned to the set, still grappling with her feelings of doubt. It was then that she met him, and he playfully remarked that she was going to burn a hole through her script with her intense gaze. She recalled that even though he claimed to have never formally studied acting, his skills far surpassed her own. Convinced he must have been taught, she asked how he learned, and he responded by pointing to a pine tree, explaining that each one was uniquely different. He elaborated that pine trees grew shaped by wind and rain, their branches responding to the environment, some growing straight and tall, others twisting to avoid obstacles. Yet, regardless of their individual growth patterns, he emphasized that they all inherently reached towards the sky. He concluded that acting operated in the same manner, and with that simple analogy, he had revealed a completely new perspective on acting to her. She confessed her desire to emulate him, drawn to his radiant presence. She admired the profound confidence that emanated from his self-belief. She remembered his upright posture, a symbol of his inner strength. She praised his resilience, the strength to recover and rise again after setbacks. And above all, his constant forward momentum, always progressing. Unbeknownst to her, at some point, these cherished moments with him had become so overwhelming. She softly uttered his name, a prelude to a significant question. She directly asked if he truly only perceived her as a younger sister. The brown-haired woman smiled faintly, her eyes softly narrowed. She acknowledged that she understood his perspective, accepting that he saw her merely as a close younger sister. Then she asked for one final wish, prompting a confused, questioning response from him. Under the vibrant sunset, the woman leaned in and pressed a kiss upon the surprised man. Her hand gently cupped his face as their lips met in a tender, close-up moment. He reacted with a startled exclamation, a disbelieving laugh escaping him. She playfully declared that this was his consequence, ensuring he would now think of her every time he gazed at the ocean. He quietly reassured Yun-soo, telling her not to worry about him. She expressed her gratitude for everything, bidding him farewell and urging him to take care. From a distance, a couple could be observed standing on the beach, framed within a camera's viewfinder. An exclamation of surprise followed, suggesting a significant, unexpected revelation had just been captured. The story continued with the next chapter, titled To Be an Actor. Inside the break room at Ch101 Entertainment, Jang Young-guk was warmly greeted by his colleagues, who asked him how the wedding he attended had gone. One of the actresses affectionately referred to him as their kiddo. Young-guk playfully protested the nickname, pointing out that he had been taller than her for years, while his colleagues, Park Soo-young and Cha Hae-jin, teased him about what else they should call him. Hae-jin wondered why he wasn't resting before his flight to Hong Kong, but he explained that with his family all busy or away, he had gotten bored and decided to stop by the office. He then excused himself, promising to greet them properly later, as the narrative noted that Cha Hae-jin had joined their agency some time after leaving her previous one. It was explained that her official contract signing had been a lengthy process due to the need to handle online rumors and wait for persistent reporters to back down. Now fully settled in, Hae-jin warmly invited Young-guk to join her and Soo-young on a shopping trip to find outfits for an upcoming screening. Young-guk quickly made an excuse about having something to do, prompting Soo-young to tease him about his well-known dislike for shopping and his recent success as a model for a major brand. Soo-young confirmed with Hae-jin that it would just be the two of them heading to the department store. Hae-jin happily agreed, and it was clear to see how well she had adapted to her new environment, thanks in large part to Soo-young's kindness. Young-guk promised to call and greet the director and his seniors later, as the women told him to call if he thought of anything he wanted from the store. Once alone, Young-guk's thoughts drifted to Yun-soo, and he wondered why she had handled all her preparations by herself without asking for his help. He spiraled into a vortex of self-reproach, believing he was the problem and that his own naivety was to blame for everything, still struggling to understand her mysterious and ambitious nature. In an attempt to push the troubling thoughts away, he tried to focus on preparing his speech for the upcoming screening. A vivid memory of Yun-soo's parting words surfaced as she thanked him and wished him well. He tried to rationalize the situation, concluding that her deep love for acting might mean she simply needed her own space. Though he believed in her dedication to work hard even while studying abroad, an unshakable feeling of worry lingered within him. The overwhelming emotions finally became too much for him to bear, and he let out a cry of frustration. He decided he desperately needed some fresh air to clear his head from the suffocating distress. Just then, his gaze fell upon his phone, and his face froze in a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Elsewhere, a man in a leather jacket, likely his manager, stared down at his own phone with a deeply concerned expression. Young-guk barely managed to comprehend what he was seeing on his screen. A breaking news headline glared back at him, speculating about a romance between him and the beloved youth icon, Yeon-soo. Before he could process it, a swarm of reporters emerged from the shadows of an overpass, their camera flashes exploding around him. The press immediately mobbed him, shouting his name and demanding confirmation of the shocking article. He was barraged with questions about the dating rumors and his agency's official statement as he struggled to push through the relentless crowd. Sometime later, the tense atmosphere was replaced by the quiet interior of a car, where his phone now rested on the center console. The driver let out a heavy sigh of relief, remarking on their narrow escape from the media frenzy. His manager commented that the crowd was far larger than they had anticipated, and Young-guk quietly apologized for causing him so much trouble. The manager kindly dismissed his apology, reminding him that such intense scrutiny was simply part of being a top star. The scene shifted to an earlier event in Hong Kong, where Young-guk was congratulated for his film, with colleagues expressing surprise at his arrival amidst the unfolding scandal. The camera then panned slowly across the clean edge of a towering structure. A close-up settled on a man's calm, gray eyes, which gazed thoughtfully off to the side. At the premiere's after-party, Young-guk exchanged pleasantries with his co-star, Guy Ryan-bai, who then astutely observed that he seemed more exhausted than usual. She gently inquired if something was bothering him, but he quickly assured her that nothing was wrong. Guy Ryan-bai tried to comfort him, explaining that the lavish Hong Kong after-parties, filled with powerful figures, were often overwhelming for newcomers. He conceded her point, chalking it up to a new experience, his mind inevitably wandering to his friend who was also starting a new life abroad. She noted that for him to be thinking of this friend in the middle of such chaos, that person must be incredibly precious to him. This prompted Young-guk to confess his true worry. He had just learned of a malicious article involving that very friend, a young actress, and he was concerned about its impact on her. She sought clarification, asking if this was the precious friend he had mentioned, and he confirmed that it was. He explained that she was the very reason he was able to continue his acting career, the one who had reached out to him when he felt completely lost. Guy Ryan-bai commented on how amazing this person sounded, which led her to ask what, then, he was so afraid of. He began to list his anxieties, from her struggling to adapt to a new country to her possibly falling ill in a foreign land with expensive healthcare. While the partygoers celebrated loudly around them, he acknowledged her kind, sweet, and strong nature, confident she would make friends easily. Yet, as the festivities continued, a darker worry surfaced about the possibility of bad people taking advantage of her kindness and beauty. He lamented his helplessness, feeling powerless from so far away, which led Guy Ryan-bai to identify the true nature of his feelings. She looked at him knowingly and suggested that what he was describing sounded an awful lot like jealousy. At that very same time, Yeon-soo faced an interrogation at SW Entertainment regarding the truth behind the dating article. She firmly denied the rumor, but her superior countered that the photo itself looked undeniably like a couple to any outside observer. As Yeon-soo started to apologize, the executive cut her off, insisting she not shoulder all the blame for a situation that involved two people. The executive clarified their purpose was not to scold her, admitting that dating was a perfectly normal part of life at her age. However, they sternly emphasized the need for factual accuracy, painting a grim picture of how foolish she would look if her agency and his gave conflicting statements. The executive laid out the harsh reality that the agency could not afford to lose her, and that actresses always suffered the most from scandals, making a coordinated response with Ch101 essential. Leaning in, the executive asked her one final time for the absolute truth about whether or not she was dating Jang Young-guk. Yeon-soo quietly repeated her denial, as the executive warned that any further delay would only cause the paparazzi presence to intensify. They concluded that their immediate and most critical priority was to do whatever it took to protect her public image. The term syndrome, once a word from psychopathology, was now frequently used to describe positive social phenomena. It was an exceedingly rare event for a single actor to ignite such a phenomenon, a feat typically reserved for the titans who led popular culture. The Jang Young-guk syndrome had transcended mere trends, capturing global attention from Italy's Desidero to Hong Kong's Autumn Leaves. During a television broadcast, pop culture critic Kim Jae-cheol was asked for his take on the current situation, which he described as mysterious, amazing, and almost miraculous. When the host assumed he meant the syndrome itself, the critic clarified that the phenomenon was an expected outcome, given that Young-guk's film Autumn Leaves was already receiving multiple invitations from overseas film festivals. He specified that his awe was directed at the actor Jang Young-guk himself, prompting the interviewer to ask for a more detailed explanation. The critic recalled his extensive career, during which he had met countless actors and singers, from fresh-faced rookies to veterans seasoned by all manner of on-set experiences. He noted that the charm of rookie actors was typically found in their freshness and boldness. In contrast, veterans were usually defined by their proven skill and sharp, decisive judgment. However, Jang Young-guk defied these categories. Though he was a rookie, he possessed the skill of a veteran and a charisma that went far beyond simple boldness. The critic remembered watching Young-guk's performance on the set of Priest's Confession and having a gut feeling that this young man was destined to lead Korea's film industry. The show's host agreed, adding that actor Jang Young-guk had indeed been praised for delivering performances on a completely different level from his peers. His already impressive filmography, combined with his highly anticipated future projects, marked him as an actor everyone was watching. The host suggested that, just like the critics and industry insiders, the public's intense interest in him was also skyrocketing with each passing day. The host then shifted the conversation, pointing out that amidst the tremendous popularity from Autumn Leaves, a scandal had erupted, giving birth to the rumored Young-guk-Yeon-soo actor couple. Their history was recapped, from co-starring as child actors to their work in a play, as it was noted their agencies were still checking the facts, which only amplified public curiosity. The critic was then directly asked for his thoughts on Jang Young-guk's burgeoning scandal. The critic paused for a moment, beginning to formulate his response. Meanwhile, in a car in Hong Kong, Young-guk's manager gently asked if he wanted him to turn off the radio, expressing concern for the actor's state of mind. Young-guk brushed it off, telling his manager not to worry and instead focus on getting some sleep before his flight, feeling guilty that the whole ordeal had ruined his manager's time in Hong Kong. His manager claimed to be fine, stating that socializing wasn't his preferred activity anyway, though his expression conveyed lingering doubt. Young-guk turned his head, staring out the window with a distant, unreadable look on his face. After a moment of silence, he asked his manager to pull over and drop him off nearby. The scene shifted to a public telephone booth standing under the dim city lights. Inside, Young-guk held the heavy black receiver of the payphone to his ear. He waited in silence for the person on the other end to pick up. When the call connected, his first words were a gentle inquiry, asking if she was okay. Across the world, Yeon-soo pressed her red flip phone against her face, listening to his voice. Her voice broke as she apologized profusely, blaming herself for her carelessness and for letting them be seen together outside. Young-guk quickly stopped her apology, changing the subject to ask if she was eating properly and preparing for her flight to America, reminding her that eating and sleeping well were key for long flights. He then softly called out her name, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. He urged her not to let the dating rumors get to her, acknowledging it was an awkward thing to say to an actress but making a solemn promise about her future. He declared that if this scandal ever became a problem for her career, he would personally take full responsibility for it. Back in Korea, Young-guk, now clad in a discreet cap and hoodie, stood at an intercom, having made his way to her. Inside, a single tear escaped from Yeon-soo's closed eye as she absorbed his words. Hours later in Hong Kong, Young-guk, wearing a white cap and hoodie, looked up at the sky with a resolute expression. Yun-Su's hand clutched her red flip phone, the screen still displaying the ended call. She lowered her gaze, her expression heavy with contemplation. Later, the same red flip phone lay discarded on the bed of her pink-themed bedroom. A passenger jet cut through the bright, cloud-filled sky, marking a significant journey. Upon landing in Korea, Young-guk and his manager noticed the airport was surprisingly quiet and decided to hurry to their car before reporters could swarm them. His manager asked if they were heading straight to director Baek Jang-hoon's house, but Young-guk's reply was cut short when his manager's phone began to ring. The manager answered the call, confirming that they had just arrived. His face suddenly contorted with shock as he listened to the news from the other end. He turned to Young-guk, his voice filled with alarm. He urgently informed Young-guk that Yun-Su was currently at the Ch101 Entertainment headquarters, demanding to meet with the CEO. At the agency, Yun-Su bowed deeply, apologizing and insisting that the entire situation was her fault. A Ch101 executive asked if she had discussed her plan with her own agency's CEO, explaining that they intended to release a denial article but wanted her company to release a statement first. He warned her that even with a denial, gossip would continue, and if her agency denied it first, she might have to bear the brunt of the public backlash alone. Yun-Su maintained that she was the one who had approached him and that the incident occurred because her personal desires made her careless. She tearfully explained that Young-guk was her role model and her greatest aspiration, and she couldn't bear the thought of becoming an obstacle in his path. Citing her imminent departure for America, she confessed her wish to be honest with the public and with the man she might never see again. She pleaded with the executives to allow her to take responsibility, leaving them conflicted about how to handle the delicate situation. Just then, a secretary entered the office to announce Jang Young-guk's arrival, and the CEO immediately instructed them to let him in. Young-guk appeared in the doorway, his sudden presence casting a heavy silence over the room. Yun-Su looked up at him, stunned, and questioned how he had gotten there so quickly. He looked directly at her, his expression grim, as he began to address her actions. The scene later transitioned to the reflection of a city building at night in a car's side mirror, indicating they had left the agency. Inside the vehicle, Young-guk stared out the window, his chin resting on his fist in deep, silent thought. Beside him, Yun-Su sat with her head bowed, the atmosphere between them heavy with unspoken words. After a long silence, Young-guk quietly spoke his manager's name, breaking the tension. He then instructed his manager that they would be getting off right there on the side of the road. She called out urgently, pleading for him to wait for just a second. Panicked, she questioned his decision to stop out in the open, where they could easily be photographed by paparazzi again. Young-guk softly spoke her name, his voice steady and serious. He gently asked how she had ever planned to handle the crisis alone when she was so clearly overwhelmed with anxiety. Yun-Su began to explain, likening their situation to a scene from a fairy tale she read as a child, where a protagonist would always appear to save those in crisis. She confessed that every time he helped her, she saw him as that very same hero, a person who could solve any problem with effortless grace. But she acknowledged that such heroes only exist in stories and that he must have his own hard times, which made her unable to stand by and do nothing. She apologized, explaining that her deepest wish was to see him soar all the way to Hollywood and to one day follow in his footsteps. With her voice breaking, she admitted her greatest fear was becoming an obstacle on his path to success. In a swift, decisive motion, he closed the distance between them, wrapping his arms around her in a tight embrace from behind. Startled by the sudden contact, she gasped and pleaded for him to let her go. Her voice filled with renewed panic as she warned him of the risk that they might truly be photographed again. A profound silence hung in the air, wrapping around them as he held her. Breaking the quiet, Young-guk revealed that he had been thinking non-stop ever since she had wished him well and walked away. He confessed his confusion, wondering why she hadn't told him about studying abroad sooner and why he felt so worried despite knowing how capable she was. He then admitted to questioning his own heart, trying to understand the overwhelming desire he felt to see her again. He told her that he was probably not the cool and righteous person she perceived him to be. He recounted a dark period in his past when he had wandered aimlessly, so consumed by regret that he had nearly given up on life itself. After receiving a second chance, his sole focus had been on the happiness of others who suffered because of him, completely omitting his own needs from his goals. Because of this self-neglect, he found himself breaking down again and again, trapped in a cycle and fearing he was just repeating the same empty life. He then asked her a pivotal question, wondering if she knew who had been there to pick him up every single time he fell. A gentle light illuminated his profile, emphasizing the profound sincerity in his gaze. He revealed that the person who saved him, time and again, was her. He remembered her unwavering support at the train station while filming Man of August. He also recalled her presence offering him strength at Yongdo Hospital. He declared that she, Yun-soo, was the one who had consistently kept him from losing himself in his own despair. He admitted that acknowledging his own feelings was still an unfamiliar process, but there was one thing he was certain he had to tell her. He expressed his desire to be more than just her goal, just as she was there for his entire journey, he wanted to be by her side through hers. With his heart laid bare, he earnestly asked if she would let him stay by her side. A look of pure, unadulterated surprise washed over Yun-soo's face. She let out a small, breathless sound, unable to process his confession. Flustered, she began to apologize before catching herself, silently chiding herself for her reaction. Composing herself, she offered him a heartfelt thank you and made a solemn promise to always be with him. In another part of the city, a reporter with stubble covering his chin let out a massive, frustrated yawn. He cursed his luck, having arrived early hoping for a huge scoop by catching Yun-soo at Young-guk's departure, only to find no trace of the actor. The man lamented his failure, knowing he just needed one definitive photograph to make the entire stakeout worthwhile. Just then, his phone rang, and he answered a call from his team leader, who immediately launched into a tirade about his half-month-long business trip. The reporter tried to defend himself by claiming he was on a stakeout, but his boss sarcastically questioned when he had become a homicide detective. The furious team leader reminded him of the order to drop the Jang Young-guk case, yelling that there was nothing more to find and demanding his immediate return to their short-staffed office. The reporter shot back, recalling a time his boss would have done anything for the full story, but his superior, realizing had been put on speaker, quickly shut him down. His boss ordered him to stop talking and get back to the office immediately, breaking the news that the Shin Jong-soo case had just blown up, leaving the reporter in disbelief. Defeated and annoyed, the reporter resigned himself to the situation, realizing his assignment was over. The disillusioned man, dressed in black and carrying a backpack, was then seen rushing through the modern train station. At the airport, Yun-soo checked on Young-guk, asking if he was okay, prompting him to inquire what she meant. She voiced her concern that driving her was an inconvenience, but he explained that he knew he would have regretted not seeing her off. She confirmed his itinerary, a week in Korea to handle his house contract and pack, and he affirmed that he had documents and more belongings to sort out. Just as Yun-soo began to speak about the future of their relationship, Young-guk gently cut her off. He reassured her that there was no rush to go public, suggesting they could announce their relationship once she was settled in America. As a boarding announcement echoed through the terminal, he confessed softly that he was already missing her. Realizing her flight was about to take off, she promised to call him as soon as she landed, to which he readily agreed. She paused at the gate, turning back as if she had one final, important thing to say. With a bright smile, she called out that she missed him too and would return as soon as she possibly could. As she walked down the jet bridge, she mused about her own sentimentality, reaffirming her promise to come back soon. Sometime later, Young-guk's quiet moment was interrupted when he noticed an urgent text message from his manager, Bong-chun. The message was a frantic plea from his manager, telling him to call as soon as he saw it. The scene transitioned to a closed elevator door, its digital display indicating it had reached the 5th floor. Bursting into the office, Young-guk immediately demanded an explanation for the text, where he was met by his anxious manager. Bong Chun explained that the message was exactly as it seemed. Another dating rumor was about to surface, this time backed by undeniable photos. As Young-guk questioned how there could possibly be photos, his manager relayed that the agency was doing everything it could to block the articles. Young-guk insisted it was impossible, reasoning that they had confirmed there was no one tailing them at the playground and they hadn't been seen together since. The manager tried to mitigate the situation, explaining they could likely pay to suppress the photos and issue another denial of the baseless rumors. A sudden memory flashed through Young-guk's mind, taking him back to his conversation with Yun-soo on the street. He recalled the promise he had made to her, that if dating rumors ever broke out again, he would finally find the courage to speak the truth. With newfound resolve, Young-guk instructed his manager to immediately contact both his own CEO and the executives at Ch101 Entertainment. He then made a firm and unwavering decision: they were going to hold a press conference. On a bright, sunny day, Young-guk's sister, Jisoo, stood looking out over the city. She called out to their mother, asking in surprise what all the luggage they had brought with them was for. Her mother wondered how Jisoo had managed to get there by herself, but Jisoo cheerfully corrected her, saying she wasn't alone. Jisoo then inquired about their honeymoon trip and offered to carry their bags, but her mother quickly refused, explaining that Young-guk would be swarmed by fans if he stepped outside. She grumbled that she had wanted to wait in the open, but someone had been stubborn, adding that the hat she brought was useless since everyone would recognize Jang Young-guk from a mile away. Hearing this, Young-guk let out a sound of mild confusion. His mother then turned to him and asked where they were all going, to which he simply replied that they were going home. She pointed out that they weren't heading in the correct direction for their house. Young-guk told her with a knowing smile that she would understand when they arrived. A short while later, his mother stared in awe at a grand building, wondering aloud if such a place had always existed in Yongdo. Standing before the entrance, she turned to her son and asked who the magnificent house belonged to. Young-guk stepped forward and warmly embraced both of his parents in a heartfelt reunion. He revealed to them that this was something he had been preparing for quite some time. With pride in his voice, he announced that this was their new home, the one where they would all live together from that day forward. Later, inside their new home, his father lovingly offered a piece of food to his wife, telling her how delicious it was. Jisoo whispered to her brother about how wonderful their parents looked together, and Young-guk quietly agreed. She expressed her relief that they had convinced their parents, feeling they almost missed seeing such a happy moment, before her thoughts drifted to the cost, which Young-guk promptly dismissed, assuring her he was taking care of it. Afterward, Jisoo urged her brother to go get some rest and offered to unpack the bags, but he insisted that he wasn't even tired. She then playfully teased him about working so hard lately and noted how obvious his feelings for Yun-soo were, given the public's obsession with their relationship. When he asked how she could possibly know, she explained that his whole face lit up the moment he got off the phone with Yun-soo, a stark contrast to his usual pensive expression. Jisoo admitted that she liked both him and Yun-soo and predicted their parents, who were unaware of the news due to their trip, would be absolutely thrilled. She encouraged her brother to stop worrying about what others thought and to simply focus on doing what made him happy. Just then, their mother's voice called out that dinner was ready, and Jisoo happily replied that they were on their way. As they sat down for their meal, Young-guk began to tell his parents about something important that had transpired while they were away. Meanwhile, the narrative shifted to the nature of celebrity press conferences, explaining that they were often dreaded events that signaled a career-threatening scandal. It was explained that reporters' pens could become weapons, and their words could be the bullets that would end a career built on selling dreams to the public. News headlines flashed, announcing that actor Jang Young-guk was scheduled to hold a press conference regarding the recurring dating rumors with actress Yun-soo. The internal monologue continued, comparing reporters to hyenas and parasites who would pick a story clean, leaving many to wonder why Young-guk would voluntarily subject himself to such a thing. In another location, a man playing a strategy game asked his older companion for his thoughts on the situation. The older man, deep in thought, told him to be quiet, prompting a light-hearted jab from his friend to think after making his move. When pressed again about Young-guk's press conference, the older man dismissed it as a routine part of the job for a public figure, telling his friend not to make a fuss. The younger man insisted it was a big deal, pointing out how many reporters were just waiting for Young-guk to make a mistake and how many enemies the young actor had made. He elaborated on Young-guk's notoriously cold relationship with the media, a stance he maintained despite his early success and growing international fame. He contrasted Young-guk with his peers, who often courted the press out of a desperate fear of being forgotten by the public. Instead, Young-guk had cultivated a mysterious persona, avoiding interviews and letting his diverse acting talent speak for itself. The younger man expressed his worry that Young-guk was being cornered and lamented that the actor hadn't come to them for guidance, questioning the purpose of connections if they went unused. He also voiced his confusion over CEO Kim of Ch101 Entertainment, who he felt should have stopped the conference but had instead made it official. In response, the older man cryptically asked who was truly the one being backed into a corner. Suddenly noticing a brilliant play on the board, the younger man asked if he was turning the tables, to which the older man replied that he had learned everything from watching Young-guk. He expressed his confidence that Young-guk would do the same in his own predicament, having grown wiser from his many experiences. He concluded that their best course of action was to trust Young-guk's choice and offer their unwavering support. Backstage at the press conference, Young-guk's manager, Bong Chun, trembled with a terrified look on his face. Young-guk dryly commented that anyone would think Bong Chun was the one holding the press conference and urged him to eat, but the manager confessed the sight of the reporters outside was making his heart race. At that moment, the CEO of Young-guk's agency arrived in the waiting room. The CEO informed Young-guk that he had spoken with CEO Kim Soo-jin from SW Entertainment, who had agreed to leave the entire matter to Young-guk's judgment, for which the actor expressed his thanks. He did, however, clarify that Yun-soo would not be physically present at the press conference. The CEO then turned to the manager, asking if he had given Young-guk the list of prepared questions, but Bong Chun hesitated to answer. Young-guk spoke up, admitting that while his manager had given him the questions, he hadn't bothered to look at them, which visibly shocked his CEO. He calmly explained his belief that the reporters wouldn't follow a script and would inevitably ask difficult questions, something for which he didn't want to blame them. The CEO quietly wondered whether this approach was an act of bravery or sheer recklessness. He asked Young-guk one last time if he was certain he wouldn't regret his decision, to which the actor replied that he would regret hiding far more. The camera panned across a vast hall, revealing a massive crowd of reporters eagerly awaiting the start of the conference. One reporter was overheard confirming with his colleague that their pre-written article was ready to go live the second Young-guk issued a denial. Their strategy was to frame the story as Young-guk choosing to save himself by cutting ties with Yun-soo, guaranteeing them a scoop while his team scrambled to do damage control. Another reporter cynically remarked that everyone was just trying to make a living before their attention was captured by Young-guk's arrival on stage. A thunderous wave of applause and camera flashes followed him as he took his seat at the table. One journalist noted Young-guk's surprising confidence, observing that it was uncharacteristic for a celebrity at a scandal-related press conference. Another reporter, ignoring the atmosphere, focused on his objective and prepared to ask the first question, introducing himself as Park Yong-jin from ST Entertainment magazine. He began by reminding everyone that the dating rumors had surfaced 3 months prior and noted that the fact-checking process had taken a considerable amount of time. Acknowledging that SW Entertainment's official stance was denial, he started to ask if Young-guk was there to formally deny the rumors as well, but was promptly cut off. Young-guk politely interrupted, asking for a moment to first address the viewers watching the live broadcast before he answered any questions. He then proceeded to explain that he felt he had no choice but to hold the conference due to the constant harassment and threats that both his and Yun-soo's agencies had been enduring. He then directly identified reporter Park Yong-jin, along with several other reporters, as the primary source of those threats. Young-guk declared his intention to clear up all misunderstandings then and there, and after apologizing once more to the viewers, he officially began the conference by turning his attention back to reporter Park Yong-jin. The named reporter silently vowed to relentlessly exploit the situation if he managed to get through it, before verbally acknowledging Young-guk and waiting for his answer. Young-guk finally answered the reporter's original question with a single word, no, causing the reporter to smirk, thinking this was exactly what he had expected. But the reporter's confident expression instantly dissolved into one of pure shock. Young-guk elaborated, stating clearly that the press conference was not being held to deny the dating rumors and requested that all subsequent questions be based on that new information. He then calmly scanned the stunned faces of the press corps and asked if there were any other questions. A voice from an interview session inquired about the specific press conference. The speaker then questioned if that particular event wasn't a story from nearly a decade ago, noting that it had been broadcast live and records should be available. They desired to hear the account from someone who had actually been present. The editor-in-chief acknowledged that the press conference had caused an enormous stir back then, to the point where it was still discussed years later, remarking on PD Kim's obvious determination that day. However, she then reminded PD Kim that their interview time was already over, and they had covered extensive topics from confession of the priest to the production team. PD Kim wondered aloud if there wouldn't be other opportunities, feigning disappointment before quickly stating that if editor-in-chief Kwok's schedule permitted, they would like to extend the interview just a little longer. With a thoughtful hum, the editor-in-chief instructed her secretary, Cha, to push back her next schedule, conceding that the interview would apparently run a bit longer. A camera lens focused intently, capturing the moment. The editor-in-chief recounted that, at the time, it had been an unprecedented, head-on confrontation, explaining that celebrities' relationships were then treated like forbidden love. She emphasized that, especially considering actor Jang's status and name value, everyone had assumed he would naturally deny the rumors at the event. She revealed that she had permission to attend that press conference but initially had no intention of going, prompting the interviewer to ask how she ended up there. She then declared that the highlight of the press conference was the story of what happened afterward. The focus shifted to the nameplate, clearly displaying Jang Young-guk. With a resolute tone, he delivered his simple, shocking answer, no. Meanwhile, a manager discussed how actresses were sensitive to dating rumors, suggesting that if Yun-soo were to step forward in such a situation, there was a high chance of backlash, making it better to leave everything to actor Jang and monitor the public reaction. The manager was instructed not to tell Yun-soo, as her manager knew her proactive nature, noting that since she hadn't contacted them, it seemed Jang Young-guk hadn't told her either. The manager then expressed concern about a potentially negative public reaction. The CEO calmly stated that in such a scenario, they would simply announce it was actor Jang's one-sided crush. An emphatic voice declared that for actors, the rule was to always deny dating rumors, asserting that considering the company's interests and public perception, denial was the right move, especially since Yun-soo was just at the point where her career was about to bloom, despite a marriageable age potentially eliciting a positive public reaction. Another voice questioned the purpose of even holding the press conference, acknowledging that they had already reached an agreement with Songwon and that CEO Kim also seemed unable to stop actor Jang, making the press conference a foregone conclusion. It was revealed that if the public reaction after the press conference turned negative, they had agreed to publish an article stating the rumors were groundless. When asked if Yun-soo knew about this, the answer was a firm negative, adding that it was something actor Jang, who made the decision, had to bear, and thus it was not their concern. The group confirmed that actor Jang had already agreed to these terms, specifically that he would not refute it if they announced the rumors were false should the public reaction be cold. A woman stood in a quiet hallway, her gaze cast downwards in deep contemplation. She murmured softly, expressing her conviction that this situation was truly not right. The woman began to walk away down the hallway, her figure receding from the camera's view. Jang Young-guk stood at a podium with his nameplate, facing a large crowd of eagerly awaiting reporters. A reporter began by interpreting Jang Young-guk's statement as an admission of the current dating rumors with actress Yun-soo, then directly asked if that interpretation was accurate. The reporter then pressed further, inquiring why Yun-soo was not present at the press conference if he was indeed admitting to the rumors. Jang Young-guk remained composed, standing seriously at the podium with a microphone. Several reporters reacted with shock, pointing out that dating rumors required acknowledgement from both parties, yet Jang Young-guk was currently only presenting his own claim. Another reporter challenged him, asking what he would do if Yun-soo later stated that these rumors were groundless. A reporter explained that it was an age-old industry tale for one party to admit romance while the other flat-out denied it, noting that truly official relationships were typically announced by the couple together, as a proper joint statement. They then highlighted that SW Entertainment, actress Yun-soo's agency, had not released any official statement on the matter and demanded an answer from Jang Young-guk. He recalled thinking he had to choose his words carefully, knowing that while he had admitted the rumors were true, SW Entertainment's position could change depending on the public's reaction. He remembered a past encouragement, urging him not to worry about anything. The voice had simply told him to do what he wanted to do. A sudden realization dawned on him, a soft awe escaping his lips. He remembered the clarity of his decision to be honest with himself, wondering what it truly mattered. This was something he had personally decided to endure. A reporter, observing Jang Young-guk's inability to answer, inferred that his claims regarding the dating rumors were not mutually agreed upon. The reporter then pushed, asking if they could assume this was a case of Jang Young-guk's one-sided affection if the dating rumors were not true, but was abruptly cut off mid-sentence. A forceful no echoed through the hall, interrupting the reporter. A woman with brown hair looked down, her fist tightly clenched in an expression of deep distress. She clarified with conviction that it was absolutely not one-sided, proclaiming her reciprocal affection. The woman with brown hair bravely turned to face the vast crowd of photographers. She then walked with determination across the stage, moving directly toward the man at the podium. A close-up revealed a man's eye, wide with a clearly surprised expression. She softly called out his name, Appa. She then declared that this time, it was her turn to come to him. A collective gasp or exclamation of wow spread through the room. P.D. Kim expressed immense gratitude to Editor-in-Chief Kwok for such a behind-the-scenes story at the very end of their interview, to which Kwok politely waved her hands, stating she had enjoyed their time together as well. Kwok mentioned it was a chance to reminisce about the old days, then inquired if the filming was completely finished, to which P.D. Kim confirmed it was all done. P.D. Kim hesitantly asked Editor-in-Chief Kwok if she could ask just one more thing, prompting Kwok to inquire if it was meant to be off the record. P.D. Kim confirmed it was off the record, explaining she was simply curious about actor Jang Young-guk's next project, noting his quiet absence for several years and the resulting industry gossip. She clarified that she thought Kwok might know, stressing that it was purely a question from a fan's heart and promised it would not be used in the documentary. Editor-in-Chief Kwok then provided context, recalling that after the press conference, The Mermaid Prince aired, starring Yun-soo and actor Jang as a couple, which became a huge topic and, despite a sad ending, made fans in Korea and Japan root for their relationship even more. She continued, observing that since then, actor Jang hadn't appeared in any network dramas, thus explaining P.D. Kim's curiosity. Kwok then cryptically offered to ask him, leaving P.D. Kim with a confused huh. Secretary Cha interjected, reminding them that they were very late for their next appointment and that their guest must be waiting impatiently, prompting P.D. Kim to quickly apologize. P.D. Kim lamented the missed opportunity, wondering what Kwok meant by "let me ask him," then suddenly gasped, pointing at something. P.D. Kim exclaimed in surprise, seeing Jang Young-guk, and wondered what kind of interview had taken so long. A man with dark hair subtly peeked into the room through the doorway. The man with dark hair then looked to the side, a slight smirk playing on his lips. P.D. Kim, utterly astonished, let out an awestruck whoa. Jang Young-guk teasingly questioned if they didn't like him appearing for too long in the documentary, suggesting they should have just given the interview themselves, and pointed out that the folks over there seemed to be desperately waiting for him to grant just one interview. He stated that even now, interviews didn't really appeal to him, adding that hearing they were writing about his life like some great biography for a documentary felt burdensome. He concluded by explaining that he needed to focus as he was filming a new project, prompting P.D. Kim to ask for a hint about his next work, given everyone's curiosity about how he had been doing. He thoughtfully considered the request, then agreed to share, warning that it would be a long story. He then announced the final episode of To Be an Actor would be released next week, asking for continued love until the very end. The story continued, unveiling chapter 140 of To Be an Actor. Jang Young-guk pondered where to begin, acknowledging the vast amount of story he had to share. A young man, presumably Jang Young-guk, smiled pleasantly as he conversed with an older gentleman. He recounted that his uncle had retired from instant drama and instant swamp to mentor new talent, while his grandfather remained tirelessly active, preparing for his next film about Korean ginseng harvesters' songs. He noted that director Baek Jang-hoon seemed unchanged by the passage of time. Lately, the director had expressed a feeling of emptiness in his home. Indeed, Sooyoung Nunna's drama had become a national hit, with widespread discussion, and Hyejin Nunna's movie, which captivated over 1,000 people, was projected to exceed 5 million viewers, despite initial nervousness about her unconventional role. He remarked that she was an amazing actress, destined for success, a sentiment with which his companion agreed. He then reflected on their closeness, wondering if it would have developed had he not been sent to the US, before asking if director James still kept in touch. The older man chuckled, explaining that he consistently had to dissuade James from excessive contact. Young-guk countered that the older man had saved director James, elevating him from obscurity to renewed renown, but the older man humbly disagreed, stating he owed James for helping Yun-soo enter the chaotic press conference. Later, during his time in America, he met James by chance, and over 10 years of working in Hollywood, James provided substantial help, fostering a deep friendship between them. This assistance allowed him to quickly adapt and build his current career, as their skills complemented each other while he was a rookie in Hollywood. Young-guk then asked if he would soon return to the States, to which the man confirmed his next project would likely be in Hollywood, but first, he was traveling to Yeongdo for his father's Memorial Day. A hand gently rapped against a sturdy wooden door. A voice politely inquired if a room was available for viewing. The person requested to see room 203, prompting the recipient to ask them to wait momentarily. The room, number 203, was then presented. The person confirmed it was the correct room, adding that while its exterior might appear aged, the interior was clean, and recent renovations had updated its furnishings. A soft understanding murmur escaped him. From the dark expanse of the ceiling, a single white strap hung ominously, a stark presence in the quiet space. Through a large window, a bright, sunny day was visible, contrasting with the interior. A man, wearing a white cap, offered a gentle smile toward the perspective of the viewer. He expressed gratitude for the showing, prompting the host to inquire if he was there to rent the room. He declined, stating it was all right, which led the host to express surprise at a sum of money he presented. He explained that the money was to repay a debt he couldn't settle in the past. The host exclaimed in surprise at the young man's gesture. Confused, the host admitted not knowing the young man's circumstances but continued their thought. The host then heartily encouraged him to live well. The man in the white cap responded with a warm smile, holding an object close. He affirmed his intention to live well. A voice full of disbelief and recognition cried out, asking if it was their gakka. Another voice exclaimed with delight, hailing him as their world star and noting his long absence. Yet another voice questioned, confirming his identity as Young-guk. He called out to his mother, announcing his arrival. His mother gasped with joy, recognizing her beloved gakka. A younger voice, filled with excitement, shrieked Appa, recognizing her brother. From a nearby doorway, an older man with a distinct scar subtly peeked out, a gentle smile gracing his lips. A man inquired about the side dishes, addressing Yun-soo, who then praised her father's cooking as always being the best. A hearty laugh filled the air. Footsteps echoed softly. Someone remarked that seeing everyone gathered together brought a lively atmosphere, and others agreed. A thought drifted through the room, suggesting it would have been pleasant to remain closer to his mother. A questioning sound arose. A caring voice inquired if he was tired. His mother affectionately addressed him as Gakka, prompting his own surprised query. She reminded him that he had asked her the same question in middle school, on the day they grilled pork belly received from the PD, adding that she remembered every word. She proudly stated that all the vendors were envious of her success, and after all this time, she had mastered all the tricks, feeling happier than ever on her journey, then asked Guk-ah about his own happiness. She questioned if he still disliked being an actor, to which he firmly replied that he was happier now than ever before. He reflected on his past life, likening it to a moth's failed existence, drawn helplessly toward a faint and deceptive light. In those earlier days, he remained completely unaware of what lay ahead. He had not known he would awaken to profound new emotions, nor that he would discover people who would loyally stand by his side. He never anticipated that others would witness his extraordinary journey alongside him. His feet, clad in impeccably polished black dress shoes, stood firmly on the ground. A man in a pristine white suit stood with his back to the viewer, gazing out at a vibrant, bustling street. The call for ready echoed, signaling the start of a scene. Then came the command action, and he stepped into his role. The narrator reflected that it seemed only yesterday they, knowing nothing of filmmaking, embarked on a story about actors, frantically searching for vlogs, documentaries, and off-the-record content, despite the initial hardships not being too terrible. The inclusion of significant dialect in the work, resonating deeply with readers, was an aspect the narrator approached with extreme caution, occasionally encountering comments correcting the specific regional dialect used by Young-guk. The audience's keen perception, particularly from those in Gyeongbuk, proved impressively sharp. To avoid a disappointing end with mere conversation, the narrator decided to briefly share some behind-the-scenes adaptation details for To Be an Actor, including a minor spoiler alert. The imagery of a moth served as a powerful symbol, representing both the genesis and the culmination of To Be an Actor. In contrast, a free-flying migratory bird, specifically a stork visible through a large window in Baek Jang-hoon's office, embodied Young-guk's current existence. Just as forgetting the past leads to repeating mistakes, for Young-guk, who had been granted a new life, remembering his past became both an opportunity and a means of atonement, thus shaping To Be an Actor to depict his acknowledgement of that past to progress. A heartbreaking scene showed Young-guk hyperventilating, but amidst his struggle, his artwork emerged with remarkable beauty, inviting viewers to witness it in episode 123, crafted by artist Ducey. Ultimately, Young-guk was not obsessively constrained by his past life, instead acknowledging it and transforming into a moth soaring freely towards the boundless blue sky, as depicted in episode 124. Driven by his past life memories, Young-guk's primary concern had always been his mother's happiness, raising the question of what would happen to him once her joy was secured, a theme reflected on the Season 1 cover where he coolly held a script. To Be an Actor was the narrator's first long-term series, filled with the expected twists and turns, a quality evident even when first receiving Hamp Rong's storyboard, inspiring the thought that everyone needed to experience it. The producer in charge, Seong, offered heartfelt congratulations on the completion of To Be an Actor. Another message congratulated the creator on To Be an Actor's completion, adding an impatient anticipation for the manuscript of their next work. Young-guk declared his intention to live as an actor, urging others to watch his journey unfold.